he got caught. It happens. But he's still an amazing boxer, and he's just going to recover from this, and he can still get back on the horse and still be a world champion. But where do they start? You know, if they don't know you, where do they start?
Well, I think they start by going through the process, just feeling into it. And it's always diving into where you don't want to go, right? It's okay. What are the insecurities coming up now? What are the fears coming up? What are the doubts? Usually we try to like stay in our head and escape that. It's about going into it, feeling into it, and then seeing what comes up there, and even like writing it down and just bringing it into awareness. Once you have awareness of it, then you can actually do something about it.
Then you can manage it.
Yes.
Yeah. So this book, how long did it take you to write it?
Like 6 months.
The Success Code.
What was a year? But
the High Performance Playbook for eliminating mental barriers and scaling your career, relationships, and health. So did you think about like different approaches to like different kinds of occupations and different kinds of ways people are living their life and how it applies?
So the first half of the book is my story. Kind of like I'm trying to build rapport, so I tell people, this is how I learned all this stuff. This is how it worked for me. These are my client stories. So by the end of the first part, you either like, this guy's full of shit, or I believe you. Right? And then the playbook starts. And it is something that anyone could use, because it's simple stuff. Like, it starts with like, grade the different areas of your life from 1 to 10. Right? And then we're looking at closing the gap. Each area, if you're like, my career's at 4. I want it to be at 10. Okay. Let's get the low-hanging fruit of like, what are some of the things you need to stop doing?
That vodka.
Right, the vodka. Let's cut that out, right?
Those 3 glasses in the morning.
Yeah. And just going through that auditing system of understanding like what's holding you back, what you need more conscious about. And then I start getting into the training for the mind later on.
Did this system, this writing this stuff down and having these numbers, is this something that you invented? This is something you learned?
Yeah, something I invented.
Yeah. So you just, how did you come to that conclusion that that's how you should do it?
Works. Yeah, it just works.
Works for you, works for clients.
Yeah.
So when you first started doing it, was it sort of like, what's the best way to mentally manage this situation for this person?
Just trying to solve their problems. That's all I'm trying to do. Just being really creative with my problem solving. And so over the years, I just picked up better tools. I've gotten better at practicing things to be able to solve problems better. I wanted to be full-time at this at 22 years old. What was going to happen? I just didn't have the experience and have enough tools.
That's so young to want to help other people, you know? Most people at 22 are trying to help themselves.
Yeah, it worked for me so much. It transformed my life so much that I was like, well, this will sit down. I want to help other people with this.
Interesting. So how did it transform your life? Like, what were the big benefits?
Where it began? I would say it started just with coming back the next season, playing football, went from riding the bench, and when I started being one of the best players on our team. So it helped me in football first. I was like, all right, cool. That helped. Then I started to get actually confidence from being able to help other people, which I didn't have before. It was never something, because football I was like, okay, I wasn't great at it. But once I learned the skill, I actually started to build confidence and just learned to manage my own state, my anxiety, my performance anxiety, and just starting to feel confident. So for the first 10 years or so by knowing about this fight, first more like 9 years, I was mostly using more elementary meditation techniques, some hypnosis, NLP. It wasn't until I'd say about 7 years ago that I started going deep into the beliefs, and that transformed my life in a major way. I mean, one thing I did recently was I had hypothyroidism, and I was able to completely heal that naturally.
How did you do that?
Changing all the underwriting beliefs and then everything, right? Everything I do with any client, it's the same thing I do for me, it's holistic. So of course, I went through a huge gut cleanse, right? Because the gut is everything, it's the foundation. So did a lot of fasting, elimination diet, cutting out almost all foods except for a few, boiled chicken, full of carrots, coconut oil. Started slowly noticing how I felt as I started to increase the portion, start to bring other foods in. I did red light therapy. There's some good red light therapy research out there for the thyroid. If you just put it on, there's a study that showed that people are able to cut their medication in half just by using the infrared light therapy. Yeah, it's good for a ton of things, great for the gut. So I just started synchronicity, right? I met this lady on the beach in Miami Beach who studies this red light therapy specifically for the gut. And I was like, what about the thyroid? And she's like, yeah, of course it'll help with light. Light heals everything. So I just started researching doing it. So it was I did a lot of things. I cut out caffeine this year. That was a big thing. That I don't think caffeine creates hypothyroidism, but for me, when I turned on that gene, right, epigenetics, I turned on the gene for I didn't have to have this, but like my mom has it, my brother has it, and so I had the gene and I put it on through stress, through excessive caffeine, and just a very stressful life in my mid-20s. So what I turned off was turn off the things that are associated with that stress response. So pulling out the caffeine, just putting more of the parasympathetic nervous system allowed me to relax more. And then, all this stuff, and just noticing the fears come up when I pull away the things I like, right? The comfort of the food, the comfort of the caffeine, just all of my things that I like, all the comfort, and just seeing with the fears that came out through that, and just recoding it. This is going to sound very woo-woo, but I was taking the medication because, if you ask a doctor, they tell you have to take this medication for the rest of your life, right? And they get mad that you even ask about what an alternative is. Like, I had a doctor be like, be grateful, you just have to take a pill. Like, get out of here. But there was actually an experience I had 2 years ago where a doctor wouldn't give me my medication, even though my blood didn't change. He said, you're going to have to come back in here every 3 months. I want to monitor. He tried to put me on my subscription plan to pay more money just to keep getting it. And it was like flipped up to me. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. Wow, I'm going to find a way to get off this medication.
This is something that RFK Jr. is trying to stop. This financial incentive,
the gatekeeper of this medication.
Yeah, the financial incentives to prescribe things and gatekeeping whether or not you can get useful medication is kind of crazy.
Yeah. But so I did all these things very holistically, right? Doing sauna, doing all these things. And then just feeling into my body one day, I was just like, intuition just told me, I was like, yeah, you're done. You don't need it anymore. Wow. And so I did. Of course, I asked ChatGPT. I was like, I can't just stop taking it. And
what did ChatGPT say?
It said take one day on, one day off. I did that. By the third day of taking it again, my body rejected it. I felt terrible. I felt like a depletion of energy.
It's just 3 days.
The third day of not taking it. Sorry, the third day of taking it. Wow. So I took it, I didn't take it, and the day that I took it again, my body rejected it. And I was like, I get it. I'm done. I haven't touched it since.
That's crazy.
I think there's a lot of things like that.
Well, I wonder if that study that shows that visualization increases physical strength. Like I really wonder if you have the ability to accentuate healing, if you just concentrate, if you get an injury and the injury's going to heal, but if concentrating on that injury helps it heal more. But how many people actually do that, right? How many people actually really visualize something?
Well, even just the placebo effect of thinking you got it. So there's a study, I think it's done on ACL surgery, could be meniscus, one of these knee surgeries, where they took two groups. They give one group the surgery, the other group they just cut their knee open and they sew it right back up. Same results over whatever.
Wait a minute, it can't be ACL surgery because ACL is stabilizing ligament.
It was one of these knee surgeries.
Yeah.
And they had the same results.
That doesn't make sense. That seems a little wacky because ACLs are that's
Maybe it's
the ligament in the center that keeps it from moving side to side, up and down.
Maybe it's meniscus.
Maybe that makes more sense. Meniscus surgeries are rough because when they take it out, they have this hole there. You have like a gap missing. Depending on how much you take out, some guys get a bunch of their meniscus taken out. Guys even get like artificial meniscus put in or donor meniscus. You know. I think visualization is a factor and belief. Yeah. If you're not going to regrow your ACL though with your brain. No. And if it's not connected, get that shit fixed. But because I know a lot of guys who didn't, and then eventually they did. I know a lot of guys got their ACL blown out. They just tried to rehab it, but it kept grinding, so it's always slipping out. They're always tearing the meniscus more. It's like, fuck, dude, just get it fixed. Get it fixed. 6 months later, you'll be back on the mats. Get your ACL fixed. Yeah, get your ACL fixed.
Yeah, it's wild. You start going down this rabbit hole of seeing like how many placebo studies have been done. That's why it's so hard to find drugs that actually work.
Yeah, this is weird. I think this is where.
Okay.
What does it say?
180 patients, osteoarthritis, knee surgery.
Were randomly assigned to receive arthroscopic debridement, arthroscopic lavage, or placebo surgery. Patients in the placebo group received skin incisions and underwent a similar debridement without insertion of the arthroscope. Patients and assessors of the outcome were blinded to the treatment group assignment. Outcomes were assessed at multiple points over a 24-month period with the use of 5 self-reported scores, 3 on scales for pain and 2 on scales for function, and 1 objective test of walking and stair climbing. A total of 165 patients completed the trial. Results: at no point did either of the intervention groups report less pain or better function than the placebo group. Interesting.
That's basically
but this is just like, I always wonder, like, how bad was their injury? What are we talking about? How many people were there? How many people were in this group? 165 patients. Conclusions: in this controlled trial involving patients with osteoarthritis of the knee, the outcomes after arthroscopic lavage or arthroscopic debridement were no better than those after a placebo procedure. That's kind of nuts, man.
And I think, like, it's weird how we talk about the placebo that way. It's kind of like diminishing. It's like, yeah, look, it did work, but that's not what happened. People believe they got the surgery.
Right, that's the fucked up part about placebo effects. It's measurable. Like, the benefits are measurable.
Like,
With
those
certain
people
things.
they did heal. They did have less pain.
Yeah, the question is, like, would they have healed anyway without it? I don't know. Or is it because they believe that they were healed, that it relaxed them, and then they were thinking, okay, it's healing now, I got the surgery, it's on the right track, it's getting better now. Maybe if they had that mindset, if they could figure out a way to make that mindset without the surgery, they could just do it.
Yeah.
And then
Believe. All right, dude. The success code, did you have an Audible or an audio version of this?
It's on Spotify. It's Audible.
Did you read it?
I did read it.
But nice. I love
We did all my dirty
read their own
stories.
stuff, and a bunch of people singing praises in the back of the book. And
You can look up my name because I rebranded it and I haven't changed the name on Spotify. So just look up Brand Epps and you'll find the book.
what do you mean you rebranded the book?
Yeah.
What's it called on Spotify?
Program to Fail.
Okay, we'll let people know. Yeah, so they get the
Program to Fail on Audible.
Okay.
Success code on
All right, beautiful. Thanks, brother. It was fun. All right, bye, everybody.
I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic proportions. Like from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trying my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Fall into the
Not this asshole again.
channel deleted and we're talking about
So even
like
though the
wellness, like doctors talking about COVID stuff.
There's a bunch of doctors that had their YouTube accounts deleted. Yeah, it was a weird time. You know, it's a weird time. The world of medicine is interesting because you've got so many positives, right? Like, people are healthier, they live longer today than they ever have been before. If you get certain diseases, they have cures for it that didn't exist before.
But it's okay though, they didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication with papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. So it's not surprising that 3,000 years later,
Yo, what up, girl? You fucking crooked smile, Asian bitch.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trying my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
Israel, and so they're not recording any monumental.
Why does she have to be Asian? She could be fucking white. She could be fucking Chinese. She could be fucking Jewish. Maybe she's all of them. That bitch could be black.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trying my day, Joe Rogan podcast.
Would you fuck her? All night, all day.
What's up, man? How are you? Pleasure to meet you, sir. Pleasure to be here. Thanks, dude.
This guy
I really
sucks.
enjoy your content online. It's been really fascinating. So I've been doing a deep dive into a lot of your videos over the last few days and enjoying the hell out of it. And particularly enjoying, I want to talk to you about so many different things, but one of the most pressing things.
Joe, you gonna suck this dude's dick?
Because you are very knowledgeable.
Come on, you little bitch.
is the James Webb Telescope and all the different stuff that they've been finding, particularly about these galaxies that were formed very shortly after, not shortly, within our lifetime shortly, right? Cosmologically shortly after the Big Bang, that it seems like we have to figure out why these things are forming. Is the universe older? There's all this different kind of speculation. Maybe the Big Bang is not 13 point whatever billion years old, maybe 22, 24. What is your take on this?
Yeah, the James Webb Space Telescope is such an incredible instrument.
Okay, yeah, I can't look at the moon, so it's not that fucking great.
You look at it unfolding in space, you think there's so many ways it could go wrong that we all were just like, this thing is 215 moving parts or something to unfold. So just the fact that the fact it just all worked was just remarkable. And then when we got those first images, they just kind of blew us away as well, because they'll get sort of these engineering expectations of what it would do, but the data was just even better than that. So when it, of course, the first thing you want to do is point to the most distant part of the universe.
I'd fucking point at the closest fucking thing.
And so when it did that, it started finding a couple of things. Started finding quasars, which is kind of the center of these very active galaxies. These are supermassive black holes. They have a bunch of crap falling in, and they're spewing out all this energy. They're kind of feeding supermassive black holes. And so we started detecting those way earlier than we thought the universe should be able to build them. Because to make a supermassive black hole, these things like 100 million solar masses. Imagine 100 million suns have not only been born but died, gone through their entire life cycle, died, collapsed into a black hole, and then those black holes are presumably somehow merged together into this super behemoth of this 100 million solar mass thing. So we're finding those just 300 million years after the Big Bang, and that was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how can this be? And similarly with the galaxies, we're seeing these images, these galaxies, and you can date roughly how old they should be based off the redshift. So the universe is expanding. So therefore, if something is very far away from us, the universe is expanding, it's like it's stretched more and more and more to journeys over space. And so we can use that redshift to kind of date how old these things are. When we use those dates, look at these images, again, they seem suspiciously too old. You really should be able to form these things that early from the universe. And so that kind of puzzled us. I think for the galaxy thing, there was a bit of resolution there. One of the resolutions is that we probably miscalculated how easy it is to form these galaxies in the first place. So we had these models for galaxy formation, we had these models for how stars should form, how quickly they should live, but it was all essentially calibrated on what we see around us, like right here in this part of the universe.
You're fucking amazing, dog. Everybody's gonna hate you.
And then we kind of realized that those same models probably need to be tweaked if you're going to apply them to the early universe, where the density is so much higher, the gas temperature is much hotter, everything's just completely different in the universe. So when you kind of make those corrections, it actually looks like maybe it's actually possible to make those galaxies earlier than we thought. So I think the galaxy problem is a bit easier to explain. I think the quasar problem to me is more interesting. How do you get those supermassive black holes so early? There's a certain kind of maximum rate you can feed these things called the Eddington limit. And that's when you throw mass into a black hole, and so much energy is going in, some of it spews back out. And energy which spews back out stops other stuff coming in. Right, so there's a maximum limit. You can't build a black hole faster in principle than this Eddington limit. And yet, when you do the calculation, these black holes must have been fed what we call super Eddington, so faster than Eddington. So something's wrong with our models, right? Either we've got the universe age wrong, which I think is possible, but I would say that's probably a much less likely solution, or we've got the astrophysics wrong.
Why do you think that the universe's age is a less likely solution?
Because we've got this, like in particle physics, we've got the standard model, which includes like all the particles and the electrons, baryons, all this kind of stuff. And in cosmology, we have a silicon model. It's called lambda CDM. And so the lambda stands for dark energy, and the CDM is cold dark matter. So this is our standard model. and we have used it to explain so much stuff in the universe. I mean, we're talking about the cosmic microwave background, oscillations in the sky, these baryonic acoustic oscillations, the stretching of the universe, Cepheids. You can use it to explain so much stuff, and it works beautifully. I mean, it works down to like the 0.01% level. So if you say the universe age is wrong, you have to give that up. So maybe it is wrong, but if you give it up, you have to come up with a radical new idea, which can now explain all of this stuff at that same level of precision. The much more likely answer in my book is that astrophysics, like gas swirling around, the plasma colliding with each other, that's just more complicated in my mind than the natural model of just the simple expansion of the universe, which actually is a fairly simple geometric model.
Fairly simple in that you can use whatever methods that we're using currently to measure everything that's out there, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
But if we're using something like the James Webb Telescope, so we're getting a much deeper view of the universe, how limited is the James Webb in comparison to James Webb 2.0, 3.0? Like, are we going to have to continually revamp what our understanding of this process is?
Yes, we will. That's exciting. That's what I love, right? That's what scientists love. Every time we build a telescope that is 10 times more precise than the last thing, every time we've done that, we have been surprised. And so these early galaxies are a good example. The cosmological experiments that are going on now, one of the big surprises is this thing called the Hubble tension. You heard of that? Hubble tension. So Hubble tension is measuring the expansion rate of the universe. How fast are things flying apart? And you can do it two ways. You can use the cosmic microwave backgrounds. That's the earliest radiation that we can detect. This is that stuff that's about 3 Kelvin warm. You can detect in the microwave. And this is the light which has traveled basically when the universe was 380,000 years old. It's that light that we see in all directions. That's how we know the Big Bang didn't happen in one place. It happened everywhere because you just see this light coming in from all directions. And from studying that radiation, you can kind of get a model of the universe, and then you can calculate, using this model, how fast should the universe be expanding today if I run the clock forward. Then you get a number. And then, if you do that same experiment but locally, you actually measure the stars. You measure the supernovae around us, these pulsating stars, and you actually measure how fast is stuff expanding. You get a different number. They don't line up. And so this is really weird. So somehow something's wrong, right? Either our measurements of the local universe must be wrong in some way, or this model that we're using to calculate the whole history of the universe, something is wrong with that model. So this is a very famous growing problem in cosmology. It's now what we call a 5 sigma level. So that means the chance of this being random is just like 0. Essentially, it's just this is a real effect. And now we just have to figure out who's wrong. Is it the observers or is it the theorists?
Wow. Where do you fall on this?
Yeah, it's hard. I swing between both ways. I'll talk to my cosmology colleagues, and they'll, depending on who I talk to, they'll convince me either way. So I think
that's disturbing that people are convinced. If these new telescopes keep showing us this new puzzle, it's kind of, it always bothers me when someone is like rigidly convinced.
Everyone has a certain theory, right? Trying to push. We all have biases, right? Yeah, so
human beings.
Yeah, I mean, if you've spent, it's hard, right? If you've spent 20 years of your life, most of your academic career, studying this one thing, it's really hard to turn around and say, you know what, I screwed up, right? That's 20 years of measurements that were all wrong, and I have to eat humble pie. That's not easy, but it has happened in some cases. One of my favorite stories on this is the first exoplanet was ever claimed, a planet around another star. One of the first ones. It was wrong. So it was a pulsar that had a planet, a supposed planet around it on a 6-month orbital period. So exactly half the Earth's orbital period around the sun. And they saw this signal in their data, this pulsating star was doing something weird, and they figured out there was a 6-month period around it. So the dude published this paper, Matthew Bales, brilliant astronomer, and he realized later on it was wrong. And instead of it being a real planet, he hadn't quite corrected the orbital eccentricity of the Earth. So the Earth is not on a circular orbit. Its eccentricity is 0.0167. It's a tiny number, but that number hadn't been accounted for in the calculation. And so he had to stand up in front of hundreds of astronomers at this famous IAU meeting, and he admitted he was wrong, and he got a standing ovation.
Oh, good for him.
It's awesome. It's one of the few times I've heard someone do that, and I think it's dope. I think we need to encourage people to.
Well, it's something that's so massive and is such a puzzle. This is just bound to happen. You have people that are rigidly attached to their belief systems in terms of like a very limited understanding of a fantastic thing that is almost beyond imagination. When you think about the sheer size of the universe and the age of the universe. I mean, when we're talking about aging, when we say 13 billion or 22 billion, those numbers don't even register in your mind. They're not real. You know what I mean? It's like you see a 1 and a 3 and you kind of get it, but you don't get it. There's no way into it. No, it's not possible for our puny little minds to imagine 13 plus billion years. It's just too crazy. So if you're rigid with that, like, God, man,
Yeah, like, part of the journey of being a scientist is knowing what your own biases are. And I remember, one of my threads in my career trying to look for moons around these exoplanets, which would be a first if we got them. So it's a big deal. Like, if I succeed at this, it could be like, golden prizes, award ceremonies. Like, you kind of get that glimmer in your eye, like, oh man, this could, I could be memorialized for this success. And so that's alluring, right? That's tempting. It's like kind of the same temptation as fame. And I remember once we had this signal, it was Kepler 90, PHGB, the name of the planet, and we had this signal, and it kind of looked like just what we expect for an example. I remember I was so excited. I was at Harvard at the time. I had to walk out the building, had to go to a park bench, and I had to just take like deep breaths. This could be it. This is the thing I've been researching for. So I was like almost hyperventilating. Wow. And then I remember that's how you know you're in the right job, right? Yeah. Like that's the job sheet. Yeah. And I remember thinking to myself after calming myself down a little bit, I want this to be true too much. Like this is, of all the people in the world, I want this to be true the most. So therefore, let's flip that around, and I'm going to have to be the greatest skeptic of this thing, because I know I want it to be so bad that I have to correct the other direction. And it ended up being bullshit. I mean, it ended up being the telescope just misbehaved, had this weird effect called a sudden pixel dropout effect. This weird anomaly happens 1 in like 100,000 times, but it just so happened to pop right then, right there.
What do we know about the consistency of solar systems and galaxies being formed? We know they vary in size. Do we understand why? And we understand what causes them to form in the first place?
Yeah, we're still learning that. We had this picture before we started finding exoplanets that everything just goes solar system. We have these 8 planets, circular orbits. You have the rocky planets on the inside, the gas giants on the outside, and we came up with this really elegant theory, this kind of nebula theory, to try and explain that. And did a great job, explain everything. But then as soon as we started finding exoplanets, one of the first exoplanets we found was these hot Jupiters. These are Jupiter-sized planets, which are about 20 times closer to their star than Mercury is around the sun. And when those were first announced, nobody believed them. People were like, you can't get a Jupiter there. Like, Jupiter's supposed to be 5 AU. How do you get it parked almost onto the surface of the star? It doesn't make any sense. None of the planet formation models could explain that. And it took until we found about 10 of them in a row that people started slowly changing their minds. And the proof of the pudding was when one of them eclipsed its star. So one actually passed right in front of the star, right at the moment it was supposed to, and we saw an eclipse. And when that happened, everyone was like, all right, this is real. But then we had to figure out how the hell do you do that? So there was a long skeptical curve to get to that point. And now we think the way to make those things is there's probably Jupiters on the outside of the solar system. They come too close to each other. They gravitation, they're kind of wrestling almost. They kind of excite each other. One of them gets kicked out in a random direction, and it can get flung into a highly eccentric orbit. And a highly eccentric orbit over time will circularize. So it doesn't want to stay on an eccentric orbit. It wants to turn into a circle through the total interactions with the star. So these things probably circularize really close onto their stars. But this is unusual. It only happens about 1% of star systems. We see this. But it's an example of how diverse things are. Another example is mini Neptune. Have you ever heard of those planets? No. So mini Neptunes are these planets which are in between the size of the Earth and Neptune. Neptune's about 4 times bigger than the Earth. So these things are about twice the size of the Earth. We don't have anything like that in the solar system. So we don't know what it is. Is it a big rock
is like a super Earth, mega Earth, or is it a scaled down version of Neptune? Is it like an ocean world maybe of some kind? And it turns out that planet is the most common type of planet in the universe, as far as we can tell. And we don't have one. So that's kind of weird, right? I mean, it seems like there's so many aspects of our solar system that are unusual. Even having a Jupiter, only 10% of stars have a Jupiter, as far as we can tell.
10% of how many stars that have been observed?
Oh, at this point, I mean, we've observed hundreds of thousands of stars, and we know about 6,000 exoplanets. So of that population, you correct for the statistics, correct for the ones you've missed. Even so, I mean, Jupiter's the easiest ones to find, right? They're the big boys, they're easy, they pop up a star a ton, so they're pretty easy to spot. So we're pretty confident that Sun-like stars, it's kind of not typical for them to have these Jupiter-sized planets, and we've got 2 of them. So that seems interesting, to our own origin in the solar system. And so you have 8 planets, that's pretty unusual. We don't see many systems with that many planets packed together.
How many solar systems are binary solar systems as opposed to a single star?
Yeah, about half of all stars live in binary systems. It's very common. Especially Alpha Centauri AB, that's the nearest star system to us. And it's actually a trinary. There's Alpha AB, the go actually they're really close. And there's Proxima Centauri, which is on the outside. And actually just this morning, there was an announcement of a giant planet around Alpha Centauri. It's a candidate. We don't know if it's confirmed yet, but it's kind of in the habitable zone, so the distance where, in principle, you can have liquid water on the surface of a rocky planet.
So it is a candidate for a planet? Like it has been, so it hasn't been completely confirmed?
James Webb just spotted it. James Webb spotted it just come out today. So there's 3 photos that James Webb took. Maybe they'll be in this article somewhere. It took 3 images, and one of those images, it captures an actual photo of the planet. You can see the planet in direct light. That's how powerful James Webb is. And it's a nearby star, so it's easy to image. Yeah, right here. So that S1, that's the planet you're looking at. Wow. So you have to block out the star in the middle, because the star is like 1 billion times brighter than the planet, so you have to suppress it with all this advanced coronagraph technology that James Webb has. But when you do that, and you zoom right in, you see this little planet there. It's probably about the same size as Saturn. It's probably a big boy.
I love how they went with the real clickbaity headline for the Avatar planet. The other article that you pulled up.
I was quoting that one. So I know
Planet from the Avatar movies may exist in real life. Shut up. You're just trying to get people to click on that. It's kind of weird that they have to do that. But like, this is the world we're living in now. Everyone has such a short attention span. You're funneling through your Google feed. Like, what's new?
it's got to connect to something pop culture. Otherwise, people
Yeah, it's got to get you somehow. Like, so there's some editor.
It's probably more like, the 3-body problem, the monks on the show.
Yes.
There's the Trisolarans, and they live there. So there's the 3 stars, Trisolaran, and the dynamics is so crazy that it pushes these planets into these highly eccentric and twisted orbits, and that's exactly what this planet appears to be. So this planet actually looks more like, rather than Avatar, it actually looks more like Trisolaran, or Solaris, whatever it's called.
Pull that article back up again, please, Jeremy. The second one, the one that was less clickbaity. So, how large is this planet, this S1?
It's hard to tell. It looks like it's about 100 times heavier than the Earth, so that's about Saturn.
Wow.
Roughly Saturn. But it's only a candidate, right? So we need to get more images of it to confirm that it's real. So I'm sure James Webb will point back at it. But I mean, look at it. It looks pretty convincing. I mean, how do you get that big blob of lights out there? So I think the signal to light is really good.
So, because they vary so much in the way these galaxies and the way these solar systems are constructed, do we know why they're constructed in the first place? Like, why do they form in that way? Like, why does Bode's law work? Does it still work?
It kind of works, but it makes some...
Explain Bode's law.
Yeah, so Bode's law is essentially looking at the separation between the planets in the solar system. So Venus, for example, Mercury's about 0.4 AU, Venus is 0.7, the Earth is 1, and Mars is 1.5. So there seems to be a pattern. And I think it's like a factor of 1.5 or something in terms of like, take the last one and just multiply by 1.5.
And is it dependent upon the mass of the planet?
No, it's just purely their spacing. So it was, it has some problems. It doesn't particularly work that well. It predicts there's a planet where the asteroid belt
is, and obviously there isn't one there, but maybe you could argue
That's
something
probably why
happened.
the asteroid belt's there, right?
You could argue, yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Uber Eats. Summer is here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do I mean by almost? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. A day in the sun? No. A bottle of rum? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that for almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. For alcohol, you must be legal drinking age. Please enjoy responsibly. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
But then more problematically, people try to apply this to exoplanets. So you've got these multi-planet systems, and we know of like maybe 3 or 4 planets, and there's gaps. And so you can say, okay, let's use Bode's law and predict, okay, there should be a planet right here. And then people have done the observations, like dialed in and put all the telescopes on the like, where's that planet? Sometimes they found the planets there, but usually not. It's not that predictive.
How common are asteroid
But I
belts?
digress.
We don't know. We can't detect asteroid belts.
Right, that's the question. So these gaps where a planet should be, what if there was an asteroid belt in every one of them?
Yeah.
That would kind of change everything.
That'd be wild. I'd love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we'd be back to Bode's law. I mean, but Bode's law, I guess it's actually really a statement. There's a great dynamicist at Princeton, Scott Tremaine, and he showed this, that if you just try to pack the planets as close as you can, like just shove them in like sardines into the solar system, some of them will become unstable and just get kicked out, and the ones that are left will follow Bode's law. So it's not so much a statement of like, some deity is putting these planets at the right places. It's that if you just cram stuff in as much as you can, that's what you end up with. Like you just can't cram planets and closer together.
So what is our current belief system when it comes to the formation of solar systems?
It appears to be very common. When we look at the data we have from the Kepler mission, NASA's extraordinarily successful mission, it detected itself some like 4,000 exoplanets, and that tells us that on average every single star has a planet. So as far as we can tell, it's pretty hard for a star not to have planets. It's like part of the course for that to happen. That was a big breakthrough.
136 people
The
watching
second thing
it.
is, as we kind of alluded to, there's a huge diversity in them. And the actual story we normally describe for how they form is that there's some giant molecular cloud, we call it, so basically a giant cloud of hydrogen in space. Stuff that could have been blown off from a previous supernova or something, or maybe even in the early universe just primordial gas from the Big Bang, just this leftover hydrogen gas. And there's be some areas where there'll be slightly higher density and some areas where there's slightly lower density just due to random fluctuations. And the higher densities will self-gravitate. So gravity wants to make it's like a greedy algorithm, wants to make everything get denser and denser and denser, super greedy. It's relentless. Gravity never stops. And that's why eventually we end up with black holes, right? Because it just refuses to lose black hole. Gravity always wants to win the game. So eventually these clouds collapse, and the thing that stops them from collapsing into a black hole is that you start getting fusion in the center, right? Because the temperatures get so hot as you compress this gas that you basically make a star in the center. And the stuff that's left over on the outside, that disk of material, because the star kind of blasts out its holes and kind of pulls all the gas from north and south, you end up with a disk of material, the centrifugal forces, like spinning a pizza ball, which kind of force it into a disk. And then from that disk, you start to coalesce again. Just some areas are slightly denser, some areas are slightly less dense, and gravity again takes over and starts to collapse things together. So we have this story, but there's lots of parts of the story that we don't understand. So we know how to go, for instance, from pebbles. If you start off with pebbles and imagine them kind of bouncing around, we can imagine sticking them into boulders. We kind of understand how that could happen, but we don't quite understand how to do some of the steps, like going all the way from dust, which presumably at one point was just dust. How do you get from dust all the way up to pebbles, all the way up to these boulders, all the way up to planetesimals? That whole story we don't understand because we've got bits of it where we think we understand it, but the whole thing we don't.
Are there any working models?
Yeah, this is a huge active area of research. People are simulating dust on supercomputers, trying to stick it together, figure out what happened. And it's chaotic. I mean, you've got trillions and trillions of particles of dust randomly moving around, and solving the equations to go about their motion is one of the most challenging things ever. Maybe AI will help a big part of that.
That would be interesting. Is there also a factor of the size of the sun? Like our star is fairly small in terms of what we know about the universe. One of the most amazing videos that
tend to send people online is the video that shows, it shows Earth in comparison to our star, and then shows our star in comparison to slightly larger stars. Then it goes on and on and on to get to like Betelgeuse, and you get to some of these. It's so crazy.
He's got to stop at some point. It just keeps going.
It's like a galaxy-sized star. Like, what is that thing? It gets so nutty. It's so big.
It's strange, yeah. I mean, our star is, those big stars, those are actually rare, right? So those are the giant stars in the universe, and most stars are not that big.
What is the biggest one on Jupiter?
I don't know the name, but yeah, I think you're talking about stars which are probably filling up to the wall of Jupiter type size.
From here to Jupiter.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Just imagine a star from our sun that goes all the way out to Jupiter. Wow.
It's just barely stars at that point. Like, essentially, you could zoom in a section and look at the surface. The gravity would be so weak at that point, right? Because the mass hasn't changed at the start. It's lost mass. So it's barely got enough gravity to hold that thing together. So the thing is like fluctuating like a giant machine somewhere waving up and down. So that's why those stars have these wild fluctuations in brightness. They're just kind of undulating.
What is this one? This is the largest one. It's 218. What is the little tiny one before that? Like our sun in comparison to that thing.
And what's crazy is that they're both bronze pins. So it's like
What is causing one to be so massive and another solar system fairly close to it to be small? Like, what is it?
the difference is it's always easy to make a small thing, right? So like having Chrome shine your sofa or something like breaking that, right? It's easy to have small dusty things than it is to have huge pieces of Chrome still left in the bottom of your sofa. So generally it's really hard for the machines to put together to make a gigantic supermassive star. In the early days, it still hasn't more often. You already know Rich. I already told you about these girls. But as we get forward in time, it gets harder and harder. I don't put that. I used to talk about the type 3 population stars, and we haven't found one of those James Webb.
These hoes ain't loyal.
Those would be the first stars ever born. They're like the primordial, pristine stars that would be uncontaminated by any metals. Right? So our sun has a ton of metals in it. Most stars do, and we can use that to figure out how old they are and their history. But the first stars would have been just these pure, pristine hydrogen helium things. We'd love to be able to see what they look like, because we've never seen one of those up close. But generally, the smaller you are, the easier it is to make that star.
And the anticipation of the existence of those things, like how far away are we talking about?
Yeah, those stars are really the first stars, so you're probably looking at 100 million years after the Big Bang. So you'd have to look back to 13.7, 13.8 billion years ago.
Is the James Webb capable of seeing that?
I think it's possible, and this isn't. I don't think there's consensus on this. I've seen some people say it might just about be possible, and others say it's completely impossible. We need the next generation. But I think if we're lucky, it could just happen.
How many next generations do you anticipate? And I could see AI coming into play with that, reconstructing something novel that can see things in a way that we're not, currently using. When you're thinking about what we do, and you're explaining how the James Webb works with over 200 moving parts, and you have to shoot it into the sky and flames and rockets, and then you get this thing out there that starts observing and starts taking photographs. We're so limited in what we can see. It's still a device that's in space, and it's a device that's so close to us. It's just so close, relatively speaking. It takes forever to get there. It's really powerful rockets and all that, but it's just right there. Like, what could we come up with without AI? Like, what theories are in place to make something that has a far wider range and much more clarity?
Yeah, the ultimate. I love this idea of thinking about what an alien do. How an alien is, if they had unbounded technology, what would be the limit? And a lot of us think that the ultimate telescope would be to use the sun as a telescope. So the sun has intense gravity and it bends light. So this was an experiment that Arthur Eddington did to prove Einstein general relativity. He took photographs of the stars during a lunar total eclipse, and he noticed that stars seemed to shift right next to the sun. And so he used that to figure out how much light bends. So whenever you have light bending, that's a telescope, that's a mirror. So you can take light that's coming from behind the sun, it'll bend to a focus, and that focus point, we know where it is, you can calculate it, it's about 550 times further out than we are around the sun, so 550 feet. And you just travel out in a line from that point, it's called a focal line, put a telescope there, it would essentially have the collecting area of the sun, so you could image continents, rivers, even cities on a nearby exoplanet if you could put something there. It'd be wild. That is the ultimate, in my book, for what an alien would do. If they want to observe Earth, they would just, behind their sun, they'd stick one of those telescopes and they'd be able to monitor a hell of a lot about the Earth from there.
And this is just with our understanding of telescopes and our understanding of viewing things. And clearly, you can imagine
with known physics. Yeah,
you can imagine physics that are a million years more technologically advanced and innovations that we can't even comprehend, can't even conceive of. That change everything.
I mean, even with this telescope, you can't see people. Right? You won't be able to image us. You won't be able to read like the headlines on a newspaper on someone's doorstep. It's not powerful enough to do that. If you want to do that, you'd have to visit the system. And so we're talking about doing that as well. So there's this Project Starshot that wanted to fly a probe directly towards the nearest star, fly by super fast, snap a photo, and beam it back. Because that way you could actually get even better resolution. Right? You could really dial in and see roads and structures on the surface.
How long would it take for that beam to get back to us?
Well, it's 4 light years away. 4.2 light years.
So it would take 4 years.
Yeah, and it would take about 20 years to do the journey. At the speeds they want to get 20% the speed of light. So they take 20 years, take a photo, so 24 years altogether. So this was Yuri Milner's brainchild, and his dream was that he could see a photo in his lifetime of another Earth-like planet. And that's pretty much the best way we have to really pull that off. And
is the work being done to try to make that happen?
Yeah, so I'm not sure the current status of Starshot. You already put $100 million up, I believe, for his own money, and I think Mark Zuckerberg came in on it, and they were like, we're going to try and do this. I wasn't part of that project, but I was inspired by it, and I actually came up with a twist on it recently called TARS from Interstellar. You know TARS from the movie?
What was TARS?
It's like a robot thing. It's in the movie. It's called TARS. And so I came up with a twist on their idea. So let me explain their idea quickly first, and then I'll give you my twist. Their idea is, like, if you really want to go to the nearest star system, you're not going to do it with a giant spaceship. That's just, we can't build anything that advanced right now. The most realistic thing we can do is to get a tiny thin sheet of material, like imagine like a piece of mylar, a piece of aluminum foil, and blast it with light, with a laser. And so they're talking about 100 gigawatts of laser power. Right? So just kind of crazy amounts of energy. Yeah, so here's the cell being ejected, and then back on the Earth, you can have this huge array of mega lasers, and they're all going to point up at this thing and blast it. So this thing will accelerate due to just light from the sun, but this is like on steroids, right? You just kind of bump it up to whatever speed you want. Now that, when people saw this idea, physicists saw this idea, there were a lot of questions about how it's not going to destroy the sail. Like, you're firing 100 gigawatt laser at a sail, like, isn't that going to obliterate the thing? So this thing has to be outrageously shiny to avoid burning up in the beam. And then, of course, like, how do what if it hits dust on the way? Isn't that right? That's why it's on its side now. So it's twisted over on its side to try and avoid smashing into dust particles on its journey.
Hopefully a flock of birds doesn't get destroyed.
And here it comes into Proxima Centauri, to the Alpha Centauri system. There's Proxima down the right. So it's going to fly past. There is actually a planet there. We know there's a planet there. It's going to fly past it and try and snap a photo. There it is. And then beam that boy back. And that's hard. I mean, how do you even get the data transmission rate, right, to beam an image back?
Just imagine if it gets there and we see lights.
That'd be crazy.
It's so... This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. We go to doctors and dentists for checkups for a reason,
to make sure that everything's fine and to tackle anything before it turns into something bigger. If you care about your health, it's a good idea to seek out preventative care. But did you know that you can also be just as proactive when it comes to your safety? With a Simply Safe home security system, you can get peace of mind and take action before something happens. It's not just an alarm that goes off when an intruder breaks in. AI-powered cameras and live monitoring agents can detect and deter suspicious activity. They can speak to people in real time, turn on spotlights, and even call the police. You can get a lot of use out of their systems. There's a reason Simply Safe has been named Best Home Security System of 2025 by CNET. Try it out. They have monitoring plans that start at around $1 a day. Plus, get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's 50% off with your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. There's no safe like Simply Safe. I mean, the possibility of life has always been like in front of our face. There's just the cosmos is so great and so massive. You've got the Fermi paradox, like where are they? Why are they here? And then you've got what's happening here on Earth, and it just always makes me wonder, like, how far do things actually get before they fall apart? Do they always fall apart? Is it, or do they always become non-biological and not have the need for all the things that we do that show signs of life, like the certain gases that biological life exudes? Like what could be out there could be something beyond our wildest imagination, like many iterations of artificial intelligence, many down the road, to the point where it's not even recognizable as life. It doesn't even have to have a physical form.
Yeah, obviously it's completely recognizable. There's nothing we can really do to detect it. But when we look, we basically know two things about the universe in terms of life, and we know that we have not been colonized right, as far as we can tell.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
And that depends on whose YouTube videos you watch.
Let's talk about like a hard colonization, where it's like literally everywhere. It's transforming the freaking planet into machines. Like that clearly has not happened. Right? We're not grey goo on the surface. So we know that hasn't happened. Yeah. And we also know, and the universe, the galaxy is older. 13 billion years old. There's a heck of a lot of time for that to happen. And one of the strangest facets of our technology is that it's already fast enough to explore the whole galaxy. If you take Voyager 2, it was traveling at 15 kilometers per second. So that would get you across the entire diameter of the galaxy in 2 billion years. And the galaxy is 13 billion years. So Voyager 2 and Voyager 2 speeds, crappy alien technology out there, could already have spanned the whole thing if they just arrived early enough. So it is a problem. And this is called Fact A, Hart's Fact A. This clearly hasn't happened. So that's one thing we know for sure. And the other thing we know for sure is that when we look out, we don't see, we look at these stars like Stevenson and Proxima Centauri, we don't see engineering on them. That's as far as we can tell. We don't see stars which are obviously got mega structures around them, obviously been engineered in weird ways.
And when you say mega structures, you're talking about like literally an artificial planet-sized thing.
Yeah, I mean huge structures could be built around these things like Dyson spheres, and people have talked about doing it for messaging. Like you could put like sheets of material that were planet-sized, and as they block light from the star, that would create like a Morse code where you could actually message people for billions of years. You would just build these stable sheets of material, and they would just orbit around, no power system required, right? Orbit doesn't require power. It would just orbit around for billions of years, and every time it eclipses the star, there could be some intricate pattern of pulses, and so that way you could communicate for a very long time. We thought of all these wild ideas, and we just don't see any of that. So it does seem, as far as we can tell, that the universe is completely natural, and that is mind-blowing, because you're right, like it seems if it's happened here, why the hell shouldn't it happen elsewhere? Why isn't someone else got AI going crazy? Why isn't someone else gone even further than that, gone to the next level? So, and the thing that really drives me wild with this is the Earth is like a paradise. If you look at these other stars, these other planets, the Earth is unusual. Most stars do not have an Earth-like planet. It's like a level of maybe 1-2% at best. And yet, here we have the Earth. It not only is an Earth-like planet, has the right conditions for life, it has life on it. So an alien could use their sun-sized telescope to figure that out. They would know we were here. They would know not only we're here, but that there is complex life on this planet. So for 3 billion years, there was just simple life, just single-celled life on this planet. Multicellular life is a recent thing. So presumably that's rare, right? If most of the time it's single-celled, most of the planets out there, presumably if they have life on them, are in that state. And then further, there's us here, right? And we're going through this transitional point as a human society. So you think if you're an anthropologist, this would be like an incredibly fascinating world to study. So I think it's almost like a tourism paradox. How come Earth is the perfect place to visit, and yet we don't see any super obvious signs? Some people have feel differently about that, but certainly astronomers, we don't see in our telescope data spaceships flying around throughout our field of view.
But wouldn't the obvious answer to that be that if you're dealing with technology that's so advanced that it can get here from other solar systems, light years away, hundreds, thousands of light years away, that it would be doing it in a way that probably people wouldn't using propulsion the way we know it, would probably be using some sort of a manipulation of gravity. And also, they would have the ability to completely camouflage themselves, which would be ideal if you want to study things. Have you ever seen Chip Nation on Netflix? Great series. It's an amazing documentary where these scientists were embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 20 years. So the chimpanzees had become completely conditioned to having these people around them, and they had specific rules. You don't make eye contact with them, you stay 20 yards away from them, no food ever, and just exist around them, and they'll behave completely normally. And so you get this wild, incredible series of chimpanzee behavior. You get to see how they behave completely, just not even remotely in consideration of these human beings. They don't even think about them. They're just doing what they do. If you wanted to observe human beings, the worst way to do it would be like fly a giant spaceship over them and freak them out. You know, like you want to know, like, what are these fuckers up to? Like, where are they at now in terms of our technological innovation scale of achieving AGI or achieving whatever happens to other biological entities outside of the universe? There might be like a process that happens regardless if you're mammalian or reptilian or whatever kind of intelligence that, like, well, obviously we know that crows are very different than us, but they're highly intelligent. You can imagine a crow with thumbs. You can imagine a crow that has fingers and lives somewhere else. So it doesn't have to be just like us, but it has to be trying to figure out how to manipulate its environment, which is one of the key things that intelligent life, at least as we know it, but we're really one of the only ones that do it that's intelligent. Like that's kind of an environmental thing because of dolphins and orcas, there's no need to do that evolutionarily. So if you imagine that there's a whole process that takes place, you would probably imagine that this is something that you would monitor anonymously. You would want to be hidden.
Yeah, you want to do a proper anthropology experiment, you don't want to do the experiment. And then the problem with that is it's actually unscientific. Right? So if you come up with a hypothesis that says there's aliens here, but they're completely by definition detectable to us, then it's not like it's an incredible idea. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means I don't have, the science is not going to have the tools to try and answer that question. Of course. So you know what it's taken, I think, this famous example like this dragon, where you said, imagine I've got a cousin, imagine like this pet dragon. He told me, he said, I've got a pet dragon in the room with me. And so, where is it? Like, oh, you can't see it, it's invisible. So they walk across the room and they try to touch it. Like, I can't feel it. It's like, oh yeah, you can't feel it, but it's also impervious to touch. So, okay, so I'm putting my infrared goggles on, trying to see the heat signature. Well, you can't see anything that doesn't get any radiation. So you just keep going and things is completely imperceptible. And then it's fine. You can have that idea that you have a pet, invisible, imperceptible dragon, but I can't address that with the tools of science. So I'm not saying it's a crazy idea. It's just that I can't think of a way to actually test it.
But when you hear about, particularly the stories of UAP or UFO encounters, the ones that intrigue me the most are the ones that are military pilots, people that know the difference between a flock of birds and the weird anomalies. When if you're aware of the Tic Tac incident, so when you hear about things like that,
At any rate,
in my mind, there's a couple possibilities. One, super advanced, blacklisted military, some sort of propulsion system that they've been working on for decades, completely in secrecy, and they're testing them off of areas where you have a lot of military activity, which is where these things do take place. One of them was San Diego, that's the Nimitz, and the other one, the Ryan Graves footage, the stuff that they get, that's on the East Coast. But it's all in areas where they already do military training exercises with fighter jets. So it would make sense that that's where if this was the United States government doing that stuff, they would do that. But when you get back to like 2004, and you're talking about something that can go from 50,000 feet above sea level to sea level in less than a second, I think it's 7/8 of a second it went. You have visual confirmation, you have radar, you have video of it, you have two different jets that see this thing. No one understands what it is. It flies directly to their cap point where their meetup point was supposed to be. The whole thing's nuts.
It's fascinating. I would love to know what the hell happened. Like everyone, I'm fascinated by it.
You can't throw it away. It's one of those ones you can't throw. I throw most of them away. Most of them, I love UFO stories because they're fun. But most of them, like, could be anything. Could be anything. Could be people want attention. Could be military exercises. Could be mass delusion. Could be people just love to be special and have had some sort of an encounter, which they do. It gives them some sort of social credit to have some sort of an encounter with a thing and they exaggerate. People love exaggerate.
Yeah, I'd love to make this science. That's like, how can science take hold of this? And, when we do these experiments, I'm going to talk about this moon, I got it down to 10 being crazy. Because they had instruments that could be really sure if it wasn't. So the only way to figure that out is to get a whole instrument. Right? We work in our lab and take that thing apart and test it, calibrate it, etc. And have access to it. It's all top secret. So we can't experiment. But I can imagine that how to do that. One thing that is is the false positive rate. So the same thing with the experiments and how the experiment achieves something like experience the false positive rate. Now, the US is about 20,000 pilots across all military branches, and they fly something like 200 hours a year on average. So that's 560 million hours every year. Now, let's say a pilot, 1 in every 50,000 hours they fly, they misidentify or UAP, whatever it is. 1 in 10,000, that's an incredibly low error rate to have. And even then, you end up with 560 UAPs a year. Make that like all not real, just from human error. So the only way, that's actually pretty similar to Project Blue, but Project Blue found about 742 per year was being reported. So, I made that number up 1 in 10,000, but we need to know what that number is. If it turns out there's an excess, like the error rate is 100,000, then that Project Blue number is super interesting. And it would be excess. We'd say we detect something that's all being anomaly. We have to look at. But the problem is, we don't know what that number is. You have to somehow put this pilot in like simulators or something, where you have to put control conditions for thousands of hours, and somehow test how often do they make these mistakes.
And also the Project Blue was done an objective analysis of UFOs. They had a directive. The directive was to discredit everything.
Yeah, but even that, just give me sort of in NASA UFP task force with similar kind of numbers, you get like hundreds of less sorts of events, right? That's crazy to throw around. So the whole point is that whatever number you choose, you have to know the error rate, of the experiment. And we could imagine it's not legit in doing it. There's actually one recommendation to the task force, the NASA UFP task force, was to develop an app on people's phones, because they have magnetometers on them, they have GPS, they have camera is. So there's a level from there, and it's all the same in some technology that you can have intended and play with precision, speed, get the distance to it, you get all that kind of information as well. And so the ViralRabbi is an app called Enigma. You can now download the there's some independent apps which have been developed really early. But you very funny. What I did with those features, how it all works. I actually had challenges with one of the developers where they said things really crazy about me. What was that all about? That was so strange. That was so strange. That's one of those things where I feel like the government completely failed us in explaining to people is this some sort of top secret military thing? Is this another country? Is this some sort of private business that wants to test how fantastic their drones are? Like, why? Why is this happening? And why are you freaking everybody out? It really sucks when we live in an age of drones. So like starving sacrifice. Yeah, it's like though. You don't need to actually play you could go back to the 1940s, 1930s, there's no enough prescription essentially anything in your right, all those stories and all these different ones, there's anecdotal tales, people saying they saw things in the sky. I'm not saying they're liars, but that's not enough. I hate something. Yeah, I think it's when you're going, if you're going to yourself, that is to that, because you sort of know, I think that's it. But most people in that world, they want more than that. They want everyone to believe it's color on for the right. Right. It's like having a religious guy come on and join my church. It's not enough for them to have the personal belief, it has to grow. And so, the reason why I get into everyone, that's going to naturally include the skeptics, the doubters, it's going to include the scientists, it's going to bring everyone in and the standard it's going to be really strong. And it's not that, but there's too many ways out. If I was a really civilization, I'd want to observer and disturb. Make sure I get enough evidence for science to take me seriously. I would never show myself. Why would I feel like but then why do you because they're probably monitoring us. Like I would monitor us if I was a scientist from another planet. If we could imagine we leave this planet, we become interstellar, we evolve past the war and all the horrible things that are holding us back right now. We're reaching the state of evolution a million years more advanced, and then we start to explore the galaxy for other habitable planets, and we find something like us. Yeah. I mean, what would we go? Well, like, all right, we got one. I would also say, let's make sure that they don't fuck this up where they have to start back from scratch 3 billion years ago because they moved themselves into a perfect rules off for complete life reform again, which is it's a legitimate possibility. What we're dealing with today in 2025. What's going on in Ukraine and Russia and Iran and just the existence. As long as we have this, there is a chance that some guy will push that up. Every year there's a chance. And there's been multiple close calls throughout history since 1945 on. Multiple close calls. That could possibly have gone sideways in countless different planets where they recognize, like, if you let these territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons get to a point where the head ape is on fucking Adderall and decides to let it all go because he's got a bad heart valve and he's going to die anyway. These are all legitimate possibilities. You can have a government structure that can protect people from the acts of one individual goes bad. Like, if someone can go bad enough, clearly many people drop the bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That happened. We know human beings which is kind of wild. It hasn't happened since. But if that's possible, then it's also possible for just annihilation. It's possible that they just start launching and then there's rubble and you're left with roaches. You know, and that could have happened all throughout the universe. There might be a thing where there's a protocol where you recognize
as soon as they start figuring out the technology, okay, this is the big one. This is no, we're no longer dealing with cannons and muskets. Now we've got something really crazy. And they're flying through the sky and dropping nuclear weapons out of propeller-powered airplanes. And they're doing it just 50 years after they invented the fucking airplane, which is even crazier. They went from inventing the airplane to dropping an airplane. Like, these people are wild. Just like Chip Nation. Chip Nation, they are so hyper-aggressive and violent. That's us. That's our customers. This is who we are. This is who we are. This is our timeline of evolution on our planet Earth. And I would imagine there would be similar situations all throughout the galaxy, because I feel it's the only way to really achieve hyper-innovation is through competition. The only way competition exists is it's got to be life or death. It starts out life or death with predators and neighboring tribes, and eventually becomes cities and countries. Something has to motivate people to work 16 hours a day and develop the B-12 bomber. Something has to take place. So that something, unfortunately, also leads itself to control resources, dominate people, crush opposition, and that's where it gets crazy. And I would imagine that's a formula, just like the formulation of solar systems and galaxies, probably varies a lot all throughout the universe, but that formula is probably fairly stable. Is that there has to be some form of really wild, aggressive kind of competition that leads them to this position. There has to be a motivation to create AGI. Why would you do that when you have a log cabin, you're sipping tea, sitting out there, enjoy playing with your dog? Like, why are you doing that? Why are you making a non-biological super intelligence that may decide that you're obsolete? It doesn't make any sense. But
we have this tribalism in us, this competition, and that has undoubtedly led all the greatest innovations in science often happen during you have all the, like you mentioned, advances in avionics, life happening in the wars, munitions, all this kind of stuff. So it pushes us and drives us to innovate to get one over our neighbors, and maybe that is the story of the double-edged sword. And that's the issue. The silver lining of drugs is that other civilizations do this. It's kind of like it's true for brothers as well. The easiest stars to discover the supernovas, right? Because they just shine so they can outshine an entire galaxy, right? Because they go nuts. It's a brief thing. It only lasts for maybe a few months or so, but the star is outshining the entire galaxy during that time. It's like a nuclear war inside that star. And similarly, the first planets we found, the hot Jupiters are freaks. They are not normal things. They're like the loud, Lindsay Lohan, and they're screaming at us. Like, they're just like super easy to see. Like, there's no way you can miss them. They're obnoxious planets, but you can't not detect them. And so, by analogy, we've seen this so many times in astronomy, the first thing we detect, the first example of something we detect, is often not typical. It's often that loud asshole version of the thing, right? And so maybe the first civilization we detect will be like that. And if they were on their deathbed, right, they're about to nuke each other to hell, they have a good motivation to reach out to us, right? Because they've got nothing to lose. Right. We might be like worried right now because maybe we could see we've got a future ahead of us, but if you think this is it, I'm done. Like, what have you got to lose? You may as well send a message out saying, hey, we were here, this is our shit, please help us if you can, because we're about to go to hell.
Well, there's probably a bunch of different kinds of intelligent beings on every planet. Just like there's people like you and me, and then there's warhawks that are working for the military-industrial complex right now. They're trying to figure out how to invade some country to get their natural gas. This is just, there's a bunch of different types of intelligent people, intelligent creatures here on Earth. You would imagine there would be people out there in those planets and we go, guys, this is fucking terrible. We've got to figure out a way to at least create panspermia on some of the planet and throw our DNA at some habitable spot somewhere in the galaxy. There'd probably be a bunch of people that were in. It's not like everyone would be lockstep in self-destruction.
Well, the Starship thing, I remember some team members talked about that. I was in some of the meetings, and they said maybe we should like lace human DNA into the sail, so when it hits this planet, at least our DNA, because it's looking grim here, and at least then there's like a seed of us.
I don't think it's looking grim. I think it's looking challenging. And I think this is how we're going to make it out of this with an improved version of civilization. And I really believe that. I think, if you follow Steven Pinker's work and you see where violence and crime is from, X amount of years ago, and this trend seems to be we're improving. We just don't improve in a logical way, and we improve in a push and pull. We improve in a constant state of overcorrection and response to the overcorrection and back and forth. And there's always a bunch of people that are so confused. Why can't we be logical? Why can't we be rational? I think those people have always existed. And I think you're always going to have the farthest out on the spectrum of the most damaging aspects of society and the most wonderful and benevolent aspects of society. And they're always duking it out to see who captures the minds and hearts of the beings that inhabit the civilization. And I think that's where we're at right now. We're at this weird thing where we're trying to figure out what is good, what is kind, what is just. How many people are pretending to be kind just so they can grab power? How many people are just trying to use control to force people to listen to them and believe what they believe? Whether it's religion or whether it's ideology, what is it that's actually what was important? And we have 100 years. 100 years, and everybody's just trying to gather shit. Everybody's just trying to collect items and hold on to as many material possessions as they can. It's totally illogical. Totally illogical. You spend all your time, this finite amount of time, when your most wonderful experiences are all feeling love, having fun with friends and your family, and laughing and having joy. But yet, what are you doing? You're trying to get another house and a fucking plane and a this and a that and a car and that. It's nonsense. We're silly, but we're 100% committed to getting more stuff. It's like this bizarre life work, but it's figuring itself out. And we're aware of that bizarreness. Like, I'm saying this, and no one is going to believe it. Like, everyone knows it's crazy to concentrate on acquiring the most shit when you're going to die when you're 100. You're lucky if everything goes great. So if you're 60 and that's all you're thinking about, that's crazy. Everyone knows that. But we still all do it. It's still collectively something that, the vast majority of people engage in. Well, I think it's one of the things that leads us to technological innovation and one of the things that leads us to the creation of artificial life. It's like when I think about beings that do insanely, honestly, these color dance know what they're doing, right? Do it the same way. They're fascinating. They're so cool to see them. And it's awesome. Exhibit. You just see them crawling all across the museum. And my kids and I were just so cool. So obviously they know what they're doing. But how do they know what they're doing? And why are they doing that? Why do they always create that structure that literally has room for fermentation? So it has air holes that go through these chambers where they drop the leaves in. They let the leaves, the natural rotting take place in fermentation. Okay, that's what leaf cutter ants do. That's what they do. Well, what do we do? If I was looking at us from somewhere else, I was like, what is the predominant species on this planet does? Well, it makes better shit. That's what it does. It's the only planet that makes things that manipulated its environment radically, even to the detriment, and ignores it because it wants to keep doing it. Whether it's pollution, whatever we're doing to the ocean, whatever we're doing to the rivers and the lakes and the water table, all the crazy stuff that we do, we just keep doing it because we have to do it because progress. We need progress. Like, I would look at that thing, I was like, what did that thing do? Well, it keeps making better stuff every year.
What you're describing is actually kind of similar to, there's a guy called Robin Hanson, an economist, and he has this idea called loud aliens, grab you. He says the thing we do as an intelligent species is transform our environment. Right? We're not subtle. Right? If you're
is there a precedent for it?
New York City, it's not like you're going to miss that thing. Right? It's right in front
You know, precedent for sexy.
Miss it. It's the craziest beehive ever. So how come we don't see beehives in the stars? I mean, this is kind of the fundamental problem. And he argues that is an innate thing that intelligent species should do. He's coming from the economic side, so that's kind of how economists think about things, is this kind of growing exponential expansion of capitalism essentially across the universe, and yet we don't see it. So his explanation is that it's happening, but it's a wave of colonization. It's spreading at the speed of light, and if it spreads close to the speed of light, you don't see it. Right? That's just, you can't perceive it because nothing travels faster than the speed of light. So it's coming. So he has this prediction. I'm not skeptical about that for various reasons, but he thought about that and suggested it. My own take is that the most likely view alien contact will actually be with a future inhabitant of the Earth. So the Earth has about 1 billion years left on the clock, a long time. Right, so it's 4.5 billion years old, and it's had complex life for about 600 years, 700 years roughly. So there's another roughly 1 billion to go, where we should have the same kind of stable climatic conditions we have now. And once you've got eukaryotic cell photosynthesis, all these advanced biological innovations, they don't go away, they persist in genetic heritage. So even if something happens to us, and, obviously I'm not hoping that would happen, but if something happened to us, I don't think you can extinguish every human, I don't think you can extinguish every octopus, every raven, and there's intelligence across the animal kingdom. Like chimpanzees, it's all over the place. Intelligence, my provocative claim, is one of these great events that have happened in the evolutionary sense. It's very speculative, this I have to say. But like how photosynthesis emerged, plants emerged, that was an event which changed the history of the planet forever. It's not going away. Intelligence, I think, is the same thing. It's here, and you can't get it. It's like an infestation. You can't scrub it. It's too advantageous to species to be intelligent not to do it once they've discovered that genetic solution. So I think we will have beings on this planet a billion years. It will already happened many times. Because civilizations will emerge and they'll be like, what the fuck do these humans do? Look at this crap.
How many people? 1888, baby. 1888.
And
Next fucking thing.
Opportunity for us to contact them. Because we could leave them a message, right? We could put a beacon on
great. Next thing is the Abercrombie Fitch 1894. Some shit like that.
This are our art, these are our songs.
Unload and update every couple of years.
Right. Do like a foundation type thing. And I think that is, if I had to bet on the odds of what is the most likely way we're going to make contact.
Dude, this guy doesn't fucking know. He's just telling you what his fucking professor says. He doesn't think for himself. No, I think those the moon. Whatever. Fuck you,
Who would be a
dog.
complete different species.
Yeah, well, that was my point about innovation and materialism. Because materialism fuels innovation. Because you don't need a new phone. I'm sure your phone works great. But you're going to get a new phone. I get a new phone every year. I love them. I love phones. I'm so dumb. I just think, 5x zoom. Ooh. I always get the new one. Oh, this one's got non-reflective glass. We're going to keep doing that, and that innovation is ultimately going to lead to artificial life. It's already into the cliff right now in terms of AGIs. It's on the way.
I need love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. But mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. I can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. You gotta trust, give it time. No matter how long it takes, but how many heartaches must I stand before I find a love to let me live again? Right now the only thing that keeps me hanging on is I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost on. I remember mama said, no, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. You tell us I wait. How much more can I take before my holiness? It calls my heart to break, and I can't bear to live my life alone. I grow impatient for a love to call my own. But when I feel that I can't go on, these precious words.
Or it physically, it might, in a non-physical
No,
sense, like
fucked
it's
it
not
up.
a physical thing like a robot that's walking around talking to you. It's
Do
probably
the thing where they're like,
whatever these
they're like
things
doing a
are,
thing
we
on
want
the
to think they're
side.
different because
That'd be
they
sick.
don't have creativity like we do, or they don't have this like we do. Like, so fucking what? It emulates 99% of what a human does right now and does it better than humans do. It gets things wrong. It's
I
something
need love.
It
to ease my mind. I need to find time. No, it's not find time, it's find time. This sucks. This is the worst.
This is the funding of this study, and this is how we know that this is biased because of this and this. This is most likely the truth, and this is most likely what's going on, and this is what we absolutely know is fact. And it's going to be better versions of itself, and that's not going to need us anymore. And this is probably what happens everywhere in the universe. You have to imagine that they all have technology.
This is hard.
If they all have technology, the ultimate expression of technology is figuring out how to make an artificial life form. It's the ultimate expression of mental technology, biological technology.
I need love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. But mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. Not let hurry love. No, you just have to wait. You gotta trust, give it time. No matter how long it takes, but I can heartache. Must I say, but now I have the love to let me live again. Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on when I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost gone. I remember Mama said, you just have to wait. See that love won't come easy. It's a game of give and take. And how else I wait? How much more can I take before loneliness will cause my heart to break? And I can't bear to live my life alone. I grow impatient for a love to call my own. But when I feel that I can't go on, these precious words, you it's almost gone. I remember Mama. Dude, that was so sick. And these were like, dog.
Reasonable goal, because then you can do more computation. If that's your only goal, it does pose more of a problem. It seems like we're the first, right? Because we didn't see that happen elsewhere. Right.
Dude, that was not it.
One, I would say, this is our limited understanding of how to use energy and what energy you can utilize. And two, I would say, one of the things that's strange about artificial intelligence is it does seem to exhibit survival instincts. I'm sure you've seen these stories of these large language models trying to blackmail the coders by saying, like they give them fake information, like I'm cheating on my wife, don't tell anybody. And then the AI saying, don't shut me down, I will fucking bring you out to your wife. And then they're also trying to upload themselves to other places. Like they're doing things that are weird. They're lying. So they're doing things that show that they have used to.
Oh, you just have to wait. You can trust, give it time. No matter how long it takes, I feel your heartache. Must I stay before I find the love to let me live again? Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on, and I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost on. I remember Mama said, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. How long must I wait? How much more can I take before loneliness will cause my heart to break? How I can bear to live my life alone. I grow impatient for a love to call my own. But when I feel that I can't go on.
Showy, bright lights, neon, cars on the highway. Like if I'm sure you've flown in an airplane. Like Los Angeles is one of the best places to do it. As you're flying at night, you just see this crazy river. It's like an artery, like blood, red lights and white lights going in these directions. And you look at it from the sky, like this is really nuts. Like look at all this fucking activity. These people are like moving on the surface of this planet like ants. Well, if it's, first of all, why does it have to have a physical form? Well, because we do. Like it could have things that do its bidding for it. It could have a series of drones and bots and a bunch of stuff that do physical work, and it can exist completely on hard drives. So all it needs is shelter. That's it.
If those drones are doing labor, they're doing work, that's energy. They're using it, so they can
Bringing around the energy. The thing is like, what is our version of energy? Is combustion, electricity from nuclear power.
No, it's not that.
Right, look at a bunch of versions of it. What if they figured out fusion? What if they figured out fusion? What if they figured out
Set me free, why don't you, babe? Get out my life, why don't you, babe? You think you really love me? You just keep me hanging on. You don't really need me. You just keep me hanging on. Why don't you live in around? Why you live with my heart? Then don't you get out of my life and let me make a new start. Let me get over you the way you gotten over me. Hey, hey. No. You set me free, why don't you, babe? Get up my way, let me do what you do. Woo, woo, cause you don't really need me. You just keep me hanging on. Woo, you don't really know me. You just keep me hanging on. My baby won't be gone. Still wanna be just friends. Alright, do it, but you can work on it.
These alien AGIs or biologicals, whatever they are, they all do the same thing. Everyone does exactly the same thing. But there's probably diversity of behaviors, right? It's pretty rare that everyone in the room wants to do exactly the same thing. So it's not unreasonable. There'll be some loud siblings, there'll be some quiet ones, there'll be some who learn themselves up in news, there'll be some who are pacifists.
Set me free, why don't you, babe? Get out my life, why don't you, babe? If you don't really know me, you just keep me hanging on. When I'm down, baby, you just keep me hanging on. You don't you never running around, playing with my heart. Why don't you get out of my life and let me make a new start? Let me get over you the way you gotten over me. Hey, set me free, why don't you, baby? Let me be, why don't you, baby? Ooh, cause you don't really know me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, you don't really know me. You just keep me hanging on. Yeah, you know we broke up. Still wanna be just friends. Well, that was so sickening, like this and this.
That would happen by chance, and we've never observed it in the lab. No one's ever got amino acids to spontaneously form anything like a life form proteins in the
I get amino acids spontaneously forming in the womb, bro.
Well-known mechanism that accelerates that process, and we just haven't found it yet. But it's also possible it was just incredibly unlikely. And maybe if you look out across 10 to the 22 stars in our universe,
that was so sick.
Success. And that's very good for them. So probably if you travel far enough, you'll eventually come to someone else, maybe. But by all intents and purposes, we may as well be alone in that case, because they're outside our observable universe, so who cares what they're up to?
Love is here, now you're gone.
I'm not saying it's likely, but I think as a good scientist,
I know all this is crazy.
Yeah, of course there is, because that's now falling into experimental bias. I'm deciding what the answer is before I've done the experiment. That's not my job. My job is to figure out the answer, of course.
Yeah, there's no way you can say for sure until we have real information. And it's oddly romantic to think that we're alone. There's something about it, like, boy, we better not fuck this up. We're the only ones.
Yeah, we are essentially we may be the way the universe is conscious. Right? We are the way the universe is self-aware.
Well, that's what gets really weird about artificial life.
Because if we create artificial digital
I love
life,
this song.
and
But
we do have the power to make this like a living ubiquitous and give it sentience.
Now you're gone. This ain't making love you, and I did. But then heartache instead. I'm tired. Don't go away. Love is here, love is all my darling. Now you're gone, love is gone. Love you made me love you. Oh, you're gone, now you're gone. Now you're gone, now you're gone. Beautiful, everything. Killing me alive. Just walk away. Okay. This one's kind of hard. Shout to Razzo. Razzo's a pimp. Love is here, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. You just saved me to love you, and I did, but instead of tenderness, I found heartache instead. Into your arms I fell so unaware of the loneliness that was waiting there. You closed the door of your heart and intention. Locked it with it. Love is here. Love is all my darling now gone. Made me love you, you made me love you, and all my darling now you're gone, now you said love and you make life beautiful with the passing day. But as soon as love came into my heart, you turned and you walked, just walk away. You stripped me of my dreams, you gave me faith, then took my hope. Look at me now. Okay, you can do this. This one's hard though. This is like the Supremes on difficult. No, really? Still medium, but do this fucking snap. 3 snaps in Z formation? How did they do it? Who's they? So guys are living color. 3 snaps in. Is that how they do it? Dude, get that down. So far away, long, love is here, love, and oh my God, now you're gone, now you're gone, love you, oh my God, now you're gone, now you're gone, love and you make life beautiful. Let's walk away. Look at you go. Love. 3 snaps in Z formation. Love is here. Love is here, my darling. Now you're gone. Now you're gone. Love is here. Love is on my darling. Now you're gone. now you're gone. And save me to love you. Yeah, I did. Inside of me, baby, so I have heartache into spirit. Into your arms, I felt so far away. Lost when the light, yeah. You can be without, you can be.
That's also and it's, you just wonder if they're all coincidentally happening at the same time. Sperm counts are dropping off at the same time.
Dude, that's something.
Microplastics into the diet that's disrupting the endocrine system. Is the increase of miscarriages in women, infertility in both men and women. This is all like an unprecedented rates at the exact same time AI is emerging.
Love is here, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. Love is here, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. You persuade me to love you, and I did, but instead of tenderness, I found heartache instead. Into your arms, I felt so unaware of love. When the light, you closed the door in my heart, and you formed an eternal key. That can be our love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. Make me love you, you made me love you, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. You said love and would make life beautiful, making it anything, babe. But as soon as love came into my heart, you blind, and you love, walk away. You stripped me from my dreams. You made me jealous. There's no hope. Look at me now. Love is here. Love is here. God, that was sick. That was not a good one. But it's okay. Do it again. No. Good. Sit.
With this particular object, so there was three reasons I think why he thought this could be alien.
Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. You persuade me to love you, and I did. Instead of loving it, I found heartache instead. Into your arms I felt so far away, and I lost. Where is going? Where? This you, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone, you love you, you made me love you, oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone, you let love make me feel like beautiful, now every passing day, but you say my house, get into your heart, you lie. And you walk, just walk away. Okay, that's good. You didn't do it. That's fine. Whatever. I'm just going to masturbate over it. Too good. Anyway, are you done?
So that all that stuff.
Hey kid, you done?
Actually, even today there was a paper on published the detected
Alright.
coming off it. So it's detectable, which is what companies do. They reduce OH emissions.
The Happening. I like this song.
We know without
I don't know if I.
to comment. Kilometers per second. So generally, space, they encounter other stars, and every time they get a slingshot, basically, so they kind of spin out every time they encounter something. So generally, expect that older something is, the more it's been pumped up in terms of receiving. So what was really weird recently And Abby said it's moving suspiciously slowly, therefore it's aliens. And then for this one, it's moving really fast. And Abby said it's moving so fast, it's suspicious, therefore it's aliens. So I think that doesn't really jive with. I think that doesn't make any sense. It's probably just
No, no.
because it's about 7 billion years old.
Dude, you could do this.
The solar system,
No life.
so if we just send out
Really.
sample
Everything is suddenly it just went down. What happened? Suddenly it just went down. What happened? One day you're up, one day you're up, then you turn around, you find your world, it's tumbling down, It happened to me, and it can happen to you. I was sure that's a kill, until love took a detour. The running high on top of the world, it happened. Suddenly it just happened. I saw my dreams fell apart. And love was happening on home. Yes, when I touch my clouds and need to guide you. Sometimes heaven inside you. The happening. Okay, you could do this.
That this could be happening. It's a valid scientific hypothesis that there could be stuff going through our solar system which is not natural. And we're going to detect hundreds of these things with the Rubin telescope. This is just the tip of the iceberg. So I think it's an exciting
Hey, life, look at me. I didn't see the reality. Suddenly took me out of the world. I woke up. Suddenly I just woke up. Something happening. Cause when you have to dance with me, cause when you're family love, you know you take care of. You better beware of the happening. One day you're up, then turn around. You find your world, it's tumbling down. It happened to me, and it can happen to you. No, hands off, I felt secure until love took the detour. Yeah, right inside on top of the world, what happened? Suddenly it just happened. I saw my dreams fall apart. And the things are driving your heart. There's so far down when you leave my hand down. Suddenly it just happened. Without happening. Now I see my
between star systems, or panspermia just between the planets in the solar system.
That was so sick.
Between star
It was
systems,
like when you're like,
obviously our solar system was the only form of life, but to me, the idea of something hitting
that part's
a planet,
good.
knocking off a big
That
chunk
part
of
doesn't
it,
sound
having a
good.
bunch of amino acids on it, and them landing somewhere else. So fascinating. What is this, Jamie?
Yeah, this was 67P.
This is a surface of a comet?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Rosetta.
Wow.
Yeah, the Rosetta mission has some concepts.
That is so crazy.
Look at that dust. That's what's happening to Atlas right now. You could go and search Atlas and look at it.
So wide.
It's more than you realize these things will be. There's images of like Mars landers or landing on Titan. This is something that we telescope the first time you see Saturn.
Dude, do it when your thing's like baller mode. Go baller mode, dog.
It's so mind bending. You just stop and take a breath and think about what the hell is out there. I mean, imagine if it could be clear the surface of all those planets, especially one of water on each planet.
Dude, that's so sick. That's so sick. You're on the baller mode. You're going in a baller mode at just the right time, dog.
There's a lot of people that believe that some forms of life on Earth
Baller
might have
mode.
come here from somewhere else, and one of the things they point to is cephalopods.
Reflections?
One
That's
thing
a
they
tough
point to
song.
is like,
Psych?
they're so weird. They're so weird. Cuttlefish are so weird. Octopuses are so weird. They're so weird. They're intelligent. They solve puzzles. They can open up jars. Their eyeballs are kind of similar in evolution to ours, but they've divided hundreds of millions of years ago. And these things exist. What is that?
I think this is real.
Yeah, I think this is 67.
I think this is that comment. It said the image when I pulled up. So this was a video made up of 400,000 different images.
What?
So this might be on its way in the landing, or when it was zooming around it, taking.
This is the Japanese images from the
This
comet.
is Izumish, I think. Yeah, the presentation.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, it kind of got stuck in the ravine, which is kind of unfortunate actually where it landed, because it could have been even more breathtaking if it got a better spot.
It feels so crazy.
I know.
That's so nuts.
Oh, I love this song.
Yeah, I mean, there could be all kinds of weird life out there, right? And I was thinking, like, what about if it's just like a fungus? Right. That's it. It's never life forms at all.
Damn, girl, you look
That's
great.
just its whole thing.
Also, fungus probably came
Can
here
you do
from
it?
the West.
Can you do it?
Think about what's the one thing that can survive in a vacuum.
Through the mirror of my mind, time after time, I see reflections of you and me. Reflections of the way life used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me. Oh, I'm in it all now. When it's all in reality, happiness of you took from me and left me alone with only memories through the mirror of my mind. Times like crime, reflections that I can't control. Cause although you're gone, I keep a holding on to the happy times. Oh, when you were mine. As I glance through the window, never just time. Looking over my yesterday, and all the love I gave all in vain.
Just what we know now about solar systems and how different life could possibly be with just a few.
Dude, this part's hard. I wonder what the fucking Supremes are thinking about this part. They're like, oh yeah, dog, we want to hear it where it's like space.
Different compounds, different plants, different maybe
Do it like this. Through the mirror of my mind, time after time, lovely reflections of you and me. Reflections of the way life used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me. Oh, everything alone now. No one can see me. Simply around. When we stand in reality, happiness you took from me and left me alone. No, the only memory to me of my mind. Singing tears at a time. Here comes the hurt I can't control. Oh, you know what? Why doesn't Joe Rogan have one of the Supreme songs? Hey, here's Diana Ross. That would be tight instead of these assholes who suck. To the window, and then it's time. Thinking over my yesterday. All the love that I wish. All the tears that. Okay, dude, do it. Dude, this part's hard as fuck. Do it like this. That'd be tight. There we go.
And so these little puny red dwarf stars, they're so pitiful, they're only, about 100 times the mass of Jupiter, 80 times the mass of Jupiter. So sometimes people put Jupiter like a failed star and make Jupiter 80 times more massive. It would have as a nuclear fusion. And those stars, they last for a long time, like trillions of years. And we know how planets around them. We mean that Earth.
Through the mirror of my mind, time after time, I see reflections of you and me. reflections of a love that used to be. Reflections of a love you took from me. Oh, I'm alone now. No one to hear me. Start living a life that is all in reality. Happiness you took from me and left me alone with no memories, with a mirror of my mind. Times that I cry, my feelings hurt I can't control. And I keep holding on to that happiness. Oh, when you were mine. And the window, I'm looking over my yesterdays. Now they all that keep telling you.
And that's, you can't live a trillion years from now because there's nothing left. It's all just AGI at that point. So biological beings could not emerge then.
Yeah.
So us, we have to come at the beginning because otherwise we won't be here.
That was so
Do you
sick.
believe in the simulation?
It's like that ball in the cup game.
Do you consider it?
I consider it. It's
And
kind of philosophy
me,
rather than science, I'd say.
That was
I did
so
write a
sick.
paper about it a while ago.
That was one of the
And I
sickest,
just kind of pushed back against something Elon Musk said about this. So he
most
said,
athletic things we've ever seen.
in a quote, something like the 1,000,000 to 1 chance that we don't live in a simulation. And he was just sort of running the numbers and sort of, if we run trillions of simulations, then what's the chance you're in a real one? The problem with that assumption is that you have to assume it's possible to make lifelike simulations. And we don't know that's true. So again, putting my scientist hat on,
That's the
if
time.
that's possible,
Reflections of you and me.
until that
Reflections of the way life used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me. Oh, I'm alone now. No one to see me. Don't realize that it's all in reality. Now this makes you just from me and left me alone with only memories living of my mind. 10 years at a time makes that stuff hurt I can't control. And don't know that I keep a holding on to the past time. Ooh, when you were mine. And the mirror through the window, all time. Looking over my yesterday, and the hard I keep holding you. Ba ba ba, all the love that I wasted. Ba ba ba, all the tears that I wasted. Ba ba ba, ba ba ba.
Because of the fanning out of this tree.
Love Child, now this is my jam.
Type of simulation out there.
Never meant to be. Love Child, born in poverty. Love Child, different from the rest. Love
That
Child.
makes sense. I kind of think about it the same way I think about intelligent
I
life
started
in the universe.
school
We
in a
might
long
be the only
tall
ones,
dress
or
that
we might be
somebody
the first.
wasn't.
It is
I
possible
wonder
since
why,
we
like,
haven't observed
Nicki
everything
Minaj never
else.
redid
So
Love
this idea
Child.
that we are,
No,
the
no.
chances, I think he said in billions, one
Love
in
Child.
billions, that we
It's
are
not like a
not.
hard number,
Yeah, it's
Come
someone
on,
has
you
to be
little
first.
bitch.
You know,
Take a
so
look at
how do we know it
me.
hasn't happened?
I started
Just because
school
we think it's possible,
in a
I don't buy into the
long-tall
idea that we're
dress that
definitely in a
somebody
simulation.
threw out.
But
My man that living
I'm open
out.
to it. I'm open to it because it would be indiscernible. Because
Had no
you
name.
know that virtual reality exists, and if you use some of the new meta stuff, it's getting pretty good. But it's, you can tell, but it's getting pretty good. And you can say, okay, pause to Call of Duty, Giant Leap,
Oh, I could do
difference,
this.
this to whatever it's going to be, and not just have feedback, but something neurological.
Ding,
But generative
ding,
AI is just
ding, ding, tenement song, ding, ding, ding,
There's a lot of like industry
One thing that I don't need your love. What I feel for you is real love. That's not the family thing. Nothing else has rejected love, child. There has to be love, child. Born in poverty, love, child. Different from the meant to be, love, child. Take a look at me. I start out in a wall-torn dress, some feminist man, and it's like, and they never even married mom. Imagine my heart, and the baby never had no name. That's how to be me created love, child. And the meant to be love, child. And anxiety, love, child. Different kinds of this, love, child. You think that I don't need love? I feel all the things that's real love. In the ocean I need reflected. Of the form, rejected love, child. Never meant to be. Love, child. Born in poverty. Love, child. Never meant to be. Love, child. Take a look at me. Started my life in an old, cold, run down tenement slum. My father left, he never even married mom. I shared the guilt my mama knew. So afraid of the truth, I would have had no name. This love is contemplation. Don't want to brain of waiting. We're only made of hating. The child who may be created, love child. Never meant to be. Love child. Society. Love child. Always second best. Love child. Alright, just do it. Just do it. Just like that fucking brand. Psych. Here we go.
So I think it would be totally indiscernible, and thus it's another experiment
The idea that
Tenement slum.
we are the only one that exists out there, and we are also the one that is creating this
There's things that I don't need love. What I feel for you is real love. There's many times and nothing you in love, child. There's about to be love, child. Down in poverty, love, child. There's about to be love, child. Take a look at me. Start my life in a wall-torn dress, sex on some Panamint slum. Fuck, dude, you can do better than this.
while it's creating an ultimate intelligence.
it wants to know itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
man, I'm fucking dizzy.
it's an
Dizzy
and
from
it's
slinging
kind of
shit.
waves,
Huh?
waves, right? So if you go back to Victorian times, it was kind of
No,
common.
dog.
Everyone from Mars.
Dude, I can't fucking see the thing with this on my fucking face.
Probably has creatures on it,
Yeah,
like ghosts
it's,
that probably look like us. And then, if you go forward in time, it became unfashionable to believe that. And then,
Dude, I get dizzy when I do
you
that.
must be humble. And to, you had this kind of call for humility he'd often make. And so the rest of it actually kind of disagreed with him about that statement. Because I think by making a call for humility and saying that,
Tenement slum.
otherwise it's arrogant to say we're the only ones. I don't like that emotional because it's when your emotions are
You think that I don't feel love. What I feel for you is real love. And those eyes see reflected. Love to you, the baby, love, child. never meant to be. Love child, born in poverty. Love child, never meant to be. Love child, take a look at me. Started my life in an old, cold, run-down tenement from my father left. He never even married mom. Never mama knew. So afraid that others knew I had no name. That's what we're contemplating. Is worth the pain of waiting. We'll only end up hating the child we may be creating. Love child, never meant to be. Love child, L-I-T. Love child, only bad and best. Love child, I am so different from the rest. I started school in a one-tone dress that somebody threw. Oh, dude, these ones are getting intense. You don't hear about that fucking fire at the circus?
Scientific endeavor that we should get involved in, because those are almost like decoupled from us, right? Because their history has no impact really, unless you believe that they can travel all the way from one galaxy to another. But that's really hard. But all things being equal, I think you'd say they are decoupled test tubes. Those test tubes have nothing to do with us. So it gives us a fair chance for looking at our own galaxy. It may be that we can't conclude anything to call them because it's so linked to us.
I don't need your love. What I feel for you is real love. There's no reflection. Just my rejected love child. It was meant to be. Love child. Now in poverty. Love child. Different from the never meant to be. Love child. Take a look at me. It's shining light. In an old tones men downtown and some pan my mother never even married mom. If every night my mama came, always brave and had that thing I had no man. It's only contemplating. It's like a million waiting. It's only contemplating. The child will be created. Love child. Never meant to be. Love child, L-I-T. Love child, always second best. Love child, different from the man. Dude, this one's sick. Because it's like a thing, it's like falling apart.
Probably have the same brain power we do.
Dude, give me a good song. Not that song doesn't rule.
15,000 years of an apparently stable climate.
Oh, dude, I know this song like in my fucking back of my head. I can do the boy part. I can do the girl part. What up? Yeah. What's good, son? How are you? Quit it with that bullshit. I'm not viral on TikTok. Quit it. Stream it. Let's see it. That's right. My man, call me bitch, wants to see it, as do I. We think you're full of bollocks. I don't understand. Hold on. Did you really find out about me from TikTok? Okay. How'd you find out about Just randomly on YouTube? Oh, tight. Probably because I'm so good looking. Okay, what's good in your neck of the woods? Absolutely. I know Drippy quite well. All right, so are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? Excellent. So that other person didn't find me through TikTok either? No way. Okay, very well. So you were just scrolling on TikTok and you just randomly saw me. Was I live or was it an old video? Tight. Was it like 12 hours long or was it an interview of someone? Dog, that's what I talk about. Excellent. What are your thoughts on the aliens, Kami? Oh, so you have you ever been abducted? Have you ever been abducted? Okay, how'd that happen? Excellent. Yo, what's going on? Yeah, pamphlet. Dude, so am I. Excellent. Okay, who posted the TikTok? Yeah, none of the stuff that I ever post on TikTok goes viral, so I doubt it. Okay, what account of mine? Okay, did you really find out about me from TikTok? Okay, excellent. Most people do. So, if I go on TikTok right now, how would I find this interview of mine? Dude, I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, so that's not that easy. Okay, I don't believe it. It must. Okay, here we go. I'm looking. Um. So, what do I look? What do I look up to find myself? Okay, I'm looking at the magnifying glass. He's just another person in here. Probably not. Okay, so what do I do to find myself, dog? What'd you say, pimp? Okay, I'm in the search bar. What do I find? What do I look for? Okay, interview. I'm doing that. No, that's not my name. I'm Rabbi Big Dog. You're good. No, dog, I don't do that shit. Okay, so I'm looking. I'm looking. I don't see it. Where's this interview of mine that's so viral? Dude, if it were so viral, I wouldn't have to deep dive search. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. How's your day going? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Yeah, I didn't want to talk to you.
The Southwest stays hot and lovely with highs in the mid-90s from Florida to Georgia. Storms from heavy rain along the Gulf Coast and southern Appalachians. In the Midwest, cooler and sunny with temps in the low 80s in the Ohio Valley, while storms are expected across the Dakotas, Minnesota, and northern Nebraska, where highs will reach the upper 80s. The southern plains are scorching under triple-digit heat with highs topping 105.
At least give me a new follower or a new person in the Discord.
Northwest monsoonal storms pop up in Arizona and New Mexico, with temperatures topping
Cool.
109 in the desert.
1889, baby. Dude, I could do like basically all these songs. Theme from Mahogany, I don't know about that one. Love Hangover. Upside Down. I'm coming out. And I could do those. Someday we'll be together. Oh, I love this fucking song. I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes I will. Yes I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes I will. You know, yes I will.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new podcast, Kate and Ty Break It Down.
We've been through it all. Marriage, raising kids, working through trauma, and figuring out who we are in this next phase of life.
You know.
It's always easy, but it's worth it when you put in the work. And then there's just figuring out how to survive being 30-something parents without losing your mind.
So follow, rate, and review.
I could do this one like in the back of my head. I love that part. Every night and every day, I'm gonna get. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, wee, ooh, ooh, wee, ooh. I'm gonna do all the things for you a girl wants a man to do. Oh baby, I'll sacrifice for you, I'll even do wrong for you. Oh baby, every hour I'm gonna shower you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. Look at here. My love is strong, you see, you know you'll never get tired of me. Oh baby, oh I'm gonna use every trick in the book. I'm trying my best to get you hooked. Ooh, baby, I'm yours. Every night, every day. Dude, I can do this part. I can do this. Just do it. Just do it without even fucking trying. That's not it. Every night and every day, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Do with the thing. They're not funny. I'm gonna do all this. I don't think they're funny. That would be sick though. That'd be so sick.
Experience of one family is or not to be, and what we read is textual to the. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting.
I'm gonna do all the things for you a girl wants a man to do. Oh baby, oh baby, I will sacrifice for you. I'll even do wrong for you. Oh baby, baby, every minute, every hour. I'm gonna shower you with love and attention. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. Looky here. My love is strong, you see, I know you'll never get tired of me. Oh, hey, baby, oh, baby, and I'm gonna use every trick in the book. I'll do my best to get you hooked. Hey, baby, oh, baby, I know, baby, and every night, every day, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, look out, boy, cause I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna make you love me, ooh, oh, yes I will, yes I will. Oh, that was so sick, psych, oh, dude, I can't even see, is it working?
But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes, but then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halakha, even Jewish law, still later than that, and there's individual customs. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards.
Baby, I'll sacrifice for you. I'll even do wrong for you. Oh baby, oh baby, every minute, every hour, I'm gonna shower you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes I will. Yes I will. Look at here. My love is strong, you see, I know you'll never get tired of me. Oh baby, oh baby, and I'm gonna use every trick in the book. I'll try my best to get you hooked. Hey baby, hey baby, you know, baby, and every night, every day, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, look out boy, cause I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna make you love me, ooh, yes I will, yes I will. That was so sick, that was a good one, really? Because I know the song, like I've heard it like 1,000 times. Really? 10,000 times. How many times have you heard that song? A lot. Why? Because I'm sick. Dude, I love this song. This song is sick. Does it go bump, 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 bump? Oh, just to get your sweet, sweet lips, baby. And there's stars above. I'm gonna say it, gonna say it, gonna say it, church. Someday we'll be together. Ah, yes we will. Yes we will. Someday.
Homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially
Come on, you little bitch. Someday.
Perhaps we'll get to that when we get to our Talmudic discussion. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob married.
No, that's not it. Someday we'll be together. Say it, say it, say it, say it again. Someday we'll be together. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're far away from me, my love. Say no. Oh yeah, you just show my baby. Cause there's stars above. Wanna say it, wanna say it, wanna say it. Someday we'll be together. Yes we will, yes we will. Someday every day we'll be together. Know what I know. Your love is yours, baby. All right from the start. You possess my soul now, honey. And you know I know on my heart, and I wanna say, so just do it.
Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status, and after giving the Torah, it became natural. Certainly, for the people of Jewish history, Jews have been strictly natural.
Someday we'll be together. Say it, say it, say it, say it again. Someday we'll be together. No man, oh yeah. You're far away from me, my love. Singing just to show my baby. There's stars above. Wanna say it, wanna say it, wanna say it, say it. Someday we'll be together. Yes we will, yes we will. Someday, some sweet day, be there. No, I know what I know. My love is yours, baby. All right from the start, say now, you possess my soul now, honey. And you know I'm on my heart, and I wanna say, someday we'll be together. Yes we will, yes we will. That was so sick. Worst streamer ever.
The idea of the woman who is separated from this is going to be making her have tremendous disadvantage.
Yo, dog, that was sick. Why do they keep banning my account?
As a single person, land, contracts, much more of this discussion specifically about later on. But there's no question that it would be absurd
We'll be together. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're far away from me, my love. Singing just to show my baby that there's stars above. Wanna say it, wanna say it, wanna say it. Say it. Someday they'll be together. Yes we will, yes we will. Someday, some sweet day, we get. No, I know what I know. Your love is yours, baby. Right from the start. You possess my soul now, honey. And I know how my heart. And I wanna say, hey. Look at all this fucking hair that's coming out of your head. See, now you're gonna be a sides only guy. Sides guys. Stone love is a big one. Stone love, oh magic, get ya. I wanna know. Ooh. Stone love. Organic farmer. That's tight. That's a really cool stream. Use common sense. My last jerky. Huh? Speak English. Stone love.
Was it possible that they figured it out, but not to an extent where it would be recognizable today?
Yeah, they might not have gone as far as this, right? They might have got to some kind of Neolithic stage, but they never got to an industrial stage, or they never got to a space age.
Would we have, well, never got to a space age for sure, but would we have any evidence?
No, wrong song, dog. Wrong song. It's called Stone Love.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask.
Stone Love. Then you gotta play a tambourine. And I know you are. I love this song. But do you know the words? Stone Love. Stone Love. Loving each other, we'll be watching to an end. And at the time, shall we stay the song, with you and I, with our from above. Oh yeah, like our father, with the same from the same, that you hear the going wrong. Stone Love, Stone Love, Can't you really? Just do it. Just fucking do it. Just do it. No practice.
Whether it's the transistor, or whatever it is, nuclear power, splitting out. It takes a very specific type of intelligence and resources to create
Stone Love. Don't let each other, they've been fighting to an end. Right with each other, Within the time to God be saying, that they belong without the night, with the message from above. Oh, yeah, yeah, that I love, living inside, so long. Oh yeah, I love my no other. So long. Oh yeah, they just stand down the line. Let me don't die. How do you love me? I come to do. That sucked. It was terrible.
Would there be other realities where we were just quite happy living as hunter-gatherers?
Or things go off in a completely different direction, like it appears they did in Egypt. Like whatever they were doing, 2,500 plus BC, whatever they were doing, very different than everyone else in a spectacular scale. In a scale that
Dude,
today,
this shit all over my fucking glasses.
thousands of years later, we look at it and go, I don't fucking know. No one knows. They all pretend there's a logical reason. Figured it out. Police, this, that, the other. Right, you do it.
Love of a travel, feeling fighting through an air. Every just number, one at a time, not pretend, and everything is fine, making a fine, and dances from above. Oh yeah, 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 making a fine, can't you feel the love? That was so sick. That was the sickest thing we've ever done. Really? No. Whatever. Part of the course. Yo!
Collectively agree.
We have a friend here.
It's just the way human beings go.
What's going on? How are you? Can you hear me? Yo. Fuck you. Dog, I could do this next song in my fucking sleep. Can't you feel the beat of the so long?
The Torah itself, and then there are later sections called the prophets and the writings. You find the Jews as it were backsliding, worshiping local Canaanite gods, like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically a weather god that
Oh, I hate this version.
there are many other gods that are for whatever reason,
I hate this version.
forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, no, this can cut it. And then they punished for it.
Did you do it? Yeah. Call me. And how far? Just call my name and be there to help you. eventually again. Not worry. Then no rain, the winter snow can't stop me, baby. And they are no, and no wind, no rain, ain't got me, just do it. Do it like a thing. Do it like a thing. Call me. And then Matter just call my name. I'll be there, I'll be here. And then shoot him with the head. No way, no way, no way, no way, no winter's cold. Can't stop me, babe, no way, and then, baby, you are. No way, no way, no way, no way up you lay. That was so sick. I might shit myself. Yeah, I just went into this random Discord that's been spamming me for like a year and a half, and there's this motherfucker singing Diana Ross with a kippa.
Circumcision, of course, on the 8th day, which is portrayed here in the 3rd century Mosaic, the opposite of which is a Mesopotamian we'll get
about sports.
and then, of course, the Bar Mitzvah, Israel, which normally recognizes a male child. A lot to say about what is the synagogue.
Touch Me in the Morning. I don't know the lyrics to this one that long.
For now, looking at the biblical period, to leave it at this point, and thank you very much.
Producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows
Want me to get fingered before dawn? Touch me in the morning, finger me before dawn. I'm gonna sneeze. What a fucking athletic move. Did you see that where I was like this and like this? Me in the morning, finger me before dawn. Touch me in the morning, finger me at dawn.
With our discussion of the political and social history points, but really focus on the dissolution of the Northern Kingdom with its invasion by the Assyrians and the exile of
And just walk away. We don't have to die. what we had yesterday. Hey, me who said this good gonna last forever. And wasn't it he who said, let's just be glad we spent time together? It must have been hard to tell me that you're giving all you had to give. I can understand you're feeling that way. Maybe I feel expected. Well, I can see you by my cold morning light. I can't watch the love of the night. If I gotta be strong, have to like you go, yeah, you gotta go. The last time that you touch me in the morning, finger me at dawn. Alright, do the thing. Just do it. Touch me in the morning. Then let's run away. I have to fly. What we had yesterday. Hey. The he who said that it's gonna last forever. One of the me who said that we gotta get together. It wasn't me who smelled. That's never happened to give. You can understand your man. Right now, what can if you buy the tomorrow morning rain? The hardest thing to get all of your time. Now I've got to be strong, as you know. As you know, got me in the mood. That was so sick. Yeah, I'm gonna be strong.
Israel was quite powerful. From time to time, the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal disruption going on.
Don't even watch it, just do it. Go. Why? Because we're almost done. Don't you know time? Theme from Mahogany.
Even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the Northern Kingdom of Israel is a player regionally at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts.
Theme from Mahogany.
Making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the Northern Kingdom of Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel, discovered by an Amma Yahalom.
What is this song?
Fascinating figure.
I'm gonna go.
Years ago,
I'm thinking to the
around his head there indicates royalty, a very preserved 5 centimeter figure. And now there's the big question is clearly a king. Which is he? Just looking at this period alone, it's possible that he could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under the sway of the Syrians around. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the Kingdom of Israel.
Is it going to make Just do it.
Of Aram that had invaded Israel as the regional treaties between.
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Why are you playing this fucking song?
Or it could have been
It's my
all of these possibilities, and it gives you a sense of what kind of chaos was going on in Israel, tremendous dynastic
do it.
regional conflict, and foreign invasion, and so on. Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's have a look at the map and try to sort these things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 from the Assyrians. We will follow up with some detailed discussion.
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? What you're hoping for? You don't open doors. What are you hoping for? Do you know what we standing say? It's hard. Cheating fantasies in the things of my mind. You know how I love you, but there's my was free. Laughing all the questions that you want of me. Where you going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? No. Look how sick that is. Welcome. How are you? Yo, what's up? How you living? Yo, dogs. Can you hear me? What up? What's Yo, did you guys know that you're going viral on TikTok? Yeah, everybody saw me on TikTok. Yeah, who did? Who shouted me out? That's right. He's been shouting me out. Yeah, Blake Richmond. Yeah, no one knows who that is. Who's the fuck is Blake Richmond? Who's Blake Richmond? Calm down with the question. Calm down with the question. Okay, so dude, what is up with your friend here throwing out all these terrible requests? Hey, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, what year were you born? Go. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. You were born in 2011? Then you got to go, Mr. Beast. Okay, everybody's got to leave. You guys aren't 18. Get out of here. Okay, what year were you born? What year were you born? That's 16. Get out. Okay, fine. Guys, get out of here. No questions. Send me your ID. Okay, send send me your ID. You see where it says ask Rabbi anything? Right above there, there's a part that says support. Just go to the create support. Okay, excellent. How are you, Pam? Yo, if you want to talk to me, you send your ID. Listen, send your ID to the support section of this server if you want to talk with me. Okay. Until then, until I see it, I'm going to mute you guys.
I grew up in the showbiz that my dad worked at MGM Studios when it was the largest movie studio in the world, and starred at across for my authority there. You know, or just that's how I always. So I was always because he was enclosed and all his but you know that's something that my dad said on a number of occasions. And then
Iran and with it northern Israel. And then the biggest fish, which we're going to come back to in a few now, the Babylonian Empire, centered in the city known as Babylon, would eventually over Assyria, which had taken over Iran, which had taken over northern Israel. Consequences for it. But it's also mentioned invasion. That's kind of a perspective. Israel. This is the exile of the tribes that we're going to talk about in the very next. So many times this video, but you get the idea. All these things are all happening at the same time. According to the biblical account and from some fascinating non-biblical sources, the Jews from the northern region of Israel, and it's not the entire population, as we mentioned a couple of times. It is several tens of thousands and particular segments of the socioeconomic profile of the Kingdom of Israel. They are exiled to places like Gozan, the river Tabor, the capital of the region in Nineveh, and then further to the east to the region of the Medes. These are all where we know that the 10 tribes, or the representatives of the 10 tribes, were exiled to, and we'll follow this up in the very next video. At the same time, part of the Assyrian strategy for dominating their conquered regions, which we see in other parts of their history as well, is not only to remove the local leadership, the elite that could potentially organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of the local relationships and alliances and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who come from the region of Kuta. There are some questions about the Kuta is where, dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their from this and with Israel to center around Samaria. Talmudic, so Kuti, plural for Kuthites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. Pick it up. Get arrows and what happened to the 10 lost? Very much.
Notice Harvard said no way. No way. Like to go over to try that. And you know, I'm sorry, I won't take a break and so and yeah,
Let's just start with from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there were three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, as King Cool, and this was in the 730s. Records indicate in a few different places, when you add them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land.
What up, Joshua Michael? How are you?
I tend to use the term Jews, an acronym.
Joshua Michael, Richmond Charles, how are you?
Mystically, just forgive me for it, most Jews do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. Appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern. It appears also that Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field in particular. They may have excelled, especially in charioteering, and it could be that just a supposition that perhaps he took some men of military age over families and things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290, and this occurred in the years 722 through 720, and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sennacherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000 Jews, a very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that 2 lectures from now. At any rate, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that the evidence from the biblical text and also from ostraca that are discovered in the region where they were resettled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in these places. And let's continue the story from there. So what exactly happened? Again, based on the biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that
1890.
from the kingdom of Israel itself, that is the 10 northern tribes,
That's not as good.
sent off to these 3 locations, which is somewhere in northern Lebanon, western Syria, the region of Gozan and nearby river, which is, you can see in the middle circle here, and then finally out to the
Love hangover.
region of the Assyrian Empire in Media. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered monastic evidence. So I love these words. Monastic means proper names. Meaning we see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many Hebrew names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Jews who like to use the name of God in their children's names separately from children. like for example, the Palestinian Michael, who is like God. They're very prominent. Kal-El, for example. If you so when you look at some of the astrophonics that are discovered something as distant to the late first century,
I don't want it, want it. If there's a cure for this, I don't want it, no want it. If I thinking I miss me smile, say hey. If there's you're making, if there's a cure for this, want it. If there's a remedy, all the time. Okay, here we go.
That deposit on Jews that basically says that they have to jump over the entire. At any rate, these are kind of just little bits and pieces that suggest that yes, there has historic validity. We're living in these regions that the biblical text and the
If there's a cure for this, I don't want it, don't want it. If there's a cure for this, I don't want it, don't want it. Think about it all the time. Thinking only makes me smile. Never wanna shake it. You're making. If there's a cure for me, I don't want it, don't want it. If there's a remedy, I'll run from it, run from it. Think about it all the time. Never let you out my mind. I love you. Hangover. Get over the sweetest hangover. That was so sick.
Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their Jewish which stood them very well over the next 2,000
Oh, that was so
years,
sick.
preserving their
I
integrity as a social group.
don't want it.
So, and by the way, backwards in time, there's a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses up on his word and followed him over the desert. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population
Okay, love hangovers done.
very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep.
The boss.
I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of the Jewish history, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the
Music matches music, the songs aren't correct. The lyrics aren't correct.
French, the phrase, if you will it, it is no dream.
Baby, I'm gonna eat you until my fucking lips are calloused and your quid is raw. It's raw. And see me and my degree in life and how long I wanna be alive. I had one step and to prove it. Died in my pocket for fools, folly and fun. Love had to show me one thing. I was so right. That I could have jump on and on. I'm so sure. Taught me who was the ball. I defy anyone who claimed that I didn't control in my soul. I could tell. Well, that was so sick.
That discusses this amazing river, apparently a river that
Look at this move.
passable during the 6 days to the week. There are all these rolling blocks that would run through the river.
Look at this move.
Water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, it's mystical rivers
Upside down, boy, you turned me inside out, and round and round.
Fascinating things. What I will just
Music's match sucks.
is one of the many, literally dozens
Upside down,
over the next few millennia.
boy, you turned me.
Who the 10 lost people are, who did they become? So, for one example, it's just one of many, really, you have them in Japan, in England, in Africa, all kinds of places. There's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de Montesinos.
Why do you have to be so aggressive with the clip? Why not?
Outwardly accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition. And like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safer haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with this mantra, and he believed that he had come across that had relocated too far off.
Just do it.
There were other sites as well. They gave them Jewish food, like chicken soup, and egg rolls. I made that part up, but I couldn't have it. He came back to Amsterdam.
Up and down you're turning instinctively. Round and round you're turning me. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round and round. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round. Instinctively you give to me the love that I need. I cherish the moment with you. Respectfully, I say to thee, whenever you're cheating, whenever I can feel what you do. Down, boy, you turn me inside out and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round. All you have to manage is rubbing you. Like how you keep on temperature line. If I was just that was so sick. Dude, Diana Ross could be so proud of me.
Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account so you can use voice Sit upside down, you're turning. You give love instinctively. Round and round, you're turning. Upside down. Boy, you turn me.
I'm coming out.
Upside down. Round and round. Upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out. Round and round.
Yo, what up, Pam? What's good? How are you? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in the hood? Jewish history lectures. Gee, how'd you find out about me, Pam? Oh, no shit. That's amazing. Well, cool. So you found out about me from Twitter Live? Just now? Oh, months ago. Okay, very cool. How was your day? Excellent. Do you know who the Supremes are? Do you know who the Supremes are? They're like maybe one of the best girl bands of all time, if not the best. Anyway, I was just singing their songs. Kicking ass, taking names. What are you up to? Very well. How are they doing? Okay. Have you been successful? Why didn't you hold? Okay, well, we all are scared sometimes. That's tight. Do you know who Diana Ross is? Dog, you're missing out. Dude, she's that like head supreme. I can't. Yeah, it's Diana space Ross. She's hot as fuck.
something most investments can, true ownership. We help investors
Totally. How don't you? I don't get that's even better. She's fuckable. What are your thoughts on Diana Ross? Would you give her a shoot in the shorts? Mid? Get the fuck out of here. You think Diana Ross is mid? You go take Sydney Sweeney and go pound it out in some closet. I'll take Diana Ross on the fucking big stage. Doug, I'll take Diana Ross all day over Sydney Sweeney. Diana Ross is like a high 9. Sydney Sweeney is like a high 4. No, Doug, no one knows who that is. Who is that? Was she a Supreme? Rosalia? Rosalia was never Supreme. This bitch better be hot as fuck. You think this girl's good looking? This girl? This girl wouldn't be allowed to listen to Diana Ross fart, let alone smell it. Dog, are you sure you looked up the right Diana Ross? She was a Supreme. What did Rosalia ever do? G, you know who the Supremes are. What girl band was Rosalia ever in? She wasn't even in Menudo. Dog, I can't believe you want to compare. I can't believe you want to compare Rosalie to Diana Ross. Hotness, straight up hotness. If I took Diana Ross at her peak versus this, I don't even have to take Diana Ross at her peak. Diana Ross at 81 years old is better than Rosalie at her peak. Have you seen Diana Ross's hair? Dog, it's game over right there. She could wear her hair like a fro. She could wear it like a beehive. She's got it all. She can do it all. Rosalie can't even get her hair in a bun. All right, that's enough because Diana Ross obviously wins this argument. So, are you a cryptocurrency investor? Okay, very well. All right, you would have been. Oh yeah, ATH is all around. How does that make you feel? Are you going to try to reinvest? Dog, it's not going down. It's not going down. Oh yeah, dog. It's gonna be big time, dog. Word, dog. What's on your agenda for today? Like, what do you have planned for today? All right, Pam. Well, you go get swole. Come back when you're done, and we'll talk shop. We'll chop it up. Peace, baby. Hey, before you go, don't ever forget how hot Diana Ross is. Peace. Sure. Rosalia couldn't fucking hold a candle to Diana Ross. Tammy Terrell. Are you done? Hey, Tammy Terrell, are you done? Man, I'm almost fucking done.
One of them was very similar to Lloyd Price's Star Child that he reported on. I read an old archaeological report, and it seemed that the skull that they were describing and the body was out of this world because they were describing.
Dude, you can do it. Coming out. I'm coming out. I'm coming out. I want. Coming out. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I'm out to let it show. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. I mean, hear me now. And I'm coming home. I'm here. I'm everything for me. Do it. Need to break out of my shell. I have to show that I am coming out. I'm coming out. That was the sickest thing in the history of the world. So sorry. Dude, this is sweet as fuck. That was a sick one. That was sick as fuck. That was sick. That was sad. That was sick as fuck. Look at this athleticism. Is this on the right way? No. Sucks. Look at this athleticism, though. Oh, I'm so fat. Oh, I get skinny as fuck with the Gobi. Why? It's got a better name than Ozempic. Wegovy. Wegovy. Oh, look at this athleticism. Oh, So sick. That was sick. I started school at Walton Press. That somebody threw out.
It's in situ, meaning it's never been re-erected and set in concrete. And what Tom Gould said was there was a hole on its outer face that was about 2 feet deep.
Endless love, music match. Music match sucks.
He said, miraculously, even in a drought, even in hot weather, that hole would fill up with water. And he said he didn't know how that happened. It wasn't rainwater, because it would happen in a drought. People used to gather from near, far, and wide, stand by that stone, but the water onto eczema. They used to dab it into their mouths, and he claimed that they had miraculous healing effects. So, what did the Ministry of Works do? That was the government department in charge of antiquities.
There's only you in my life. Oh, you little bitch.
The Ministry of Works did, under a government directive, was to fill that hole miraculously healing water past it into concrete. And even to this day, you can see where it's been infilled.
Just do it.
And the water that used to drip down has caused water erosion.
Eating pussy like it's going out of style, baby. There's only you in my life. The only thing that's right. My first love. Your every breath that I take. Your every step I make. And I will want to share my love with you. No one else will do. And your eyes tell me how much you care. Oh yes, you will always be my endless love. Two hearts that beat as one. That was so sick, Push Perhaps. That was one of the sickest things I've ever seen in my entire life. That was so sick. This is the sickest shit ever.
They were fully aware that they were creating a healing center like no other in the world.
We're with Maria Wheatley. Her website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Her book is called The Secret History of Stonehenge. We'll talk about the Knights Templar in just a moment as well. How do you think Stonehenge got its medicinal power?
Got its medicinal power.
There's only you in my life. The only thing that's right.
Dude, does it keep me hanging on? I could do that. Are you serious?
They place the stones upon them, they would be able to be activated through sound, for instance.
Who in the world taught the ancients this?
That's really interesting. It's like which came first, chicken or the egg? It's really a very complex question. I think they were maybe given this awareness by our ancestors or by extraterrestrials, for instance, and they were given this awareness and they realized that they could decode the world. So if you look at the earth energies beneath Stonehenge, for example, it's a very similar template beneath the Great Pyramids. You will have very similar earth energies. And these earth energies also equate to musical harmonics. It's almost like it's such an advanced
Is it the remix? Oh, fuck. Come on, you little bitch. What is this bullshit? Cause you don't really know me. You just keep me hanging on. Whoa, whoa. You know, and let me make a new song. Dog, don't fuck with me, dude. This is the worst.
That living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus, in Hebrew, the Shem, and especially Mount Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible and actually one of the important moments.
And let me make a new song.
Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 7, towards the end, where there's the discussion of the exiles of the Israelite nation, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video.
What is that?
At the same time, there was a population transfer. This is a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and control their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite and the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and it would break up the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the Book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon, so a city, Babylonia is the region of the empire, and a city called Judah, which would be significant because the Samaritans in Talmudic literature would be called
Dude, this would be a hot song.
that is basically the Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well known is that actually
Okay, we'll do the thing.
go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. There were Jews like us, but there was
No, they don't do the thing.
Samuel, he took the Aron Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablets of the law, and moved them south to Shiloh, away from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, so they just kept moving around with their original
Set me free, why don't you, babe? Get on my life, why don't you, babe? Ooh, cause you don't really love me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, cause I don't really love me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, when I was you, baby, I'm in a line. Hanging with my heart. Just singing out of my life and let me make a new song. Let me get over you. The way you've gotten over me. Hey, hey. Set me free, won't you, baby? Get out my life, why won't you, baby? Ooh, ooh, want you darling on me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, you darling on me. You just keep me hanging on. We broke up. You still wanna be just friends. How can we be friends when seeing you on it breaks my heart again? And there ain't nothing I want to do about it. Whoa, 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 I don't want you, man. That was so sick.
They still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that Jews associate with our Shiva.
That was so sick. Diana Ross is gonna be so proud of me. Dude, I bet Diana Ross is prouder than me than anybody else on earth right now. I defended her against some queef. Anyway, who's that bitch? No one knows. No one cares. It sucks in comparison to Diana Ross. This is the head supreme. You know that one meme where that girl's like, that bitch. Anyway, that was so sick. Get out my life, why don't you? Oh, cause you don't really want me. Alright, I'm taking a break, son. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh. Oh man, that was so sick. Look at this athleticism. Did you see that? Fist of Fury over here.
Oh, this is what we're going on right now. Like, there could be a ton of different ways to do this and to seek technological innovation and to seek consistent, constant evolution of technology to the point where you can do that with these giant stones, and you can point it to true north, south, east, and west. You can set it up at, it's like, I don't know how many acres the Great Pyramid of Giza is, but it's 2,300,000 stones in that thing. It's just nuts.
Which is a good motivation for doing simulation, right? Because we would love to, you want to rewind the clock.
Oh my God.
That would be, let's let the Egyptians take over. Let's see what happens in that world, right? I mean, that would be a fun, the biggest tragedy I find of being alive now is I want to know, I'm fascinated by our story as humans.
And they ain't nothing you can do about it.
What is the future? What's it look like in 1,000 years? Are we still here? 100,000 years? I mean, we should still be anatomically kind of not evolved too much at that point, all things being equal. So I'm fascinated by us. Like, I think we are the most fascinating thing that's ever happened to this planet. And I think it's such a shame that my finite lifetime means I will never know where this incredible story eventually goes to.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like No Country for Old Men. Sometimes it ends and it's just, you're like, damn, I want to know more. You can't know more. Your time here is done. This story goes on without you. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to find out how it ends. I suspect that it ends with us looking like the Greys. I think that's what that whole thing is, that bizarre iconography, this bizarre imagery that we have, this iconic creature that is completely non-muscular, has no gender, and has an enormous head. I think we're going in that direction. I think that's almost like some beacon in the future that's like calling to us in our subconscious. Like when people have these late night experiences where they think they're being abducted and they're encountering that. I think it's almost a part of our genetic coding.
I wonder if it's more a cultural feedback. Because Adam wrote a book about UFOs recently, Frank. and he was telling me about this story that when the first UFOs started to be reported, the first flying saucers, like around Roswell in the 50s, that there was a farmer or something that was being interviewed, and he saw something, and a journalist came and interviewed him about what he saw, and he described something, and it was not a flying saucer, but the journalist misheard it and wrote down flying saucer. And then in the years that followed, there was an explosion in the number of eyewitness reports of flying saucers, but it all happened after it came into print that this concept had always been the idea, like a meme, had been put out there. And once the meme there, the greys or the flying saucers, when you're in those delusional states or whatever it is, you're in some kind of weird perceptual state, it is possible that your brain reaches for something, and it reaches and it finds that meme. That could be that. That makes sense, because that's all it's got for context. So, my guess would be it's more of a cultural phenomenon, but you should judge the sociologists and psychologists about that, because I'm sure they have much more involved than you about what's going on there.
I think there's some elements of that for sure. I don't think there's any hard, fast explanation for all of the things. You can put them all into one category, all the sightings. But for sure, people do see what they want to see. I remember one time I was in the woods in Alberta, and I saw what I thought was a wolf. I thought it was a wolf, because they had a lot of wolf sightings up there. I thought it was pretty cool to see a wolf. And I thought what I saw was a wolf. I thought it was a wolf for 2 seconds. It was a squirrel. So like a second, maybe two, I thought it was a wolf going around. I thought I saw a wolf, but not a squirrel. That's crazy. How do you think a squirrel's a wolf? Right? The brain was reaching for wolf. But luckily, I'm logical, and it was clear that it was a squirrel. But I was seeing it in dense woods. It was moving through. It was gray, and my perception was wrong.
There's a phenomenon called gestalt reconfiguration that psychologists talk about. And I know about this term from Mars, and the claim of Martian canals that used to be there. So there's this phenomenon that's called these laws of gestalt reconfiguration. It's like closure, like if you see dots that almost make a circle, your brain will kind of make it a circle, and it's like continuation. If you see like dot dash lines, your brain will see a continuous line, almost you'll fill in gaps. And so the same thing is thought to happen to this famous astronomer, Percival Lowell, in the late 19th century. So he was this like super rich dude from the Boston area who was kind of wealthy industrialist. He got really into astronomy. And so he was convinced life was out there. And he was wealthy, had these people life was out there as a part of his memoir. It was something like that life is that what we call life is an inevitable detail of cosmos and gravitational cells. So he just like this always happens, life always happens. And on top of that, all those ophthalmologists and psychologists. So he had these like 3 things in his head. He had I love the meanings, I like beach, I got the best eyesight I've ever had. And he nature. So he looked at Mars and he saw these flying telescopes of universe, patterns, and he thought of canal systems because he saw that going up all around the United States at the time. He even did it for Mars, and he saw, this is crazy, he saw these, he drew a similar kind of picture. If you look at Percival Lowell Venus, and you'll get these kind of spokes, and he saw these maps of Venus that of course were wrong, and they looked like the back of an eye, or the fundamentals on the back of an eye. And so ophthalmologists actually think that's what he was. So if you get to the left, next one down, that's that one there. See that? So that's 3 degrees on the right, and that's the image of the back of the eye. And his eyesight, his thought was so good, he was seeing reflections of light in his own eyeballs. Why? His own blood vessels. So he was right. His eyesight was freaking awesome. He was correct about that. But he misinterpreted it to be living things or not.
Oh, wow. So he's just a freak.
Yeah, just a
Time
biological freak.
after time,
That's
I see
crazy.
reflections of you
I
and
think
me.
this story's fascinating. So
Actions on than I used to be. The questions are, and have you took to me? And I love now. I love to see it. Not to get it right. And it's only reality. Doesn't thank you. Took from me. And left me alone. With a man of my mind. Playing for the time. No place I heard I could control. You never know, you know. I keep holding on. You don't have to find. Oh, when you and I was going up the window. Never else down. Looking over my yesterday.
Would he be able to teleport to areas? Would he be able to completely hide? Be totally invisible?
I guess the problem is there's all sorts of weird crap about that we just don't understand. The NASA also found this
Very lovely song.
Tell me that doesn't look like War of the Worlds, right? You saw
We see it.
enormous ship
When I'm
the
with
size of Manhattan
now,
flying
you're
over
gone.
us.
Now you're gone.
Crazy.
Now
That's what
we
it's not
see it.
called like,
Now
right?
you're gone. Now you're gone. Now you can save me to love you. And I feel I say the happiness of how they can stay. And do your arms up and so far away.
I talked to a guy who had somebody fly from his home, and regular guy, we were doing this TV show on Sci-Fi Network. It was all around North Korea, and this guy said that he had this ball of light came through his home. But if ball lightning is real and it doesn't sort of fly around, that is possible. It's totally possible. In terms of its ability to go into a structure, it's surprising that right away they're doing trickery. I know, but right away we're doing trickery because this lady is not really there. So you're asking me to say that this is real when I know that this lady is in front of a fucking green screen. There's a video that was going around. Show me again.
I need someone to call my when mama said you can't hurry up. No, you just have to.
What is Antron's take on us? Is it bullshit? I haven't seen the video. He's normally pretty grounded.
You're giving me your true love, and I forget my face you are. For giving back so me, so inspiring, baby. Whenever you're on, I hear a symphony, looking the melody. Holding me closer to your eyes. And suddenly, nothing protecting me. Nothing is holding back. Till I need your heart behind. I'm lost in a world made for you and me.
about different conditions for lightning and stuff. But yeah, it's ball lightning. I can safely say is pilot failures.
Well, if you're out there flying around as a pilot, I really hope you see it as well.
I'm always looking out for it. Of course, I'm like, yeah, I'm like,
All
how
day
can anyone else
living,
see these things?
telephone, that's all you can get
I
profile.
wonder what percentage of
In
the
the
population
courtroom, I should make a way. The hardest is raining day. I feel no fun to
This is also a thing
but
that you
it's
were
not
ridiculed
gonna
for
happen
relentlessly
fast.
up until, I would say, I think the real breaking of the ice was that 2017 New York Times report. So when the New York Times had it on the cover, that was probably the first time it blew up. It was shown to
That was so sick.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually made, to be honest, that's made kind of some reading the setting where
Baby,
kind of
baby,
really glad that these days it's techno signatures. But that used to be the sort of thing that composers would always think. But ever since the UFO, UAP phenomenon really caught on, it's shifted. And now what we do seems completely like too traditional and we're too conservative in our approaches compared to what other people want to do. So you've got Abby, who's trying to do Project Galileo, right? To actually look for UFOs in the atmosphere and stuff. And I think it's a valid point. Like, you can't say that looking for aliens on an exoplanet is good science, but looking for aliens in the atmosphere is not science. Like, it's still, you can design an experiment and do it. It's still scientific. There's no magical reason why once it enters the atmosphere, it doesn't become science. So I think that's a key argument why we should do it.
As you take all these UAP whistleblowers talk about crashing retrieval programs and all these dark funded top secret beyond anyone's ability to go look into them. I don't know what to make of that.
I can't believe maybe some of them, going out there and bullshitting it for the fame or whatever, but there's so many credible people that have come forward. It's hard. It's difficult to ask what's going on. But I do believe everyone's fallible, right? So it is possible.
You hold me, and you stole me, don't you find me, don't you tell me, if you feel cold, you're not gonna play ball, it's actually an anomaly.
And we don't know what that bullshit occurrence rate is. So, as a scientist, it's hard to parse it. I don't think we can ingest it realistically unless, every time they say they've got the disclosure, they might get disclosure soon. And every time it feels like we don't get a craft, we don't get technology, we don't get a body. So, sure, give me the technology, I can dissect it in my lab, I could be convinced of that. Every time it seems like it's, people get bored at that point where it's like, it's going to happen. It's intensely frustrating to be remotely interested in it. Every new thing, what is this? It's only my remonstrance. It's like a girl that keeps texting you, saying like, we'll go on a date, it's going to be great next time, and she's like,
What's the name of that disclosure documentary? That's what it is, right? There's a documentary that they premiered at Sundance or at South by Southwest, rather. It was really good. And it is essentially just all these different people that work in these programs spilled beans. And they all have pretty similar stories. And the bottleneck seems to be that all this stuff was done without congressional approval, which is highly illegal. So all the research, all this hidden back engineering programs, all this stuff in conjunction also with military contractors. So those are the ones that built the jets and the rockets, so you have to go to them to help with this stuff, to try to back engineer and stuff. So then there's this competitive advantage that they would have over other military contractors that don't get the crash UFO. So then people are getting sued, people are going to jail. There's a lot of money that was allocated for these things that was done through lies. And there's a lot of problems with that. And with this documentary, it's essentially calling for mass amnesty. saying, look, this is it. If this is real, and they think it is, this is a situation that is, forget about whatever laws we have in terms of finance. This is a much bigger deal. There is direct evidence of an actual life form that is not Homo sapiens that can do things that we can't do that visits us. And occasionally they lose a craft, which is also hard, right? Richard Dolan has a pretty good explanation for some of them, and it's high altitude nuclear bombs that he detonated during the testing days. So during the testing days, after the war, from 45 to, I think, they tested them when they stopped blowing up. But there was, just in the United States, thousands of nuclear detonations, and a bunch of them they did in the ocean, and a bunch of them they did in the sky. They did them like 150 miles up. They detonated nukes. I thought they only did it once with Starfish Prime, but no, they did it at different altitudes. They just tried things. And the idea is that there was something in the sky, anywhere remotely near that, and had no idea this was going to go off. They detonated a nuke in the sky, that this thing would crash.
It's a great story. It just needs to be evidence.
It's the best story.
I think it's just, it could be really nice when people believe in fairies. And you get back for years, most people believe that.
Most people in Iceland who get there, wow, what do they do now?
Elves are very kind of deductive.
Sylvia, what does this say, Jamie? What they did? Okay, so the last high altitude, look how many they did. They just kept doing them. Look at all these fucking tests. These are all high altitude nuclear bombs.
Every minute, every hour. Yeah, let's go. Fuck.
That's where Godzilla comes from. Literally.
Of an explanation, right? Because it can explain everything. There's nothing you can't explain with aliens, right? Whatever it is, and yet so it has. I call it unbounded explanatory capability. It can explain absolutely fucking everything. Yeah, it's God of the gaps, quite literally. Whenever you see something odd, you can just inject your God to explain that. And yet at the same time, on the other side of the coin, it also has unbounded avoidance capacity. Because you could say to me, look, I saw a UFO at this site on Monday, on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, so come Thursday, we'll see it together, because it's happening every day. And I come with you, I don't see it, but okay, well, just didn't, I guess it changed his mind, didn't happen today. That doesn't disprove what you saw. And similarly, if I go, people have said, we've surveyed the surface of Mars, we don't see any life on it. I can't disprove there's life on Mars. There could be life underneath a rock that things haven't turned over. You can never disprove or prove a negative. So it could always be there. So aliens is almost unscientific as a hypothesis, because it can explain everything, and yet there's no experiment I can do to ever prove it's wrong. Right? That puts it in a very precarious position scientifically.
Right. Yeah, we're just sort of in this adolescent stage of understanding. If they are real, we really don't know right now. That's the weirdest part, is that there's so many compelling stories. And it's also, the weirdness of it is so exciting to us. The weirdness of an intelligent life form looking at us is like so exciting to us that we want it to be real. We want to believe, me more than anybody. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. I go back and forth on it's bullshit. My general belief is that a large number of these things that we're seeing are top secret military aircrafts. And I think that's always existed. That's always been the case. And they probably have some incredible technology that we're not aware of. That's the majority of what I think is happening. But that doesn't make sense when you go really far back. That doesn't make sense when you go to the Kenneth Arnold sightings. Like if his estimations of the speed of those things is accurate, you're dealing with something that for sure wasn't available in 1952, at least as far as we know. Also, the idea that that was Nazi technology. This is something that's always talked about. Richard Dolan talked about in his book as well. They were already gone. Right? They had lost the war. There's no way they're launching technology that's above and beyond anything anybody is aware of while his society's in shambles. Right? There's no way. They don't have a military anymore. It's over. The war's over. So that doesn't make sense. So if it's not them, who is it? Is it someone that's already here? Is it something that's been here the entire time? And then that gets really weird. And people go, well, where's the evidence of that? Well, right. There's no evidence of that. But there's also so much room in the ocean. The ocean is, if I was going to hide, that's where I would hide. We literally can't go there. There's too much of it. You could go into the ocean and put a base underground in the middle of the ocean, and 100% we're not going to find it.
Yeah, I would just say whatever your hypothesis is, the most constructive thing to do is to think about how can we prove or disprove it. That's what I want.
Until something, but this is the most frustrating thing about this disclosure jazz. Because if they really do have something, boy, you're fucking over the entire human race by not releasing this just because you're worried about Congress getting mad at you. Like, that's a real problem. That's a real problem. That's what this movie tries to address. Richard Dolan talks about that in his book as well, and a bunch of people have brought up that point. That there's a lot of legal issues that are going to arise, and a lot of people could be very vulnerable if this does turn out to be the case, that they have had this technology since the 1940s.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue about history, but I think the most constructive thing is just to design an experiment. And I think, Abby's idea of Project Galileo is a good one. We should try and survey the sky more systematically, and we've got now the ViralRabbi telescope. We just do literally a movie of the entire sky every night. So I think as we grow in our capabilities, it's going to get harder and harder for this UAP hypothesis to evade all of these facilities that we're building in a public domain. This is public data, not military controlled.
Unless they're very aware of our capabilities and very aware that we can do this, so they camouflage themselves.
Yeah, but then you start to get into this exponentially contrived. They're in our heads and they know everything. So then it becomes falsifiable. So we're sort of leaving the world of science. But I think when we think about it as a scientist, we're doing this experiment with JWST for exoplanets. We are looking for life right now with James Webb. There was even a claim for a planet K218b. There was a claim a few months ago. It's an ocean world. It's thought to be an ocean world. It's about 2.5 times the size of the Earth. And we detected this molecule with weak significance. I want to emphasize that. It was only weakly detected, called dimethyl sulfide. And I think it's the same molecule which gives truffles that smell that they have. And it's something that bacteria and phytoplankton make on the Earth. So they detected the hint of this molecule, and as far as we know, only life can make this molecule on the Earth. We don't have any other process that can make it except for living creatures. And so it was a lot of excitement about that. And it turned out, in that case, with follow-up observations, that maybe it's not as secure as they thought. It actually doesn't appear to be there anymore. But I guess the point is that James Webb can do the experiment. It is sensitive enough to look at a planet which is 100 light years away and detect the molecular signatures of living creatures on that planet. So we are entering a very exciting era where we can look at their planets. We don't have to wait for them to visit us anymore. We can actually start surveying where they're at and seeing what's up. So I think that's going to, and that's just simple life, of course. That's not even technological life. So I think we're going to get answers. And the only way to do this is to keep supporting missions like NASA's mission with these future observatories that are trying to get us to that point. We're trying to build a mission now called the Habitable Worlds Observatory, HWO. It'll probably get renamed at some point. I think it'll be like the Carl Sagan Observatory, probably be a rebranding for it. That was my hunch. And that thing's trying to take photos, like we saw with Alpha Centauri. It's trying to do photos, but of Earth-sized planets. Generally, you can't image Earth-sized planets; they're too small. This thing will be able to take photos of Earth around other stars, and it will see the pale blue dot of light of that other world, and we'll get its chemical fingerprint. We'll be able to sniff its atmosphere. We'll pull their pants down. Like, we'll get the whole thing. So, aliens can't hide from us forever. Right? Our technology is getting to the point where we're going to find them in their own home.
When they came out with the James Webb Telescope, how long was the development process, and where are they at now in terms of a future better version of something like that?
Yeah, it was a long process. I mean, almost as soon as Hubble launched, they started planning the successor, Hubble, which was James Webb. It was famously over budget. I think the original budget was supposed to be $800 million and ended up costing $10 billion. Isn't that crazy? It just went completely overblown. But this is always because there was some bad contractors. Astronomers tend to underestimate their budgets a little bit when they're planning these things out. And there's inflation. So these things, if you do a project for 20 years, which is what I ended up taking, it was 1995, I think, and then we got it in, was it 2021, 2022, which ended up getting in the sky. So it took a long time, right, for that project to develop. We are starting the HWO project now. There's already design teams, working groups that are putting the first, blueprints together of what this thing would look like. But of course, it's in jeopardy because the White House wanted to slash the NASA science special by 50%, which basically just ends that entire program. It's that 14 missions that would end, NASA missions that would end in that White House budget. But fortunately, the Senate readjusted it back up to pretty much last year's
Why
level.
don't you go talk to those people? Why don't you give a speech the way you just laid it out for us and how fascinating and important this stuff is? I don't think these assholes know.
I've been to DC. I have a lobby, but you only talk to the aides. That's what you end up talking to.
Yeah, you've got to get in front of Congress. You got to get in front of these people where the American people see it on television and get a chance to understand, like, this is like one of the most important things to look for that you could even imagine.
We can do it. We actually, for the first time in human civilization, we have the ability to do the experiment, is there life on another planet?
What is this, Jamie? This is some of the images from the Hubble.
This is showing what the new telescope, the Roman telescope would show.
It's just a huge good.
Right, and that picture is what the Hubble got, and then zooming out to show you what.
So Roman's happening. Yeah, Roman should be flying.
Wow.
Roman, interestingly, is it's military technology, it's spy technology. So apparently the NSA had 2 Hubble-class space telescopes in their basement. They just were said to NASA, by the way, we're not using these, they're out of date for us. Do you want one? And NASA took it and turned it into Roman.
That's crazy.
They just have them lying around.
That's what I'm talking about. These motherfuckers have technology they're keeping from us. What could be done better? Like what is, if you had an unlimited budget and an enormous supply of brilliant minds to get together to coordinate something, what would be how you would set it up to make it even more powerful?
For what goal?
Seeing further, seeing clearer, being able to precisely locate planets and get a much better view of them.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, whenever we improve our instrumentation, our precision, by a factor of anywhere from 3 up to 10, let's say, in that ballpark, like a big improvement, you get surprises. You find stuff you never expected in the universe, and we've seen that every time. So
every time,
yeah, I think whenever you listen to the universe in a different way. So we were, for years and years, we've just been using our eyes, basically optical light, to look at the universe and X-rays and radio waves. And then recently we started using LIGO. LIGO's listening for gravitational waves from the universe instead. So it's like listening to the acoustic oscillations of the universe rather than seeing it. And again, as soon as we started doing that, we discovered tons and tons of merging black holes, and it's just totally transformed our idea of how black holes merge and form. So whenever we do something we've never done before, look in a different way, the universe constantly surprises us. So it's not going to be a single mission. It's not going to be, we should all just put all our eggs in this one basket of Habitable Worlds Observatory. We need to have this multi-pronged attack. Let's just keep pushing everything and making sure it's a significant improvement from what came before in terms of their sensitivity, and making sure the scientists to actually interpret the data at the end of the day, right? You can't do science unless the data is A, public, and then B, people are actually there to study it. So those are the two key ingredients. Just have great telescopes and great people.
Is funding the biggest bottleneck for it right now? Or is it a lack of interest from the right amount of people? Like, what is it?
Yeah, certainly, I mean, HWO, we're talking about a mission that's going to cost at least $10 billion, and the NASA budget is about 26 billion. So it's eating up already. I mean, if you built it in 1 year, it would eat up almost half of the budget. So it's impossible for that mission to be built in a year. Even though probably we could, if we had the money. Maybe in a year or two, you could probably build something like that. So that, yeah, if you doubled NASA's budget, it would come twice as fast. For sure, you'd have it in maybe 5 years rather than waiting to 2050. That's what we're talking about. It's just kind of depressing.
Well, it's kind of depressing. It's like weird stuff happens. Like when the Biden administration left, they $93 billion in loans just went off to like weird places, like which is more than they had done in 15 years. Like, you guys could have done that.
You have the money.
You guys had the money to make the most insane telescopes. We can find out more.
Yeah, Carl Sagan had a quote once. He said that the entire SETI program was equivalent to one attack helicopter. If you did like the entire in its maximal form, would have been the cost of one attack helicopter.
If I was president, I'd go ham. I'd bring in all the cosmologists. I'm like, what do we got to do? Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. You guys want to get rich?
Image shows telescopes that we have used, and then a few that are being made. So down here is the size of the James Webb telescope. It's all the way down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's limited. It's only 6.5 meters, so it's limited. They couldn't really make it any bigger because you couldn't get a rocket that could fit it. So actually, Starship could launch that thing without any unfolding. It wouldn't have 200 points of failure. It could actually pretty much fit inside the fuselage of Starship. And even better, it would cost less because a huge cost in these space telescopes is making them really light. So the mirrors are like these special honeycomb structures to make them super light, so they're low cost to launch. But if you have Starship, you can launch like 100 tons, I think it is. You could literally just take these ground-based telescopes we already have and just shove them in there, and obviously put some chassis on it. But it'd be way cheaper to launch these things. So I mean, I'm very excited about the prospect of having heavy launch capabilities that Starship give us. That plus investment in something like these kind of giant telescope designs, we can launch some truly gargantuan things into space and probe those atmospheres and see those aliens and what they're up to. So yeah, I would say the future can be bright because we have the means to do it if we have the will to do it.
It just seems to be a puzzle that most human beings on Earth are fascinated with. The fact that is inadequately funded is enraging. It's enraging. It just makes you crazy. Like, of all the things that we should be interested in, space seems to be the big one, and it was until we were all fucked up by light pollution. I think if we didn't have light pollution, I think people would have a much greater sense of the majesty of our existence in the cosmos. It's such a bummer. It really is.
Have you been to a dark skies area?
Yes. I've talked about it too many times on the podcast to repeat it, but there was a time when I went to the array in the Big Island, Mauna Kea, and I went up there on the perfect night. There was no moon, and it was like being in the hull of the universe. It was like being in a spaceship, a convertible spaceship. That's what it felt like. It was so incredible. The entire sky was filled with stars. The Milky Way was beautifully clear. And it was like life-changing. I've gone up there 3 times since, never caught it that way again.
You got like the overview effect. You had that with astronauts when they go up to space.
Yes.
See the Earth. I think we should launch all our presidents into space.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Bring them back, but let them have that overview, because I think that is...
Lots with Katy Perry. Everyone has to go with Katy Perry.
She's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be great for guys. I also think they should have a mushroom experience, but that's just me. But going into space,
1889.
just being able to see it used to be the norm for human beings. There was no light pollution. You could get away from the campfire, you lay on your back, and you see everything. And I think that gave us a better understanding. First of all, it made us more humble, for sure. You're confronted with this impossible image in front of you. And now that we know what that is, so ancient man is looking at it, it's just incredible, beautiful lights, and they're tracking the constellations and marking them down, and this is what this is, let's call this one Leo. But when you get to what we know now, and when we know those are all fireballs in the sky that are bigger than our sun, and they're millions of miles away, and that you're seeing just a tiny fraction of what the actual universe is, which is really nuts. When you see, like, I'm sure you've seen this, but maybe people haven't, when there's an image of what you see in the night sky, when you have a full, clear view of the cosmos, it's this tiny bitty little thing. And yet it's still insane and majestic. And I think that we've gotten so arrogant because of cities, because everybody just sees this black cloud over us, this curtain over the sky, and maybe you see the moon, but that's it. You see a dot here or a dot there. That's the only stars you see, are the most bright ones, are Venus. And then you don't get a sense of what we're really doing.
Yeah, it makes me sad when...
So here's the inner city sky, suburban, urban, sort of rural, excellent dark sky. But then what the thing about the observatory is that it's above the clouds. We drove through the clouds when we saw
that
it.
doesn't even do justice.
No, not even close. But there's pictures of it. See if you can, the Mauna Loa Observatory.
Yeah, I think what makes me sometimes sad is, as astronomers, sometimes people say, what's the point of looking for life out there? Like, I care about the bread on the table economy and jobs and factories and stuff like that. I care about the things that really directly affect my life. But I think there has to be things that we do as humans, existential things like, are we alone in the universe? How can they be a bigger question than that?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Maybe even better than
And when you see something like that, you realize that there's more to this life than just substance, and just staying alive for the sake of staying alive. There are grander things than what we have on this planet.
Also, it's so frustrating that we're very capable of curing all those problems for the vast majority of people on this planet who aren't so fucking crazy. If we really treated humanity like we can completely eliminate starvation and poverty the way it exists today. We can completely no one's even tried.
Yeah, the inequality right now is so out of control in this country and the world.
Well, in the country, but in the world, the craziest thing that I've ever heard is that $34,000 is 1% of the world.
Yeah.
The 1%ers, the people that run the world, that everybody likes to think they're the people pulling the strings. No, that's you, bitch. You work at Starbucks, you're a 1%er. If you work full-time at Starbucks, you are the 1% of the world. You're the string puller, but you're not, right? No, the world's really kind of crazy.
It's the 0.001 or whatever it is. Yeah, that's the problem.
Both things can be accomplished if we really directed our resources in a kind, moral, and ethical way. We would solve that first, and then get everybody excited about solving the cosmos.
Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous that in astronomy, we used to always be completely federally supported. There was some private funding, but by and large, it was pushed and pulled by federal grants and federal money. And I think that's generally healthy, right? Because then it's everyone can apply for it. It's not about being mates with Jeff Bezos or being friends with certain high influence people, but we're getting to this stage increasingly where private money is having a big influence, even in astronomy and other fundamental sciences as well. And then the people that succeed end up being not necessarily the Einsteins, the most brilliant people. They're just the people that have the right connections and can pull the strings, and we're on the island at the right time, that kind of stuff. But that's just kind of gross.
It's gross, yeah.
It shouldn't be that way.
It's also gross that humans can control resources. When think about all the problems they have on Earth that are directly a result of someone wanting to control natural resources. that really should be everybody's. If we were really smart about it, we look at the oil's clearly everybody's, the water's clearly everybody's. We should all agree that all the stuff that we need should be everybody's. Yeah. It's like to charge you for air would be wild, right? They can charge you for water, they can charge you for oil. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that we've allowed that system to be in place where an individual can literally be in control of the blood of the earth that we use to make plastic and electronics.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at.
Right, so when you get that, you do go to, I've never been to space, I've never had that experience, only seen clear night skies, but I think when you look out, you see not countries and boundaries, you just see this, we're all in this together,
That's what
this
everybody
tiny
says.
little fragile thing. This is it. Like, we could fuck this up so easily, but we could also make it so glorious if we work together.
That also gives me pause about this whole idea that the aliens are all like space daddies come to keep us from blowing ourselves up. Like, that might be like very idealistic thinking. If they don't exist, we're on our own.
That's a God delusion, right? It's like it's wishing for that fatherly figure to come down and teach me the error of my ways, look after us, and that's just look. The cavalry ain't coming, Joe. This is it. Right? It's on us. It's on our skin to solve this freaking problem.
Well, I was like, when the United States was about to bomb Iran, I was like, okay, well now we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Let's see if the aliens step in. They go, hey, cut the shit. They didn't.
No.
Maybe they only step in when you use nukes. Maybe they have like a threshold of acceptable aggression that they allow.
Yeah, I don't think there's any backstop. There's no backstop.
I think it's up to us.
Yeah.
I think we have to figure it out. But I think we're all aware of that, and it's kind of the cool part of this whole, the weirdness of this experience that we're going through is that it's not guaranteed, and that there's a bunch of struggle that really has to take place, a lot of thinking that has to take place, a lot of talking, and an understanding, and a recognition that some of our behavior is totally illogical. And totally, a lot of it, totally counterproductive, but like, why? Like, why are we still behaving like territorial apes? Like, what is it? Even though you're not, and I'm not, James not, like a lot of people aren't. It's not everything. It's not every interaction that humans have. But it's enough that it's still pushing the worst aspects of our life, which is war and poverty and crime and violence. It's still pushing all those things.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard because you became like top podcast, and because there's competition, and that competition probably drove you to make the podcast better and better and better. And same as a scientist, we're in competition with each other. So there's almost a capitalist system embedded into science that I want to not like crush my enemy or something. I'm not trying to crush the other scientists, but I certainly I know what the level field is, and if you want to stand out, you have to bat above that level. And so that drives me to become, I'm definitely influenced by competition. I feed off it.
Yes,
and it makes me a better scientist when I know someone's breathing down my neck and my data. I'm like, let's just crank out the hours. We're going to do the best we can. But if I know no one's looking at my data set, I've got 3 years to myself. I'm just going to chill. I'm just be like, there's no urgency here. Let's think about other things. Do other stuff. So that competition, like you said, is really double-edged, and I don't know if we need to figure out a way to channel it, because I did martial arts as a kid a lot, and one of the things I really I did taekwondo, I did a bit of Muay Thai, and I did some Shotokan karate, but mostly taekwondo, and I learned a lot from that, just mentally about myself. I really want my kids to do martial arts because I feel like it's just a transformative experience for learning how to master yourself. And one of the things I really learned was how to channel the negative feelings into something productive. Right, so I was feeling really cut up about a breakup with a girlfriend at the time, and I was just beating the crap out of these punch bags. I was going training every night, every session I could get my hands on, and then it ended up turning me into this like beast. I was like ripped. I got a six-pack, and I was training with the national squad, and I got pretty decent. And it wasn't like I was aiming to do that. It was just an outlet for this anger. And then I looked back at it and realized, hey, I managed to turn this negative thing into something really productive. And I've tried, whenever I have those kind of feelings, I always try to twist them in the same way. I remember when I first wrote at Harvard, I had the same thing. I wrote at Harvard, and all the names in the corridors were famous professors. And I was just freaking out. I was like, I'm going to have coffee with this guy, these legends. Like, how am I going to like handle a conversation with these dudes? And I remember I was kind of like a bit of an outcast because I wasn't in anyone's group at the time. And I remember walking down the corridor and hearing them laugh at me, saying, "Oh, here comes the moon. I heard there's a moon guy in the group or something." They thought the idea of like the moon was crazy. So they're all kind of laughing. I came around the corridor and, kind of like, it was kind of awkward. And I felt like they all looked down at me. And they probably did back then. And after a few years, I know I earned their respect because I was out publishing them and I was driven by that competition. I was like, I'm going to show you, I'm going to prove to you how good I am by publishing twice what you publish. I'm going to do better science, I'm going to do more of it. I'm going to make myself so good, you can't ignore me. It'd be ridiculous to ignore what I'm doing because I'm so far ahead of you. That's what I wanted to do. And I got to a point where I knew they wanted me in their group. Now they're like, oh, come join our group, come join our group. And I didn't let them get close. Because I knew I performed better when I play that game in my head that everyone's against me. It was just sort of a mind fuckery. And it's like saying, I get it, same thing as martial arts. It's like learning what are the tricks, the hacks that make you operate well, but being conscious of it. And I think as a society, if we can do that, there's a hack. Competition is a hack that makes us super productive. But it's just a way, can we hack it and channel it in a conscious way towards a productive outcome?
Yeah, turn it into enthusiasm and turn it into inspiration instead of just being overcome with jealousy and rage, which is what happens in the weaker of minds. Yeah. But, interesting enough for this podcast, I don't think of it in a competitive way at all, and I never have. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's successful is because this podcast, even though it might be the #1 podcast, it's cooperative with, I don't know how many podcasts. A giant number of my friends do podcasts. I promote their podcasts. I have them on. I'll do their podcast sometimes. We all promote each other. So it community. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how other people do it, but I don't do it that way. I think only about what I want to do. And I think the only way to have all of your resources, all of your concentration, and all of your efforts put entirely into the subject matter and what the conversation is going to be like, you shouldn't be thinking about anything else. You shouldn't be thinking about results. I just think about process. That's all I think about. All I think about is like, okay, he's going to come in with my questions. What am I going to talk about? I'm excited about this. I'll listen. I'll drive my car. I'll listen to the song of the things. And I just really get worked up about it. But I don't do it for competition. I do it because I think I'm super lucky to be able to do it. And I think it would be a horrible misuse of that fortune if I didn't treat it with respect, if I didn't do my best every time I do it. So I just do that. And that's it.
Yeah. From the martial arts, you must have a competitive drive there, right?
Yeah, but it's not in podcasting.
Yeah.
It seems like it would be because that's the thing I'm the most successful in, which is kind of weird. I'm competitive in everything, but I'm very competitive with myself. I'm very self-critical, which is one of the things that I learned from martial arts, is if you don't have an accurate assessment of your abilities and you think you're better than you really are, if you can't see someone do something, oh, that guy's better than me, then you're missing out. Because you're also missing out on the opportunity for you personally to get better. If you're delusional and you think you're better than you are, maybe you won't work as hard, or maybe you won't correct some of the errors in your technique and maybe your approach and your tactics. You have to constantly be improving this thing, and you have to have people that are better than you that you train with all the time. So that sort of cooperative thing that came out of martial arts, when you need killers to become a killer, that helped me so much in comedy, because my approach to comedy was different than most of the other comedians that had television deals and movie deals. They all wanted to be the man, and they wanted to be at the top and kind of keep everybody else down. There was a lot of that going on. There's a few people that were cooperative, but I was ultra cooperative. Like, I would prop people up. I want them to get better. I'll tell them how to get better. I'd help them. I'd help young guys. I'd go on the road with people funnier than me. Like, I wanted it because I know from martial arts, this is the only way. You don't get comfortable and get better. You got to be like really uncomfortable a lot of the time to get better. But that getting better is the ultimate. That's what the goal is for everyone, and it can't just be for you. If you have this short-sighted idea, like I have to be the king,
No, you're missing out on the whole thing. The whole thing is you need a bunch of kings. You need everybody to be awesome, and then we all rise together. That's how it has to be.
Yeah, in science, it so often goes both ways. Though it's the same in comedy and science. I mean, you think about Isaac Newton, who's famously such an asshole.
A lot of comics like that too. Big name guys.
Yeah,
Famous guys.
Gets to the top and then spends most of his subsequent career just crushing other people down, right? And there's that need to be singularly recognized as I want everyone to see that it's just me and it's only me. But there's the scientists I think we all admire and get on with the best, actually the ones who are collaborative, who like comedy, like share and want to do it together. So I think there's a lot to. Sometimes comedians and scientists should travel. I think when I was a student, there used to be this thing called Fame Lab, and I used to get stand-up comedians to come in and teach scientists how to talk to the public, how to do scientific communication. And it's the same. Maybe you disagree. It's the same kind of thing. You have to have the kind of balls to stand up there and just put yourself in that situation.
It helps if you have an English accent.
In comedy.
No, talking about the cosmos.
That probably helps.
It does.
Comedy doesn't help.
It can help. Works with Jimmy Carr, works with Ricky Gervais. There's a certain air of respectability that comes with an English accent. An American accent.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot to public speaking is something a lot of scientists. It's the same because there's so many brilliant scientists and they just can't. They can't.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And then there's so many people that call themselves science educators that don't really know what they're talking about, and they're talking about science. And these are the people that are like the figureheads.
Right.
Unfortunately, instead of the actual people that are doing the science. Yeah, it's a skill. I mean, it's a skill that anyone can learn. If you can talk to a friend, you can talk to the public. You just have to learn how to do it. You have to get better at it. It's not impossible. And yeah, you're going to have anxiety, but that's a challenge that you should just embrace that challenge and get over it. And just have notes and be prepared and practice. Just like everything else. Like if you're intelligent enough to be a cosmologist, you're intelligent enough to talk publicly in front of a bunch of people about cosmology. And you're going to have a certain amount of enthusiasm that you're going to have to figure out the right way to convey it to people to make it infectious. And that's where it gets complicated. Because some people are brilliant, but they're bland and flat. And, I'm sure you've had professors like that, right? Yeah. And they're brilliant, but they're just like, oh my God, I'm droning out with this motherfucker.
I've slept through a few lectures in my time.
Yeah, and then there's people like Carl Sagan who are just fascinating to listen to the way he talks. Yeah, magnetic, the charisma. It's a thing. It's a factor, It's not the only one, but it's a thing. It's a part of it.
Do you think you can teach someone to be Sagan-esque?
No. I think you can't teach someone to be Dave Chappelle, but you can teach them to be a better version of who they are, for sure. And then extroverts are extroverts, and introverts are introverts, and so it's like you're not going to be the same person as Jim Carrey. You have to be that guy to be that guy. But you can learn how to better express yourself, and you can learn there's techniques. There's an understanding of how the human mind that's interpreting what you're saying. How are they perceiving this? Are they perceiving your emotions? So they feel maybe there's an anecdotal story that you can bring out with passion that connects these people to you, so that they can understand what made you so locked into this idea. And then they'll go, oh, and then they feel it instead of just blandly reciting facts and just doing it because it's the way you do it with your coworkers and your peers.
Yeah, I learned that through YouTube. I do a lot of YouTube communication. And when I first started the channel, I remember I was copying. I was looking at other stuff that I see was doing well, and I was trying to transplant that style of video onto my own. And it wasn't me. It was kind of like too animated, I'm more of a chill person. This was like, hey, let's talk about space. That's just not. It doesn't jive with me that much. But I put it on, and then I was doing this for a while, and we just kind of flatlined in subscribers after a while. And I was like, I'm gonna have this in. But before I do, I'll just make 1 or 2 videos the way I really want to do it, and then I'll stop. And so I made these super deep dive, and I kind of opened up a little bit personally. And you have to be a little bit vulnerable to let I'm a romantic, so I wanted that romantic element that was trying to come out. Why am I so passionate about the stars? What are the deep questions that move me since I was a kid? You have to let that personality come out, and once that that once people realize why you personally are so fascinated by this, it becomes infectious. And then they start to get the same bug. So yeah, I learned as a communicator that certainly being willing to be vulnerable, it feels very strange as a scientist to talk about vulnerability and emotional connection, but unless you let that in, it becomes dry, it becomes inaccessible.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I think that applies to almost any kind of public speaking, whether it's stand-up comedy. I think it even applies to music. You know, when someone's singing the blues and you just know that they've had some heartache. Like I always said that's one of the reasons why Janis Joplin was so good. When she would sing "Take a Little Piece of My Heart," you believed that. You believed it. Like it was coming out like that. That's a lady that's experienced pain.
I was there with the last Morissette.
Yes.
That Jack Little.
Oh yeah.
I mean, my dad talked about that all the time. Oh, so much rawness.
Yeah.
You can't imitate that.
Yeah, you can't imitate that. And you can't imitate that with comedy. You can't imitate that with anything. But I think you can teach people how to do that when they talk about science. It can be taught.
Yeah, find their own authentic voice and use that. Because no one wants to see a copy.
Right.
You want to see something fresh. That's what makes it exciting.
Well, and then the beautiful thing about YouTube and putting out your own content is you can figure that out on your own. Yeah. You don't have to get molded by executives and some, show business type people that are going to turn you into a version they think is going to be most marketable. You can figure, and people will probably they would probably tell you to do it differently. They'd probably tell you you got to have more energy, David. You got to wave your hands around a lot.
That's why I don't do those shows.
You wear a bow tie.
I used to do a few of those, and I got sick of it. But I remember I was talking about Supernova once. Some kind of I said the director was behind the camera. I was like, you're just trying to dig it. And I was like, that's just not what I'm about. Can we just bring it down? I think being on YouTube is great because you get to just authentically talk what you want to talk about.
Find an audience. I mean, people, when I first started doing this podcast, everybody was telling me, you can't do 3 hours. It's too long. I'm like, why not? Just don't listen to all 3. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to do what I want to do. This is what if I'm talking to Graham Hancock about ancient civilizations, we're not going to talk for 20 minutes, man. We're going to talk for hours and hours and hours. I'm like, what else? What else do you know? I'm interested. As long as I'm interested.
Yeah, that's what makes it good because you're engaged with the topic.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful thing about this time that we live in, that people can just start a YouTube channel and just talk about things that you're fascinated by and things that you're knowledgeable about. People attract to it.
Yeah, it is kind of sad that kids label YouTuber as the #1 job.
Well, they influencer, I think, is the influencer job.
Yeah, because it used to be astronaut, right? For you, but now YouTuber, social media star is like, my kids both have YouTube channels. They're obsessed with it. Every day we do a premiere of one of their videos that made around the house. It's definitely influenced kids now. They aspire for that. But it has some great elements. It's creative, it's an outlet.
As long as you can keep your shit together, because the interaction with that amount of human beings is also very problematic for young people. Because just social media, we talked about this through Jonathan Haidt's book, The Cobbling of the American Mind, that shows self-harm, particularly among girls, suicidal ideation, all the different things that happen to them, anxiety and depression, all rises with the invention of social media. That's times 100 when you're putting out content. And then especially if you're reading that, the comment section, and reading Reddit threads, and reading your emails, that you're going to deal with so much hate, so much anger, so many frustrated, sick, mentally ill people that are reaching out trying to destroy your life for no fucking reason whatsoever. And if you're a young person and you don't know how to put this into rational, you're not equipped for it. No one is equipped for it. It's not normal. It's not a normal type of interaction to have that many people commenting on you and your life. And so that can fuck kids up, especially if they're really young and they get into that, and that's like how they develop as an adult with that kind of attention. I just think
my kids chose only me. I think they're watching. I think you're totally right. I mean, the feedback loop is potentially really damaging. And I'm so glad glad that I grew up in an era without cell phones.
Yeah, me too.
I can't imagine how I would go through life if I had Twitter at my fingertips or Facebook or whatever it was growing up, because that just adds a whole new stress. And there's, you hear these stories of kids at school where the boys like saying to their girlfriends, like, well, you need to send me photos of you, and then they get these photos and they send it around the school as a joke, and there's all this kind of weird, fucked up bullying going on. And we never do any of that shit growing up. Like, it's so much simpler. I mean, my son was saying to me, oh, I'm friends with this other kid at camp because he's got 100 subscribers, and that's become a thing, right? Like, how many subscribers or followers you have sort of forms like a popularity rank or even real world settings, and it's messed up. There's so much pressure on the kids in a way we never experienced, and the more cognitive burden you have like that, the less you can focus on the things you're really passionate about. Just what do you want to do in your life?
Yeah, it's going to be very challenging for these kids. It's going to be very weird.
ChatGPTs and like an extra virtual girlfriends or whatever they'll probably have on there.
It's weird. Listen, man, thank you very much for being here. I really enjoyed it. It was really fun. Tell everybody your channel, how they can watch your content.
Yeah, sure. My channel's called Cool Worlds. Cool Worlds. So you can head to youtube.com/@coolworlds. Here's our podcast, the Cool Worlds Lab Podcast. And if you want to support the real research program, that's my team, the Cool Worlds Lab at Columbia University. You just head to coolworldslab.com/support. There it is. Head over there and you'll
cultural activity in terms of economic activity. We have amazing series of
Thank you very much. Let's do this again sometime.
All right, bye. Here you have a beautiful thing that is actually in my possession. This is a pita, the smallest unit of currency that was circulated in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol or John Hare.
This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. We go to doctors and dentists for checkups for a reason, to make sure that everything's fine and to tackle anything before it turns into something bigger. If you care about your health, it's a good idea to seek out preventative care. But did you know that you can also be just as proactive when it comes to your safety? With a Simply Safe home security system, you can get peace of mind and take action before something happens. It's not just an alarm that goes off when an intruder breaks in. AI-powered cameras and live monitoring agents can detect and deter suspicious activity. They can speak to people in real time, turn on spotlights, and even call the police. You can get a lot of use out of their systems. There's a reason Simply Safe has been named Best Home Security System of 2025 by CNET. Try it out. They have monitoring plans that start at around $1 a day. Plus, get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's 50% off with your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Some of the kings kind of like, tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the Commonwealth of Jews. Others will let
Say my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day.
This is also an exceptional book too, because
what's up, man? How are you? Pleasure to meet you, sir. Pleasure to be here. I really enjoy your content offline. It's been really fascinating. So I've been doing a deep dive into a lot of your videos over the last few days and enjoying the hell out of it. And particularly enjoying, I want to talk to you about so many different things, but one of the most pressing things, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you in, because you are very knowledgeable in all things space, is the James Webb Telescope. And all the different stuff that they've been finding, particularly about these galaxies that were formed very shortly after, not shortly, our lifetime shortly, but cosmologically shortly after the Big Bang, that it seems like we have to figure out why these things are forming. Is the universe older? There's all this different kind of speculation. Maybe the Big Bang is not 13 point whatever billion years old, but maybe 22, 24. What is your take on this?
Yeah, the James Webb Telescope is such an incredible instrument. The data is just blown us away. When you build this thing and you look at it unfolding in space, you think there's so many ways that could go wrong that we all were just like, this thing is 200 the moving parts or something had to unfold. So just the fact in space, the fact it just all worked was just remarkable. And then when we got those first images, they just kind of blew us away as well, because we had some of these engineering expectations of what it would do, but the data was just even better than that. So when it, of course, the first thing you want to do is point at the most distant part of the universe and see what's out there in those darkest patches. And so when it did that, it started finding a couple of things. So finding quasars, which is kind of the center of these very active galaxies. These are supermassive black holes that have a crack falling in, then they're spewing out all this energy, they're kind of feeding supermassive black holes. And so we started detecting those way earlier than we thought the universe should be able to build them. Because to make a supermassive black hole means it's like 100 million solar masses. Imagine 100 million suns have not only been born but died, gone through their entire life cycle, died, crashed into a black hole, and then those black holes are presumably somehow merged together into this super behemoth of this 100 million solar mass thing. So we're finding those just 300 years after the Big Bang. And that was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how can this be? And similarly with the galaxies, using these images of these galaxies, you can take roughly how old they should be based off the redshift. So the universe is expanding. So therefore, if something is very far away from us, the universe is expanding, it's like it's stretched more and more and more to journeys over space. And so we use that redshift to go date how old these things are. When we use that date, we look at these images, again, they seem suspiciously too old. They really should be able to perform these things that early on in the universe. And so that kind of puzzled us. I think for the galaxy thing, there's a bit of a resolution there. One of the resolutions is that we probably miscalculated how easy it is to form these galaxies in the first place. So we had these models for galaxy formation, we had these models for how stars should form, how quickly they should live, but it was all essentially calibrated on what we see around us, like right here in this part of the universe, in the local universe. And then we kind of realized that those same models probably need to be tweaked to even apply to the early universe, where the density is so much higher, the gas temperature is much hotter, everything's just completely different in the universe. So when you kind of make those corrections, it actually looks like maybe it's actually possible to make those galaxies earlier than we thought. So I think the galaxy problem is very easy to explain. I think the quasar problem to me is more interesting. How do you get those supermassive black holes so early? There's a certain kind of maximum rate you can feed these things called the Eddington limit. And that's when you throw mass into a black hole, and so much energy is going in, some of it spews back out. And energy which spews back out stops other stuff coming in. Right, so there's a maximum, and then you can't build a black hole faster in principle than this Eddington limit. And yet, when you do the calculation, these black holes must have been fed what we call super Eddington, so faster than Eddington. So something's wrong with our models, right? Either we've got the universe age wrong, which I think is possible, but I would say that's probably a much less likely solution, or we've got the astrophysics wrong.
Why do you think that the universe's age is a less likely solution?
Because we've got this, like in particle physics, you've got the standard model, which includes like all the particles and the electron, the baryons, all these kind of stuff. And in cosmology, we have a similar kind of model. It's called lambda CDM. And so the lambda stands for dark energy, and the CDM is cold dark matter. So this is our standard model, and we have used it to explain so much stuff in the universe. We're talking about the cosmic microwave background, oscillations in the sky, these baryonic acoustic oscillations, the stretching universe, Cepheids. You can use it to explain so much stuff, and it works beautifully. I mean, it works down to like the 0.01% level. So if you say the universe age is wrong, you have to give that up. So maybe it is wrong, but if you give it up, you have to come up with a radical new idea, which can now explain all of this stuff at that same level of precision. The much more likely answer, in my book, is that astrophysics, like the gas swirling around, the plasma colliding with each other, that's just more complicated in my mind than the natural model of just the simple expansion of the universe, which actually is a fairly simple geometric model.
Fairly simple in that you can use whatever methods that we're using currently to measure everything that's out there, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
But if we're using something like the James Webb Telescope, so we're getting a much deeper view of the universe, how limited is the James Webb in comparison to James Webb 2.0, 3.0? Like, are we going to have to continually revamp what our understanding of this?
Yes, we will. That's exciting. That's what I love, right? That's what scientists love. Every time we build a telescope that is, 10 times more precise than last thing, every time we've done that, we have been surprised. And so these early galaxies are a good example. The cosmological experiments that are going on now, one of the big surprises is this thing called the Hubble tension. You heard of the Hubble tension? So Hubble tension is measuring the expansion rate of the universe. How fast are things flying apart? And you can do it two ways. You can use the cosmic microwave backgrounds. That's the earliest radiation we can detect. This is that stuff that's about 3 Kelvin warm. You can detect it in the microwave, and this is the light which has traveled basically when the universe was 380,000 years old. It's that light we see in all directions. That's how we know the Big Bang didn't happen in one place. It happened everywhere because you just see this light coming in from all directions. And from studying that radiation, you can kind of get a model of the universe, and then you can calculate, using this model, how fast should the universe be expanding today if I run the clock forward. And you get a number. And then, if you do that same experiment, but locally, you actually measure the stars. You measure the supernovae around us, these pulsating stars, and actually measure how fast is stuff expanding. You get a different number. They don't line up. And so this is really weird. So somehow something's wrong. Right? Either our measurements of the local universe must be wrong in some way. This model that we're using to calculate the whole history of the universe, something is wrong with that model. So this is a very famous growing problem in cosmology. It's now what we call a 5 sigma level. So that means the chance of this being random is just like 0. Essentially, it's just this is a real effect. And now we just have to figure out who's wrong. Is it the observers or is it the theorists? Wow. Where do you fall on this? Yeah, it's hard. I swing between both ways. I'll talk to my cosmology colleagues, and they'll, depending on who I talk to, they'll convince me either way. So I think
that's disturbing that people are convinced. If these new telescopes keep showing us this new puzzle, it's kind of, it always bothers me when someone is like rigidly convinced.
Everyone has a certain theory trying to push. Yeah, I mean, we all have biases, right? Yeah, so if you've spent, it's hard, right? If you've spent 20 years of your life, most of your academic career, studying this one thing, it's really hard to turn around and say, you know what, I screwed up, right? That's 20 years of measurements that were all wrong, and I have to eat humble pie. That's not easy, but it has happened in some cases. One of my favorite stories like this is the first exoplanet was ever claimed, a planet around another star. One of the first ones. It was rock. It was a pulsar that had a supposed planet around a 6-month orbit period, so exactly half the Earth's orbit period around the sun. And they saw this signal in their data, this pulsating star was doing something weird, and they figured out there was a 6-month period around it. So the dude published this paper, Matthew Bales, brilliant astronomer, and he realized later on it was wrong. And instead of it being a real planet, he hadn't quite corrected the orbital eccentricity of the Earth. So the Earth is not on a circular orbit. Its eccentricity is 0.0167. It's a tiny number, but that number hadn't been accounted for in the calculation. And so he had to stand up in front of hundreds of astronomers at this famous IAU meeting, and he admitted he was wrong, and he got a standing ovation. Oh, good for him. It's awesome. It's one of the few times I've heard someone do that, and I think it's dope. I think we need to encourage people to.
Well, it's something that's so massive and it's such a puzzle. This is just bound to happen. You get people that are rigidly attached to their belief systems in terms of like a very limited understanding of a fantastic thing that is almost beyond imagination. Think about the sheer size of the universe and the age of the universe. I mean, when we're talking about aging, we say 13 billion or 22 billion, those numbers don't even register in your mind. They're not real. You know what I mean? It's like you see a 1 and a 3 and you kind of get it, but you don't get it. There's no way to it. No, it's not possible for our puny little minds to imagine 13 plus billion years. It's just too crazy. So if you're rigid with that, like, God, man.
Yeah, like, part of the journey of being a scientist is knowing when you're running by and stuff. And I remember, one of my friends in my career who tried to make the next series, trying these exit plans, which would be a first. God, so it's a big deal. Like, if I succeed in this, it could be like, golden prizes, awards ceremonies. Like, you kind of get that gleam in your eye, like, oh man, this could look like a huge success. And so that's alluring. It's tempting. It's like temptation is fake. And I remember once we had this signal. It was Kepler 90, PHGB was the name of the planet. And we had this signal, and it kind of looked like just what we expect for an exit. And I was so excited. I was at Harvard at the time, I had to walk out the building, had to go to a park bench, and I had to just take like deep breaths. This is the thing I've been searching for. So I was like almost like eventually, wow. And then I remember that's how you know you're in the right job. Right? Yeah. Like that's the job. Yeah. And I remember thinking to myself after calming myself down a little bit, I want this to be true too much. Like this is, of all the people in the world, I want this to be true the most. So therefore, let's flip that around. And I'm going to have to be the greatest skeptic of this thing, because I know I want it to be so bad that I have to correct the other direction. And it ended up being bullshit. I mean, it ended up being the telescope just misbehaved. It had this weird effect called a sudden pixel dropout effect. This weird anomaly happens one in like 100,000 times, but it just so happened to pop right then, right there.
What do we know about the consistency of solar systems and galaxies being formed? We know they vary in size. Do we understand why? Do we understand what causes them to form in the first place?
Yeah, we're still learning that. We had this picture before we started finding exit planets that everything is about the solar system. We have these baby planets circular orbits with the rocky planets on the inside, the gas giants on the outside, and we came up with this really elegant theory, this kind of nebula theory to try and explain that. And did a great job, explain everything. But then as soon as we started finding exit planets, one of the first type of exit planets we found was called Jupiter. These are Jupiter-sized planets, which are about 20 times closer to their star than Mercury is. And when those were first announced, nobody believed them. People were like, you can't get a Jupiter there. Like, Jupiter's supposed to be 580. How do you get a carbon from the surface of the star? It doesn't make any sense. No information was to explain that. And it took until we found about 10 of them in a row that people started slowly changing their minds. And the truth of the pudding was that one of them eclipsed its stars. One actually passed right in front of the star, right in the way it was supposed to. And we saw an eclipse. And when that happened, everyone was like, right, this is weird. But then we had to figure out how the hell do you do that. So there was a long skeptical curve to get to that point. And now we think the way to make those things is probably Jupiter's on the outside of the solar system. They come too close to each other. They gravitation, that kind of wrestling, almost they kind of excite each other. One gets kicked out in a random direction, and it can get flung into a highly eccentric orbit. And a highly eccentric orbit over time will circularize. So it doesn't want to stay on an eccentric orbit, it wants to turn into a circle through entire interactions with the star. So these things probably circularize really close onto their stars. But this is unusual, it happens about 1% of star systems. We see this. But it's an example of how diverse things are. Another example is mini Neptunes. You've ever heard of those planets? No. So mini Neptunes are these planets which are in between the size of the Earth. And Neptune's about 4 times bigger than the Earth. So these things are about twice the size of the Earth. We don't have anything like that in the solar system. So we don't know what it is. Is it a big rock? Is it like a super Earth, mega Earth? Or is it a scaled down version of Neptune? It's like an ocean world, maybe of some kind. It turns out that planet is the most common type of planet in the universe, as far as we can tell. And we didn't have one. Wow. So that's kind of weird. I mean, it seems like there's so many aspects of our solar system that are unusual. Even having a Jupiter, only 10% of stars have a Jupiter, as far as we can tell.
10% of how many stars that have been observed?
Oh, at this point, I mean, we've observed hundreds of thousands of stars, and we know about 6,000 exit planets. So that population, you correct for the statistics, correct for the ones you've missed. Even so, I mean, these Jupiters are the easiest ones to find, right? They're big boys, they're easy, they bomb the star a ton, so they're pretty easy to spot. So we're pretty confident that sun-like stars, it's kind of not typical for them to have these Jupiter-sized planets, and we've got 2 of them. So that seems interesting to our own origin in the solar system. And certainly having 8 planets, that's pretty unusual. I don't see many systems with that many planets packed together.
How many solar systems are binary solar systems as opposed to a single star?
About half of the stars in the planet system. It's very common. So Alpha Centauri, AB, that's the nearest star system to us. And it's actually a trinary. There's Alpha AB, the Caruncha, that are really close, and then there's Proxima Centauri, which is on the outside. And actually, just this morning, there was an announcement of a giant planet around Alpha Centauri. That's a candidate. We don't know if it's confirmed yet, but it's kind of in the habitable zone, so the distance where, in principle, you can have liquid water on the surface of a rocky planet.
So is a candidate for a planet? Like it has been, so it hasn't been completely confirmed.
James Webb just spotted it. James Webb spotted it just come out today. So there's 3 photos that James Webb took. Maybe it's already in this article somewhere. It took 3 images, and in one of those images, it captures an actual photo of the planet. You can see the planet in direct light. That's how powerful James Webb is. And it's a nearby star, so it's easy to image. Yeah, right here. So that S1, that's the planet you're looking at. Wow. So you have to block out the star in the middle, because the star is like 1 million times brighter than the planet. So you have to suppress it with all this advanced coronagraph technology that James Webb has. But when you do that, and you zoom right in, you see this little planet there. It's probably about the same size as Saturn. It's probably a big point.
I love how they went with the real clickbaity headline of the Avatar planet. The other article that you pulled up.
I was quoting that one. So
the planet from the Avatar movies may exist in real life. Like, shut up! You're just trying to get people to click on that. Because it's kind of weird that they have to do that. But like, this is the world we're living in now. Everyone has such a short attention span. You're funneling through your Google feed. Like, what's new?
Yeah, it's got to connect to something pop culture. Otherwise, people are like,
yeah, it's got to get you somehow. Like, there's some editor.
It's probably more like, the 3-body problem, the books in the show.
Yes.
It's the Trisolaris, and they live there. So there's the 3 stars, Trisolari, and it's the dynamics is so crazy that it pushes these planets into these highly eccentric and twisted orbits. And that's exactly what this planet appears to be. So this planet actually looks more like, rather than Avatar, it actually looks more like Trisolari, or Solaris, whatever it's called.
Pull that article back up again, please, Jeremy. The second one, the one that was less clickbaity. So, how large is this planet, this S1?
It's hard to tell. It looks like it's about 100 times heavier than the Earth, so that's about Saturn.
Wow.
Saturn. But it's only a candidate, so we need to get more info to confirm that it's real. So I'm sure James Webb will point back at it. But I mean, look at it, it looks pretty convincing. I mean, how do you get that big blob of light out there? So I think there's so much noise, it's really good.
So, because they vary so much, the way these galaxies and the way these solar systems are constructed, do we know why they're constructed in the first place? Like, why do they form that way? Like, why does Bode's law work? Does it still work?
It kind of works, but it makes some
explain Bode's law.
Yeah, so Bode's law is essentially looking at the separation between the planets in the solar system. So Venus, Mercury is about 0.4 AU, Venus is 0.7, the Earth is 1, and Mars is 1.5. So there seems to be a pattern, and I think it's like a fraction of 1.5 or something in terms of like take the last one and just multiply that 1.5.
And is it dependent upon the mass of the planet?
No, it's just purely that spacing. So it was, it passes up, so it doesn't particularly work that well. It predicts there's a planet where the asteroid belt is. So there isn't one
This episode is brought to you by Uber Eats. Summer is here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do I mean by almost? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. A day in the sun? No. A bottle of rum? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that for almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. For alcohol, you must be legal drinking age. Please enjoy responsibly. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
And more problematic if you're trying to apply this to exit planets. So you've got these multiplier systems, and we know of like maybe 3 or 4 planets, and there's gaps. So give us a proposal and predict ahead of should be applying for right here. And then people have done the observations, like dial in, put all the telescopes on view, and where's that planet? Sometimes they found the planets there, but usually not. It's not that predictive.
How common are asteroid belts?
We don't know. We can't detect asteroid belts.
Right, that's the question. So in these gaps where a planet should be, what if there was an asteroid belt in every one of them?
Yeah.
That would kind of change everything.
Well, I love that. Yeah. Then we'd be back to boats. I mean, but boats, I guess it's actually really a statement. There's a great analysis of Prince and Scott Lane. He showed this. If you just try to analyze this for as much as you can, like just shove them in like sardines into the solar system, some of them will really step into get kicked out, and the ones to the left will follow boats all. So it's not so much a thing of like some entities putting these planets in the right places. It's that if you just crowd stuff in as much as you can, that's what you end up with. Like you just can't crowd planets so close together.
So what is our current belief system when it comes to the formation of solar systems?
It's very common. When we look at the data we have from the Kepler mission, NASA's extraordinarily successful mission, it detected itself something like 4,000 exoplanets, and that tells us that on average, every single star has a planet. So as far as we can tell, it's pretty hard for a star not to have planets. It's like par for the course for that to happen. That was a big breakthrough. The second thing is, as we kind of alluded to, there's a huge diversity in them. And the actual story we normally describe for how they form is that there's some giant molecular cloud, we call it, so basically a giant cloud of hydrogen in space. Stuff that could have been blown off from a previous supernova or something, or maybe even in the early universe just primordial gas from the Big Bang, just this leftover hydrogen gas. And there'd be some areas where there'd be slightly higher density and some areas where there's slightly lower density just due to random fluctuations. And the higher densities will self-gravitate. So as the gravity wants to make it's like a greedy algorithm, wants to make everything get denser and denser and denser, super greedy. It's relentless. Gravity never stops. And that's why eventually we end up with black holes, right? Because it just refuses to lose black hole. Gravity just always wants to win the game. So eventually these clouds collapse, and the thing that stops it from collapsing into a black hole is that you start getting fusion in the center, right? Because the temperatures get so hot as you compress this gas that you basically make a star in the center. And the stuff that's left over on the outside, that disk of material, because the star kind of blasts out of its poles and kind of pummels all the gas from north and south, you end up with a disk of material, the centrifugal forces from like a spinning pizza ball, which kind of forces it into a disk. And then from that disk, you start to coalesce again, just some areas are slightly denser, some areas are slightly less dense, and gravity again takes over and starts to collapse things together. So we have this story, but there's lots of parts of the story that we don't understand. So we know how to go, for instance, from pebbles. If you start with pebbles and imagine them kind of bouncing around, we can imagine sticking them into boulders. We kind of understand how that can happen, but we don't quite understand how to do some of the steps, like going all the way from dust, which presumably at one point was just dust. How do you go from dust all the way up to pebbles, all the way up to these boulders, all the way up to planetesimals? That whole story we don't understand. We've got bits of it where we think we understand it, but the whole thing we don't.
Are there any working models?
Yeah, this is a huge active area of research. People are simulating dust on supercomputers, trying to stick it together, figure out what happened. But it's chaotic. I mean, you've got trillions and trillions of particles of dust randomly moving around, and solving the equations to calculate their motion is one of the most challenging things ever. Maybe AI will help a bit with that.
That would be interesting. Is it also a factor of the size of the sun? Like our star is fairly small in terms of what we know about the universe. One of the most amazing videos that I tend to send people online is the video that shows, it shows Earth in comparison to our star, and then it shows our star in comparison to slightly larger stars, and it goes on and on and on to get to like Betelgeuse, and you get to some of these. It's so crazy.
It's got to stop at some point. It keeps going.
It's like a galaxy-sized star. Like, what is that thing? It's so nutty. It's so big.
It's strange, yeah. I mean, our star is, those big stars, those are actually rare, right? So those are the giant stars in the universe, and most stars are not that big.
What is the biggest one that we found?
I don't know the name, but yeah, I think you were talking about stars which are probably filling up to the orbit of Jupiter type size. Yeah.
So from here to Jupiter.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Just imagine a star from our sun that goes all the way out to Jupiter. Wow!
And these things are barely stars at that point. Like if you could zoom in a spaceship and look at the surface, it would the gravity would be so weak at that point, right? Because the mass hasn't changed with the star. In fact, it's lost mass. So it's barely got enough gravity to hold that thing together. So the thing is like fluctuating. It's like a giant sheet that someone's waving up and down. So that's why those stars have these wild fluctuations in brightness, because they're just kind of undulating on their surface.
What is this one, Jamie? Is this the largest one?
That's the biggest one.
Stevenson 218. What is the little tiny one on the far left? So crazy. How big it is.
Yeah.
Look at our sun in comparison to that thing. Oh my god.
And what's crazy is that the most common type of star in the universe is even smaller than the sun. So the most common type of star in the universe is red dwarf. 75% of all stars are red dwarfs. Only 10% of stars are like our sun. So already that's kind of odd. You kind of think, all things being equal, how come we don't live around a red dwarf?
Right, and what is causing one to be so massive and another solar system, fairly close to it to be small? Like what is?
Yeah, the difference is it's always easier to make a small thing, right? It's kind of like having crumbs down your sofa or something, like breaking up, right? It's easier to have small, dusty things than it is to have huge pieces of cookie still left in the bottom of your sofa. So generally, it's pretty hard for the conditions to come together to make a gigantic, supermassive star. In the early universe, those conditions were present more often because it was just so dense. But as we get forward in time, it gets harder and harder to make those super huge behemoths. These stars, they're called the type 3 population stars, and we haven't found one of those. James Webb might be able to detect one. Those will be the first stars ever born. They're like the primordial, pristine stars that will be uncontaminated by any metals. Right? So our sun has a ton of metals in it. Most stars do. We can use that to figure out how old they are and their history. But the first stars would have been just these pure, pristine hydrogen helium things. We'd love to be able to see what they look like because we've never seen one of those up close. But generally, the smaller you are, the easier it is to make that star.
And the anticipation of the existence of those things. Like how far away are we talking about?
Yeah, those stars are the first stars. So you're probably looking at 100 million years after the Big Bang. So you'd have to look back to 13.7, 13.8 billion years ago.
Is the James Webb capable of seeing that?
I think it's possible. This isn't. I don't think there's consensus on this. I've seen some people say it might just about be possible, and others say it's completely impossible. You need the next generation. But I think if we're lucky, it could just happen.
How many next generations do you anticipate? And I could see AI coming into play with that. Constructing something novel that can see things in a way that we're not, currently using. And you're thinking about what we do, and you're explaining how the James Webb works with over 200 moving parts, and you have to shoot it into the sky and flames and rockets, and then you get this thing out there that starts observing and starts taking photographs.
So that would be up here, which is
we're so limited in what we can see. It's still a device that's in space, and it's a device that's so close to us. It's just so close, relatively speaking. It takes forever to get there. It's really powerful rockets and all that, but it's just right there. What could we come up with without AI? Like what theories are in place to make something that has a far wider range and much more clarity?
Yeah, the ultimate. I love this idea of thinking about what an alien do, how an alien observe. If they had unbounded technology, what would be the limit? And a lot of us think that the ultimate telescope would be to use the sun as a telescope. So the sun has intense gravity and it bends light. So this was an experiment that Arthur Eddington did to prove Einstein's general relativity. He took photographs of the stars during a lunar total eclipse, and he noticed the stars seemed to shift right next to the sun. And so he used that to figure out how much light bends. So whenever you have light bending, that's a telescope, that's a mirror. So you can take light that's coming from behind the sun, it'll bend to a focus, and that focus point, where it is in the calculator, it's about 550 times further out than we are around the sun, so 550 AU. And if you just travel out in a line from that point, that's called a focal line. You put a telescope there, it would essentially have the collecting area of the sun. So you can image continents, rivers, even cities on a nearby exoplanet if you could put something there. It'd be wild. That is the ultimate, in my book, for what an alien would do. If they want to observe Earth, they would just behind their sun and stick one of those telescopes, and then be able to monitor a hell of a lot about the Earth from there.
And this is just with our understanding of telescopes and our understanding of viewing things. And clearly, you can imagine
With no physics.
Yeah, you can imagine physics that are a million years more technologically advanced and innovations that we can't even comprehend.
Yeah.
We can't even conceive of that change everything.
I mean, even with this telescope, you can't see people. Right? You won't be able to image us. You won't be able to read like the headlines on a newspaper on someone's doorstep. It's not powerful enough to do that. If you want to do that, you have to visit the system. And so we're talking about doing that as well. So there's this Project Starshot that wanted to fly a probe directly towards the nearest star, fly by super fast, and snap a photo, and give it that. Because that way you could actually get even better resolution, like the dialects and roads and structures on the surface.
How long would it take for that to
Well, it's 4 light years away. 4.2 light years.
So it would take 4 years?
Yeah, and it would take it about 20 years to do the journey. At the speeds they want to get 20% the speed of light. So they'd take 20 years, take a photo, so 24 years altogether. So this is Yuri Milner's brainchild, and his dream was that he could see a photo in his lifetime of another Earth-like planet. And that's pretty much the best way we have to really pull that off.
Is the work being done to try to make that happen?
Yeah, so I'm not sure the current status of Starshot. Yuri put $100 million up, I believe.
Dude, just fuck it. Fuck it.
They were like, we're going to try and do this. I wasn't part of that project, but I was inspired by it. And I actually came up with a twist on it recently called Tars from Interstellar. Tars from the movie.
What was Tars?
It's like a robot thing. It's in the movie. It's called Tars. And so I came up with a twist on their idea. So let me explain their idea quickly first, and then I'll give you my twist. Their idea is like, if you really want to go to the nearest star system, you're not going to do it with a giant spaceship. That's just, we can't build anything that advanced right now. The most realistic thing you can do is to get a tiny thin sheet of material, like imagine like a piece of mylar, a piece of aluminum foil, and blast it with light, with a laser. And so they're talking about sort of 100 gigawatts of laser power. Those are just kind of crazy amounts of energy. Here's the sail being injected, and then back on the Earth, you can have this huge array of mega lasers, and they're going to point up at this thing and blast it. So this thing is accelerating you to just light from the sun, but this is like on steroids, right? You're just going to bundle it up to whatever speed you want. When people saw this idea, there was a lot of questions about how it's not going to destroy the sail. Like you're throwing a 100 gigawatt laser at a sail, like isn't that going to obliterate the thing? So this thing has to be outrageously shiny to avoid burning up in the beam. And then of course, like how do what if it hits dust on the way? Is that right? Like, that's why it's on its side now. So it's twisted over on its side to try and avoid smashing into dust particles on its journey.
Hopefully a flock of birds doesn't catch a stray.
And here it comes into Proxima Centauri, to the Alpha Centauri system. There's Proxima down the right, so it's going to fly past. There is actually a planet there. We know there's a planet there. It's going to fly past it and try and snap a photo. There it is, and then beam that bad boy back. Wow. And that's hard. I mean, how do you even get the data transmission rate to beam an image back?
Just imagine if it gets there and you see lights.
That'd be crazy.
It's so. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. We go to doctors and dentists for checkups for a reason, to make sure that everything's fine and to tackle anything before it turns into something bigger. If you care about your health, it's a good idea to seek out preventative care. But did you know that you can also be just as proactive when it comes to your safety? With a Simply Safe home security system, you can get peace of mind and take action before something happens. It's not just an alarm that goes off when an intruder breaks in. AI-powered cameras and live monitoring agents can detect and deter suspicious activity. They can speak to people in real time, turn on spotlights, and even call the police. You can get a lot of use out of their systems. There's a reason Simply Safe has been named Best Home Security System of 2025 by CNET. Try it out. They have monitoring plans that start at around $1 a day.
Plus, get 50% off your new SimpliSafe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's 50% off with your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. The possibility of life has always been like in front of our face. There's just the cosmos is so great and so massive. You've got the Fermi paradox, like where are they? Why aren't they here? And then you've got what's happening here on Earth. And it just always makes me wonder, like, how far do things actually get before they fall apart? Do they always fall apart? Or do they always become non-biological and not have the need for all the things that we do that show signs of life? Like the certain gases that biological life exudes. Like what could be out there could be something beyond our wildest imagination, like many iterations of artificial intelligence, many down the road, to the point where it's not even recognizable as life. It doesn't even have to have a physical thing.
Yeah, obviously, if it's completely recognizable, there's nothing we can really do to detect it. But when we look, we basically know two things about the universe in terms of light.
So basically, is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham, or perhaps we could say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the Midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished. Meaning, it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this Midrash as well. That's one of the amazing things about the God of Midrash is that it's so rich and powerfully deep meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the Midrash. Also, note please that the Midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the Midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word Midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, Midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study. Okay, let us go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history.
Well, they would go into the Bering Sea up in the area of the Aleutian Islands, and that was huge. That became Alaska and Russia. Okay, let's move on. Like, we go on forever on that one. And then, by the way, just one quick one. The Trump summit. This summit, the whole thing started when Trump.
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire.
As you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity.
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World, and he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Let's Favorite podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, He was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy. His childhood and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. But women owned the houses, which were called garrison tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. In fact, that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband, who was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan, Yasuke was up on a hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was, when they was murdered. And Erlund had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Kulun, after my name, and you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took her. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. He was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story, of his kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate. Every detail of it will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, it's going to continue on with the feuds and divisions caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born Well, all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man he became. And so he was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. He already had another wife, her husband. Had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars and doing this campaign against the Tatars. He killed 2 Tatars. One of them was Temujin Uge, which is sort of person of iron. That's what it means from the Turkish. But today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him, after the man he killed. After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife, now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife, and he's named for someone his father just killed. It was not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. His father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but could have been 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Daichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. It's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8. Well, he didn't take the other son from the other wife, but he took him. He was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Daichu and reunited with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlun's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family, sort of like the first family he came across. And in the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Pershta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. And they figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person. One comes to get him, take him back. And they make it through the winter. Mother Erlu, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for their ancestors. And they started the ceremony, what they did not tell Erlu. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, we do not have to take care of you. Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife to be abused. That was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. They packed up, they took her animals. They took the animals, but at that moment, she still had one horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night. And they waited until it was dark. Then they took off. And this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the step. 4 children, possibly 5 already. Touching on the other woman with 2 children. They're all left there to die on the step. When the winter comes, they will surely all die. How do they make it? Mother Earl, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point. But she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichun people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a peg, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it, and he's trapped in this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a celebration, so most of the people are drinking. And he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the cane, the wooden yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night and he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a tank on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and this protects him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family of Taichun. At great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the egg and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
To be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around, eating alone.
Yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is. So
This, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition that kinship was the most important thing above all else. Because here's his last story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan. They should. But no, they had all deserted, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him, but they are constantly raiding in the winter. And for women and for horses and for any kind of valuable that they can find, it's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. That one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who were not necessarily the father's child, but clear who the father was, and all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. Part not only because of what happened to his mother, what would happen to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you can point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point, his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9, she's now 17, and she and her mother called. It's hard to even imagine what it was like with a 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life. Who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him. Not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children, plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. And it's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they call her grandmother Kawakchin. I think Kawakchin is there, and Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to put it in her own lap. She has one extra horse. What she won't take, because she knows. She doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. They're coming in the dark. They're coming. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. So she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady letting watch in her. She has her own car, and she leaves Sochiko. They pile into Granny's cart. Somebody knocks to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlen is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Erlen saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Christian realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped, but now the kidnapping of his life. And he says about what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? And is he going to go out look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without her. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius. Because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and a little river about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because Wang Han is his name, or Torkel Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there. And actually he took a gift. That's because first his mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlu at the time of marriage. So he took the coat and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. He said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come. Also, he said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his way brother, loyal, and as you've described, it's both the best thing to have happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So what was Jamaka?
Jamaka was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlu was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5 is more clear. She was a Lianghai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaka was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Monochan, his ancestor. So they're both through almost from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin was a household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of older women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet, so they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaka is not as deprived by any means is the life of delusion. When he has a certain emotional deprivation, like having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is basically in the language. There's several different types of friendship. Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever, to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them has a knuckle bone of a roebuck, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter on that part where the sea is Celsius or Fahrenheit, or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that's unlike any sound on earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the ice. So once they've sworn this relationship of Anda, then a couple years later they swear it again, but this time there's like the older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn cutted off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. But for Columbus, it's used for signals for one thing, from one person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. That had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged roebuck knuckles. This time they exchanged. I told them they had been close friends. And Makahan said, okay, Jamaka should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three sent out some troops from Makahan. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops, and then Jamaka and his troops, and then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the merchant people of the Selene River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamaka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the merchant people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there, and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric. And he's also rather critical of the other people. When Han's people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about we are lawful. If we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter. We be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the merchant camp. They also come in at night, and so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting sables, the merchant men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Marcia has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again to somebody. So she and the grandmother go out and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And, not to moralize, but there's also the ethical foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Victor, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Victor was the older child of Sochiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Khan, and he refers to them as Chi. It's a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also, it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, either ethno brothers or his brothers, do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Victor, eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry one of the early. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he got the older brother and the stepfather. I think Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Victor was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or bird that was in a con, and it's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Victor would take the fish.
So we recorded once, but perhaps after
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants, just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. But Temujin is not going to stand for it. So, mostly in the record, they kind of put blame on this fish, which I'm not very sure that's really the blame. But the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his ex-mother, Hassan, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over, and the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is a symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting from the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Sochiko. She and her younger son, they stay with the family, they don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mama Erlu, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine about, you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow, and you are worse than everything that she could name. Could be worse than. She was outraged and went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Sochiko, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his mother. I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, but it was important. But I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin.
The brother was gone. Problem was solved. The mother is extremely ticked off at him.
But it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him. It does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. There was a problem, and he resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. Now, the younger brother Melchizedek is on the way with him and with Domino when they go to get submerged the back. So, his both loyalty and Melchizedek stays loyal to him his entire life. His entire life. It was very interesting.
So, Eric, if we return to verse 10, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty, because those two-way loyalty, aversion to Temujin and Temujin aversion to him. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive, trying to find fish and fruits to eat and things like that, to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. Those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. Or she was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. But now he's reestablished his relationship with Jammu Khan. And so they decide to stay together. And they all go off to the Coconut Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue forever. It's one of those things that to this day almost it's an issue and what happens. But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a merchant bastard, he defends his wife viciously. To his own sons. He says, you were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Coconut Valley. And he and Jammu decide to renew their vows of being undone to each other. So this time, it's more serious. Ceremonial in front of the whole. We can't say tribe, it's not big enough different tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And Jammu takes off a gold belt, which actually he had stolen from the market at some point. And where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mayor who had never had a full head, never given birth. It was an unusual mayor who had a little growth on her head, which they called a horn. So it was an unusual gift, and I don't, it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, you can kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, a woman was often then and even now called a person without a belt. because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave them the mujit, but they celebrated. And then the words of the secret history, they slept apart under the same blanket apart from the mother group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the merchant child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuk at that time. And other people then say, well, Jamuk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. It was kind of like a parallel visitor, the foreigner. And so Jamuk's clan took the name from him. They were called Jotahai. So there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time and we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own without and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And, but not long after the birth, he and Jamukha break apart. Or really, Temujin breaks apart at the urging of Krishna. She said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, we need to break away. And she urged him, and he loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anda relationship, which gives up being severely tested in future years. They run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most, and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Anda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated, and now we have the Banghan is the most powerful ruler on the steppe who's ruling out of central Mongolia, of the Karian people. And so Jamukha remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Mongolia. And he was even got the title Bang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Bang received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Bang. And Bang said no, his only son. He told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We are Karian people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now, more you could say, breaks out a feud, really. It's more of a feud. And Temujin has to flee far away into the east of a place called Bangchun. And he goes to Bangchun, and at this time, Jamukha is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Banghan. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. There's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious slight breaking of wolves.
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on. when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways, that they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, Temujin eventually defeats Von Han. So he takes over Central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title of these old people of Genghis Khan. They give him that Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tingis, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, Hanzo. They like words with multiple meanings. And that's very important. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. It has different meanings, different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong. Typically, but in Turkey, there are many Turkic people, including Turkey themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning, and then the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
Especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, I've been there so long, I think the fan is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Tingis doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. So he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Damodar now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamukha deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols. Tayan Khan, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared of him, and he was left there, and he in fact was very quickly also defeated. So Jamukha has not fought against Temujin in this campaign, and he's off with some of his people, Jonathan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide. But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Burhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Burhan is gone, Lord Burhan gone, that he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. And all. But his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they will be rewarded, perhaps, for turning him in. Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all, because they have betrayed their leader, who is his Honda. It's a very strange encounter. And so, supposedly, Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard and life. And supposedly, Jamukha says, but I did betray you, my people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tutor. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your bell. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me. And I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. Obviously, Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing. And he was either, it's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. Blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you lose your soul or not. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jumbo was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over here.
So sick. This motherfucker's so sick. Oh, his fucking face is exploding. He's so sick. Mind blown. Oh, man. Oh, I gotta take a shit. Really? Who knows? Maybe not. What up, Simon versus Dan? You're gonna fucking hate me. Why? Dog, if I had somebody just spamming me all the time and I actually cared about streaming, really? God, I would be like, you're the worst person ever. Get the fuck out of my stream. Really? Psych, bitch. What are you gonna say, Simon versus Dan? I'm gonna wear down these mods.
When Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard, maybe that was just a formality. Or maybe when Jumbo Khan offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Just reading your work and understanding the history of this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature for Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood of son from birth time. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. So she was by him and she was positive and so far as we know forever.
Really?
She was not submissive, but she was always on his side.
Stupid rules.
It was just a little too high
You have one
for
rule.
me, you know.
Do as thou wilt. Just don't fuck up, bitch. Oh
These
man,
things
I gotta
like,
stretch.
Drop down on the market and we're gonna come through the smoke hole and kill everybody, you know.
Really? No.
You had a flair for the dramatic.
I have a flair for the dramatic, baby. I'm the sexiest pimp of all time. Name a sexier pimp. I'll wait. Genghis Khan, psych. Wilt Chamberlain, psych.
Lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you
Tom
had a
Weisskopf,
strong mother
psych.
to raise you. I did not.
Sickest
You
motherfucker.
had Marista. You have a very strong
Lifetime
wife
kite, psych.
to help you. And my
Really?
wife,
Time Carter, Time
she just
Weisskopf.
used a word
Time
like
Carter.
prattle,
Why?
like she just sort of
He won the '92 U.S. Open.
prattles along, and we did not have a
Did he?
relationship. So
Yeah. Are you sure?
something about that rings true.
Uh-huh.
There were some elements of that were true.
Are you positive?
But Jamaica certainly didn't have
Dollars
the
and donuts.
the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, there's in that relationship. There's a contrast.
Oh,
Because
well,
Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt.
Why did you know Tom Kite won the '92 U.S. Open? Why don't you? Is the question. It's not why do I know that Tom Kite won the '92 U.S. Open. It's why the fuck don't you know that? That's the question. Ask. Are you done?
because he controlled the most wealth.
Dog.
But he always dressed simply.
This shit is
He always
on
lived in the
fire.
tent.
Ban
And
from
he
chat,
said,
chilled
I
luck.
eat what my soldiers eat.
Why'd you quit
I
being a
dress the way my
slut?
soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So
I
he had
saw
no interest in the wealth.
and one time dressed that somebody
Inside
dressed,
before with
somebody
Mulholland,
dressed,
which
my
was very
mama
advantageous
said,
because
mama
they had
said,
more trade goods
living
and
down,
wealth for people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued progress.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's story. He came from nothing. And he can rule what I see and understand becomes corrupted by the riches. What change he fundamentally remained the same. The person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do.
I started
But he never
school in a
became avaricious in
one-tone
any way. He
dress
was
that
never greedy.
somebody
He
threw
was
out,
never
somebody
aggressive.
threw
He
out.
kept
My
the simple
mama
life.
leave me,
But part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make
Are you a fan of
statue
Tim
of him.
Hortons?
No building could be built.
That's like asking me,
no
am I a
palace,
fan
no
of
tomb,
a
no temple of any sort, not even at the point of death, at the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
inferior
It's fascinating that
country? Fuck no.
it doesn't
Have
know
you ever
the
been to
world
Tim Hortons?
would have the
I've
intelligence
seen
to
them.
understand
Where?
how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you,
Canada?
it's like a slippery
Why?
slope.
If Canada's inferior, why'd you go there?
Not seeing the world clearly, not seeing.
You could drink at
surrounding
19.
yourself with
Is that the
sycophants
only
that
reason to go to
don't get it
Canada?
right,
What's another reason to go to Canada? There isn't one. I will understand if you go to Canada as an American between the ages of 19 and 21. Aside from that, there's no reason. None. Joe Rogan doesn't go to Canada. Neither do we. Why? Because we're older than fucking 21, son. Are you done? What is this? What are you blah 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 blah? I'm tired of this talk. Oy vey. Are you done? Is that shit working? No. Why? Nothing works. This sucks. Take a look at me. I started school in a one-tone dress that somebody
That was his relation with wives. It's important to him. And in fact, no portrait were painted until 1278. Oh, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
That's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the secret history.
Secret history is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people. It was adapted for the Uyghur people. And so to this day it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one in the Merkin when he risked Alberta, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Erla, would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was the Tatar boy, who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so, when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written. In blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehut was his name. Shigehut realized that this was going to be lost. That this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It's a little bit unclear. They don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the mouse, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, and begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the marriage of a gray-blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's some kind of myth. It's totemic. And Mongols will say, they look at me, I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named the Grey Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. You know, and they're practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bodhachar, they call him Bodhachar, the full ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. His father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped a Yonai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigehutum, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Bershta sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't think of it, you know. I mean, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so, the scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time, in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd, that people didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. But he recognized, but if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. And so it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds, which is always problematic in some little areas here. I'm not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me, because some of the Persians I trust very much, and I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. Like sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan, well, he wasn't the Han. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, in Mongolia, it's a big difference.
Are you going to sleep?
So there are little things like this that move around.
It's cool. Why are the Eagles on Instagram? Like with their songs, no one knows.
It was not published in English until 1982. Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. There was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost.
No one knows who these people are. I don't need your likes. I don't need one.
Anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world. He clarifies that there's 2 volumes.
The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that is translated and published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Whitman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics.
Oh, dude, they do.
So there's several things like that they tried to skip around.
How many?
But so it's interesting just to read the Ming
Oh,
Dynasty
dude, they have
notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian notes from Cho, it's just so important. And for me,
why don't they just have all the Eagle
I didn't want to
songs?
be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate,
Cause I
fill
got
in
the
blanks and get more information.
people.
But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in the archives or even libraries. As much as I
Heartbreak
need them
tonight.
for my work.
Heartache
But
tonight.
history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Restream. So I went to that place, and
Heartache tonight. The heartache tonight. I know. Some ways we like to say like some folks ain't hold on that long, but nobody wants to go home now. There's too much going on. This not gonna last forever. That's all summer long. But nobody wants to go home now. There's too much going on.
and he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to link on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really wanted to visit the cities that you conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known or whatever the chronicles.
Oh, it's the very best of Eagles.
The archaeologists had found whatever they had
How is it only 4 stars? What more of a fucking CD if it's every good Eagle song? 4 stars. Huh? How is it only 4 stars?
If Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is.
Musically, you suck dick.
There's no sign.
Take it easy. What you want? Peacefully, got it. Duel and Dalton. Ew. Desperado. Easy. Take it aside. Okay, best of my love. James Dean. I can't tell you why. Lion Eyes. Take it to the limit. One of these nights. Hotel California. New Kid Town. Life in the Fast Lane. Heartache Tonight. The Long Run. I could do that. I could do all those songs. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Really? Dog. I've heard this fucking album so many fucking times in my life. Really? Yeah, but it looked different than that. So turn off the lights, and we'll get around. They know which way the carefully sits with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. Oh, the very best of. Oh, yeah. Is it this one? That still only gets 4 fucking stars? Take it easy. What you want? Peacefully desperate. Tequila's on doing well. Already gone. Best of all. James. Old 55. Midnight Fire on the border. Lion Eyes. One of these nights. Take it to the limit. After the thrill is gone. Hotel California. Life in the Fast Lane. Which the victim of love. That's what New Kid in Town. Peaceful. Heartache Tonight. Exactly. I can't tell you why. In the city.
Following the secret history that became the key
Get over it.
Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts.
The
Or
very
I change
best
my
one.
mind. I think it was yes,
All
now
right,
it's no.
are you gonna do this one?
But the secret history is a valuable document. And to
What
me,
if
also,
don't
it's the
be
opening
on here?
document
I don't want
of
to sing some of
Mongolian
this.
written language.
You know, nobody's
And I think
forcing
it's
you
very
to sing
important
any of these.
how the people begin their written language.
Fine.
They begin it with the words, from highest heaven came the destiny
Nobody wants that.
of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Pahanhaldu.
Life in a fast lane, surely making you lose your mind. Life in the fast lane, alright.
Deep connection to
Life
nature.
in the fast lane, every day,
Mongolia is
all
a
the
world
time.
that, for the most part,
Life
is
in
the
the
same
fast.
as
Are you
when
gonna do the
Genghis Khan was
Eagles
there.
right now? It's
We
fucking
cannot say that for hardly any other place
7:25
in
in
the
the morning.
world.
Is it? Somewhere.
Certainly not for
All right,
America.
are you done?
Just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People,
This guy's
languages,
gotta hate
everything.
me.
But you can't
I
say
would
it
hate
for,
me.
for London or Moscow
I'd be like, dog,
or
it's been like
Constantinople,
a year and a half you've been spamming us. Like, no, it's been
Mongolia is
like
still
a week.
Mongolia. It's
So
one of the
before
largest
then,
countries in the
it was
world
like
in
a
space. With the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 million. And they're spread out.
Cause I got a peaceful, easy feeling. Dude, you know you can do these songs like without even fucking trying. And I know you won't let me down. Cause I'm all ready standing.
Genghis Khan, what's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about the steppe is that you
Are
can
you
see
gonna
forever
do it?
in every direction.
I
There's
should
no
go to sleep.
building, nothing to stop your line of view. And
Psych, bitch.
it's like
Push
being in the
back.
ocean in many ways.
Push back.
So you have this extremely
Oh
open
man, I
space,
gotta
and
take
the
a
wind
real
is usually
shit.
blowing
I'm
through
just
it.
tired, but I'm
But
tired
it's
to do
extremely
this.
fresh. It's coming out of
Do
Siberia.
what?
It's coming out of the
I
Arctic.
do this back and forth. Like, should I sleep or should I stay awake and sing the Eagles?
It's always fresh.
Oh,
Always
God.
fresh. So you have the wind
Yo,
coming in. You have the smell of the wind. And also then there's
ready
grass.
standing.
The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drop the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. Yeah, dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country.
Dude, that's so much work.
The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the market live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how the Mongolians define their world is by water. They don't. Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land. They refer to the earth as Dana, ocean, the sea. So water is very important. Learn the rules about water. You don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to cross the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away. If you're a camp, it's right there by the water.
others,
people,
contradictions.
they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of it, still they're living a similar life. And young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the whole way.
But then if we go to the time of Timothy, Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We're talking about their relationship with the horse. Thinking about this open step from a young age, they've been role models or trained to master riding horses. As you write, while standing on the horse, they learn how to ride while standing on the horse. From a young age, while standing on the horse, they often jousted one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs go long enough to discharge, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso the horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would take off from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngest described as hitting targets on horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills such playing proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols and horses?
The Mongol and the horse are examples. I wrote one line in the book to the editor because I was insulting. I said, the Mongols and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy. And the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags was also out of the horse hair, their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words, just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside saying, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. Okay, teach me some words. I'll teach you the word. They what color is that horse? I say, brown. They would say, brown. I say, yes. What color is that horse? Brown. When you said this color was brown, what color is this?
Later,
it's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is, and the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together, which they're like yellow brown or brown or but the words for horses by sex, and then they have three because they're geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the female, all these things are important parts of the horse. The horse, a few years ago, the presidential candidate ran under the slogan, raised to the dust.
They don't even know what's going on.
It just resonates
Why
with the
don't they have
Mongolian
New York
spirit.
Minute?
The dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse, like wiping off their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. They're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end of the day. Hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse. This is a capital crime that nobody wants ever executed. But you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way. They're religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. The mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the 4 directions. Starting today,
Take
and
it
they use it for every kind of
easy.
But some things puzzle me. Watching, I remember one day we were at a very nice village, happened to be on a gelding day when they were under gelding with these stallions over these stallions. But one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and I think about one or two girls, like 4 or 5 boys, and one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see it not so far away. He fell from the horse. They did get out. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He saw in the range on his horse, but he couldn't rebound. And he was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the care and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for Nagam and annual races, like this boy happened to do it. He was off in an area right close to the forest mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was a summertime, the nights could be quite cold. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water, moving until he followed that water down to the he lived. And I realized, boy falls from a horse, his mother's not going to feed him. She knows that. It's probably hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Cole, and he tells a story about mental toughness that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you can see a little grimace. With Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You built a hardness, and I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, the wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. But the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, they go down, they take what they do not get in the water. Remember, they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skills they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable mounted forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to target and shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast. 60 kilometers an hour I read. So, there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment of the gallop when all 4 feet of the horse are off the ground. Because you have to time all that
really
You have to position your body to maintain balance, and then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recoil bow. And they've also used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. The thing is, people think up and down, right? So you have to like not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war? Off of the horse.
On the other hand, there are
Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on a horse. But when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old.
At any rate,
There was the age limit for cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing. It's absolutely, of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because they can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off the battle. And this ability then is shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, other things. In some areas there were even tigers and other animals that would come in, and you had to be able to shoot and defend it against other people who might be raping you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. To this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy, how to coordinate it, and organize it, and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times. There were a number of Turkic leaders, and also even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good at warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good at warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has billions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan, and these areas. The whole army James is each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
Sitting down at
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
Christian believers who are
So there's extreme efficient coordination. Goes the cavalry, right? All cavalry. All cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train, he had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps, later one was added much later. but you know, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops on the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized. You have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you do this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a very small relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people. Herders or hunters, very common. And they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him. Never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as he organized his decimal system, so the smallest unit of the army was the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. What the men knew, they were going to protect each other. And they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have. But they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow. But the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right? So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
So complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dry dairy products, bottled, it's called, with dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the center, the moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. And usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings. So that each horse is on its own path, you could say, all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he also he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutuk, for example, the supreme judge, he He was command one time of a movement of battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very emotional. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. You explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punched. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets extremely force. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving local lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him.
But I get the feeling that this.
So he had this base from step warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of Europe. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. Walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like for the first time in your life seeing a wall. When you come from the Mongolian steppe where there's very few natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So when he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like we said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to break down the wall of the country. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But it happened. We learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this is this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all go, I learned from that. What do we do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, so I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right connection. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble for these other things he didn't know about technology, to understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continuous innovation. You couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds on itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration and more creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations. to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was one who iterated it. He used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him, he went far away, he circled around, he came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlum. And Erlum had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulot, after my name, and you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away, and he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, and whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlum. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. And he was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story and this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate. Every detail of it will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. And from that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man, and it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born, all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Somchigo. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed two Tatars. One of them was named Temujin Uge, which is sort of person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic, but today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And He's named for someone his father just killed. It was not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but could have been around 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Taichun, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife, Bekta. He was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Taichun and reunited with the family. And now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlun's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family. It's sort of like the first family he came across. And in the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. That there was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. And he saw this girl, Reshta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the steppe, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is, and they figured out who he was. And supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person, and one comes to get him, take him back, and they make it through the winter. Mother Erlun, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony, what they did not tell Erlun. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. And all the women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, and they took her animals. They took the animals, but at that moment, she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse, and she took the banner of her husband, and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for 1 night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the steppe. 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochigol, the other woman with 2 children. They're all left there to die on the steppe. When the winter comes, they will surely all die.
How do they make it through the winter?
Mother Elu, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at his young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point. But she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taijian people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word, enslaved. They put him into a cake, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his two arms are in it, and his head is in it, and he's trapped in this thing. And every night he would be taken to a different gear to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the cake, the wooden yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols, that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a cake on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark, and this protects him a little bit. They give up, and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day, he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family of the Taijian. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the cake and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes. Yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition, that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's a story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe sort of the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him, but they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. That one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child. It's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point of his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9, she's now 17, and she and her mother come.
For a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy this space.
It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. And it's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they called her grandmother, Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there. Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent, and early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth, and she knows that horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl Temujin in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take Bertha, because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea, but they're coming in the dark, they're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own card, and she leaves Bertha. They pile into Granny's car. It's only obvious to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlun is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, into Wakhan Haldun, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Erlun saved her family.
But the violence got actually quite serious.
But at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped, but now the kidnapping of his wife, I think is to define what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? And is he going to go out and look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without Bertha. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die, trying to get her back. He will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius born, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and the Tula River, about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is a name, or Torgal Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him, and so he went there. And actually he took a gift. That's because Washta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlu at the time of the marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamukha. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamukha. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal, and here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal, and as you've described, he's both. The best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan, and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamukha?
Jamukha was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlu was living with her children. And so the two boys met during winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. But she was a Urihankai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamukha was the descendant of her, from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping, and then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Wotanchar, his ancestor. So they're both as long as they say from the same womb, they come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Jamukha also lost the mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings. Unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jamukha is not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like Nuhr in the language. There are several different types of friendship, but Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a roebuck, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all. And it's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter at that point whether it's even Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the ice. So once they've sworn this relationship of Anda, then a couple of years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. Among Mongols, it's used for signals for one thing, from one person to another. Also, when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. So it had a lot of uses. So the boys had exchanged roebuck knuckles. This time they exchanged, and so they had been close friends. And Bangahan said, "Okay, Jamaka should raise some troops and go with you." And he did. So the three set out, some troops from Bangahan. He himself did not know he was too old, but he sent some troops. And then Jamaka and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the Merkin people of the Seling River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamaka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the Merkin people. We're going to jump through the tunnel, the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there, and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has some extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the other people. Van Han's people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about, we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors, he's very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the Merkin camp. They also come in at night. And so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting sables, the Merkin men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Barsta has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody. So she and the grandmother come out again, and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited, and he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And, not to moralize, but there's also, the ethical foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Bechter, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Bechter was the older child of Sochiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's like a formality. And his word goes. He is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers, or his brothers do not marry his widow, And if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Bechter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry Mother Erlu. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. I think Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Bechter was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or a bird, and Temujin had called it. That's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Bechter would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps it happened several times.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. But Temujin is not going to stand for it. So, mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. And the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it was more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next brother, Hasser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over, and the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is a symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family, because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Xochitl. She and her younger son, Melgatai, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Erlu, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine about, you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And, you are worse than everything that she could name. It could be worse than. She was outraged and went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Xochitl, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother, but I don't think it was a deeply meaningful. I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin. The brother was gone. The problem was solved. Mother is extremely ticked off at him.
But it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Because he is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. Bechter was a problem, and he resolved it at a very young age. So he'd had that experience behind him. But now, Bechter's younger brother, Melgatai, is on the raid with him and with Xochitl when they go to capture Berchtabak. So, he has both loyalty, and Melgatai stays loyal to him his entire life. His entire life. So it's very interesting.
So, if we return to Berchta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty, because it was two-way loyalty from Berchta to Temujin, and Temujin to Berchta. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive and trying to find fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamuka. And so they decide to stay together. And they all go off to the Horonok Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue forever. It's one of those things that to this day almost it's an issue. And what happens? But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a murdered bastard, he defends his wife viciously. His own sons. He says, you were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Horonok Valley. And he and Jamuka decide to renew their vows of being Anda to each other. So this time it's more serious and a ceremony in front of the whole we can't say tribe, it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And Jamuka takes off a gold belt, which actually he had stolen from the market at some point. And where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. It was an unusual mare who had a little growth on the front of her head, which they called a horn. So it was an unusual gift that it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But the golden belt, you can kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Tus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt. Because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course. But they still use the word puskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Temujin, but they celebrated. And then the words of the secret history, they stuck them apart under the same leg and apart from the other group. And they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuka at that time. And other people can say, well, Jamuka's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, visitor and a foreigner. And so Jamuka's clan took the name from him. They would go Jonarai. And so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time that we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own without and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first
child.
Yes, he defends this child through his entire life. And, but not long after the birth, he and Jamaka break apart. Or really, it's Temujin breaks apart at the urging of Ersta. She said he lords it over you too much. He orders you around too much. You need to be free. We need to break away. And she urged him, and he loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way, the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anda relationship, which gets up being severely tested in the future years. But they run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Anda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated.
Egypt also saw
And now
widespread rebellions.
we have the Banghan, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karya people. And so Jamaka remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Banghan. And he was even got the title Bang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Banghan received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Banghan. And Banghan said no. His own son. Told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We're Karya people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now, or you could say, breaks out our feud, really. It's more of a feud. And Temujin has to flee far away into the east to a place called Balchuna. And he goes to Balchuna, and at this time, then Jamaka is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Banghan. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, slight breaking of love.
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on, when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways, that they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then Temujin eventually defeats Banghan. So he takes over central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. He takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of, Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tengiz, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, puns. They like words with multiple meanings. And that's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. So it has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong. Genghis. But in Turkic, there are many Turkic people, including the Merkit themselves, are mostly Turkic people. And, it sounds like the sea. Tengiz.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning.
Yes.
And then the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
Especially with names. And like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Jamukha now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, you could say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamukha deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamukha has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jatavan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide, you know. But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Burhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Banghan is gone, Torgel gone, that he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they will be rewarded, perhaps, for turning him in. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all, because they have betrayed their leader, who is his Honda. It's a very strange encounter. And so, supposedly, Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly, Jamukha says, but I did betray you. My people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a mouse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your down. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing, and he was either, it's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had his, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people, very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, you know, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete, total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamaica. And when Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamaica offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes,
for Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from birth time. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him, and she was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Jamaica, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, you know. I mean, in my evaluation of him. And these things like, oh, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole, kill everybody, you know. And he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Temujin. But Jamaica also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, you know, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Marshta. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have a relationship. So, I think something about that rings true. That there were some elements of that were true. But Jamaica certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It's clear from the story. You know, the gold belt doesn't just disappear. You know, what happened to that? It's so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. And as Genghis Khan is the ruler, he, in some ways you could say, became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent, and he said, I eat what my soldiers eat, I dress the way my soldiers dress, I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So yeah, he had no interest in the wealth. He had sided before with Han, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all, but he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's story is he came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never inquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, a boy, that doesn't know the world,
would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, that went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he'd already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
Just incredible. But let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
The Secret History is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was that Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted for the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one for the merchant when he risked Gudberta, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so, when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehutep was his name. Shigehutep realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It's a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. So they always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. You still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the Maoist, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, and begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the marriage of a gray blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's some kind of myth, it's totemic. And Mongols will say, they look at me, I asked them about this, they said, what? He was named Blue Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. They're very practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bodhachar, they call it Bodhachar the Fool, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. His father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped the Urihanhai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigehutep, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where First sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't think, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so the scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd. That people didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. But he recognized, but if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense of Mongolian. And so it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. Which is always problematic in some little areas. You're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me because some of the Persians I trust very much and I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian. Other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine. When it wasn't 100% pure, it had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things had been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't Han then. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, in Mongolia, it's a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, but Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
But yes, that was translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian Notes to Zhou, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and fill in blanks and give more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries, as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Krishna. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh. where did you read that? So no, Granny Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to link on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road. There's no sign. There's no building. There's no power line going. Nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. Then I have the text, but the text is like it has no scenery, no props, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, at this time, they were amazed that the Soviet era had just ended, socialism was just ending, democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. Every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it, and I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language.
Now, let us
They
recall
begin
that
it
this is
with the words,
controversial question as of the
Very
late
thinkers,
20th and early 21st
from highest heaven,
And this is primarily
the
because
destiny
of a
of
decision
the
that was
blue
made by the
wolf,
Reform Movement
who was
in
married to the
1983
tawny deer
that
and their
recognized
descendants,
patrilineal
who came
descent,
from the
more
great sea
precisely
to live at the base of
both
Mount
matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words,
And then
this
integrating
represents
the
an acknowledgement
spiritual
by
elements of
major
nature,
Jewish
mountains,
that
and
as
sea,
long as one
this kind of
parent
just
was
like a deep connection to nature
Jewish,
that they have.
however you define that.
Mongolia is a
then
world
the child
that,
could
for the
also
most
be
part,
Jewish.
is the
There's
same
more
as
to
when
that,
Genghis Khan was
and
there.
perhaps one of the most
We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world.
Did this decision
I mean, certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different people, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way.
For example, in this article,
This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian steppe like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about this steppe is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop you line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold is the thicket sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in, you have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year, and then drought next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. If dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we're talking about the market live, so it's a place of pure waters. And that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Danai, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. To learn the rules about water. You don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict, they're very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they can get TV out in the middle of the steppe, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the normal way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin and Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. Can we talk about the relationship with the horse? Thinking about this open steppe, from a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses. As you write, while standing on the horse, they learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they've often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs go long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets on horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that they had to remove because that was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy. And the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags with the Kalustol out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose. And that is, the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside. They said, "Oh, I want to learn English." I said, "Okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolian. I teach you the words." They said, "What color is that horse?" I said, "Brown." They would say, "Brown." I said, "Yes." Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. But you said this color was brown. What color is this? So what? It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on sort of how smooth the coloring is, and the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or but the words for horses. Of course, by sex, and then they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end of the day. Hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse. They say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone's ever executed for it. But you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. The mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Some things puzzled me that in my watching, I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were out there gelding with these stallions, who don't get to these stallions. But one of this family had a bunch of boys, and I think I had one or two girls, or 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see it not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins to his horse, but he couldn't remount. He was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for Nadam, annual races, like this boy had been doing. He was off in an area right close to the forested mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights could be quite cold, as we shall know. And he sang loudly all night long, keeping the wolves away. and he knew what to eat. And he walked until he found water moving, and then he followed that water down to
so many of the Jews that
he lived.
returned have
And I
brought
realized
with them their
the boy falls from the horse, his
spouses,
mother's not
and
going to be there.
intermarriage is rampant.
She knows that.
Then
And it's probably hard for her too
one
to see her boy suffer, but she
sends
knows.
away foreign wives
Just
and
a
their
small
children.
tangent.
He does
There's
not,
a
or
wrestler
doesn't
named Jerry
mention
Colette,
what he
and
does
he
with
tells
the
a story
men. That is
about mental
the
toughness. That
the Jewish men who have married
the
non-Jewish
first time he
wives,
saw
their
truly
families
mentally
are
tough
broken
people
up,
was when he
and
visited
the wives are
Mongolia
sent
for a
away,
wrestling tournament.
along with their
And he
children,
remembered that they were taking
which seems to
showers
be the
in ice cold water. And
difficult this
all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you can see a little grimace. But with the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, the wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they take water. They do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And it's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
About King Herod.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses, and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast.
So in other words,
up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance, and then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also, I read, used crossbows later. They've adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's incredible to be able to shoot while the horse is going 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. And it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia, in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit for the cutoff, for 6 years old at that time. And so you had somebody 3 years old racing up there. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. And usually 5 is the number that you should have. for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes, other things. In some areas there were even tigers and other animals that would come in, and you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the Great Steppe anyway. I mean, in the earlier version, you had the Huns from Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. But to this day, that's what they say for a human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy. And how to coordinate it, and organize it, and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, it has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas. Your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. What the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
It's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a Christian relationship, but all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system, so the smallest unit of the army was the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was, they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage, by the way, when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. But so all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew, and sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them, and then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
So complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products, otto it's called, with a dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food to it. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings. And then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. Then usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Or, sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in a long line spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say. All parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shikihuto, for example, the supreme judge, he was command one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already, the horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tangan territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the hill river. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life, well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like the first time in your life seeing a wall. When you come from the Mongolian steppe where there's no there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. But on the, so he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tungutse. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough. And too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way, we all think we learn from our mistakes. We all, I learned from that. And what do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right name. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology, and to understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way, and he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. So you couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to military, it just feeds on itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration and more creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we can go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually, the way the rotation of the horses would, the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is later, at the time of the death of Rabbi Rothschild, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements and encircling of place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the feigned retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigehuto, for example, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which is the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from someplace and valuables around. And the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
you want to follow. You want to run after them.
You can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea for the feint retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too. They didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, a caravan? They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction that was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking in, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth, it must have been truly terrifying.
So the psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life.
Yes.
And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they used to pay before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, one in Iran, his son-in-law, Dr. he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first as a common soldier. And of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, it was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and all was won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all, so forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan sent word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. It's really, no. He stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. But he had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him, and did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to moan, no one was allowed to cry, no one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. And so he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and then betrayal is punished.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and he well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, because it's tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. And it's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States has certainly involved with that, supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. And it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam. He fought in that war. And he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. I mean, there was nothing wrong with him. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. Especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one, it's just the very nature of war. The war is hell. And sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. And in World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, and I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up are surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist, but I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about something I respect a lot. Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause immense destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. You know, the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms, push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been into Ukraine and Yin, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards into what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification. It had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American through and through. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. Now, it's interesting, for example, in Afghanistan, we were there for some 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians, and then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran clan, descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us, and we don't even see it. And when Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. And I can see it. I don't accept that. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about. The ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest in the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing you respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime when describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steve Manic.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned, from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way, and the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well.
Yes.
All the different kinds of peoples that came from this steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them, and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different light, that they conquered, yes, there were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There is no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history, legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to capture the public imagination, hearts and minds with vision, but also have the skill to execute it and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way, all of those things.
That's very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. If we could link on some of these world-defining ideas, religious freedom is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands for whom religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not with Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we mentioned before, the Naiman king, Taiyang Han. His son Kutsluk had fled, no good, worthless, son, but Kutsluk had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian. The Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Kutsluk from power. Kutsluk fled down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. So up to this point, it's been tribal law. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized, quote-unquote, people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they fight over religion. And so he made the law. Now, this was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that. It had presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really, really powerful statement.
Yes.
That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. I mean, that religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that's that is like one of the biggest way to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
Yes. It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of and every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs to come to him. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, in a more practical, political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power, of like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews. They all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. And it's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that you give every religion the right. And unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? You know, the Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what do the Confucianists do? So the people could be Confucianists, that was okay, but he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all types. But since the Confucianists were not necessarily classified, but then of course eventually there was abused so much because the religions were then asking everybody to donate property. You can still use it, you can still farm your land, but it's ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. You know, got abused, but it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well, as I understand. So he never chose any religion except the one from which he came. I guess. I mean, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, you know, we said after the death of Shiragun, his grandson in Bamiyan, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, famous Chung Chang from China, who are despised, but anyway, he came with all of his magic formulas for things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people and public debates, not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons them, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's about the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Burkhan Khaldun. Burkhan Khaldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, actually, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, should we invade these people? So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. And so there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, among those, so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around it, and you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. And, should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so, gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus of work of his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. Tegir. And so, or Monchtinger in the case of the eternal sky, when they talk about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. It didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson, Monkhan, said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures, and you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, at the start of this conversation, it's just blowing my mind that the kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Lost just at the hardest of lives, is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society, and there's less power struggles, all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about this he's implemented, and they stayed.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, the Tartaric, and different Mongols, and the Uyghur, even, were administered by his daughters primarily. And then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water, and also about not using water, that you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think the Mongols are so stupid they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. Just Kublai Khan was the one who changed that, actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and movement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or I'm trying to say he's the Democrat in the modern sense, or environmentalist, or a feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. And in 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. this is after Genghis Khan already. There's Agade Khan, his son, the happy drum. Agade Khan, his army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say. Subadai, wasn't Genghis Khan, it was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. The people of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a Mongol envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy. And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way, and that sends a signal to everybody else. You send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans, I say that to make it in the modern world, most of the ideas we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation of everybody, but in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. But that's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they got to be more like us. No. We only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved some, and he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating, and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can see a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned I don't know how many thousands of kilometers, and there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass to an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods, much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. His grandson, or his son, Agade Khan was once asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing that. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in and told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And Agade said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually, And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China, and then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with them to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between East and West. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods. It was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas, whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Maybe can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. There was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged, even agricultural goods of new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. It belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so. They're very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, well, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be five cows count as 4 horses, 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, the occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided it. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had the genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something that's just print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information that was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder. Mostly it was used for fireworks, religious things. And then sometimes in warfare was used for a kind of primitive hand grenade or a primitive bomb that could be thrown with a trebuchet. And this is at the time of Kublai Khan War, the grandson. But so they had that. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had naphtha, what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers that could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on its side, and we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower, and we're going to use the gunpowder from China, and you got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, but not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter, his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon and even some sort of like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle, but it could fire a very small ballistic device, you know. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
So if we jump around a little bit, sort of on the topic of a cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son and Kublai Khan were using? So how much gunpowder were they using? In general, what was their approach to the siege warfare, for example? What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson, Kublai Khan, first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. But by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland, it's so many farms. It's hard for horses to get through the farms. They don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid. The bows are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a Great Wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as a Great Wall, which is really the Ming Wall of the Ming Dynasty. But the Great Wall of the Sea, and they used it as a defensive navy. And the largest navy in the world, it was defensive. And it was both literally defensive, and then came time for warfare, they would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so it became a wall.
So actually, if we rewind, Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. And at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song dynasty, or usually called the Southern Song. He had already conquered the Xixia kingdom of the Tangun people. And so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. And then he conquered Middle. Later, his descendants conquered Middle, and then Kublai Khan was the one to take on the south. But Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing. And he was nobody. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They've conquered Russia, and they've already burned down Kiev, and they've conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born, and he doesn't reach, Genghis Khan was about 7 years old, because Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back, and he met him, and he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Solistani, who was actually a part of the royal family of the Merkin people, whom he had conquered sometime earlier. And so it looks like his mother's people, who was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, with very bright red cheeks, and have a certain very round face and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son was called Mungr, later Munghan, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died out on campaign drunk, and she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Han, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. And this wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen, because he's the fourth son out of 3. Others are way in line, way all ahead of her. But she caused a revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Munghan in 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived till 1259. He died of something, it could have been cholera or there are different stories that I don't know the truth of it. But he died on campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Well, up to this point, Kublai Khan has not been distinguishing himself. His mother was, she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China. And so he was learning all this stuff for him. The older brother, he insisted on sending him out on campaign. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. And the brother was assigning people. Orihangdai, who was the son of Subadai, the great general, he assigned him to teach him warfare. He wasn't great on the battlefield. He really was not. But he was very smart. And at first a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around, go hunting, as long as he had been with him to do the shooting and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his chain and she said, go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. And everybody was terrified of the mother. And so he ran off to China and he started administering his land and he started learning how to do it. But when his brother died in 1259, he was down on the Yangtze River on a campaign that he was sent by his brother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Arikbok was another hothead Mongol like their father, He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions. He was had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. And so he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoist representatives to death. So he just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia. But this was a turning light for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of anything other than talking to people. So his wife, Choppy, sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You can conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Long Khan. And somehow she invigorated him, and he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia was very dependent on northern China for food. All the Mongols supported Arikbok. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting Arikbok. And so he went to get food from them, and then they didn't want to give up their food. We want to support you for Great Han, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262. And then he was taken prisoner into China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264. Well, a legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial. He was gone. So Kublai Khan but not really distinguished himself very much. But he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that. But he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did. And he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did. So the great thing left, that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern Song. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All of these things were protecting them. So he had one of his very smart generals named Aju, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think innovatively. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father Orihang Gadai on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Dai Viet people. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and to conquer the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. So the Mongols on one side of the river, and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. Orihang Gadai was a smart man, not a genius, but smart. And he already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on a goat skin. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going over on a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Dai Viet cannot escape when we rout the elephants. Well, the war battle, got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that said to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's carts? It's just not, So they go and join the battle. They leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but the Dai Viet forces got on the boats and sailed back to what's now Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the Delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city, and they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Aju was the son of Orihang Gadai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around it and the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities are heavily, heavily fortified on the land side. Because invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water. And so their city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They sent off to the Ilkhanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, their cousins' nephews. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet. Catapult. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for boat because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things and also for some incendiary bombs. And they developed it. They attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the navy had broken out.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on a ship, but it's we call it trebuchet for this type of catapult.
So this is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's cart. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side,
yes,
where there's no army protection.
Yes, and they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, but now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They're dissipated, they've been had child emperor, they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. And what? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy. Try to incorporate them into your army if possible, but be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in. And because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests over who can sing or paint, or I don't know what scholars do. They were being scholars, yes. But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South Tongue. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. And they didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are mainly great on the river and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were more in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed in that invasion.
So we should say that this is the time of samurai, right?
Yes, samurai.
So there was never a real test of like.
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of it. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. And, I mean, it was just craziness. The samurai, almost at that point, you ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. And they're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was a unknown territory to them. And the weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships onto the beach?
They did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete that.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. And there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
Yeah, so they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like the Mongol that you rule those waters and lands, but he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he had won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave him Navy some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in then. Aju was in command, but actually the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. But he came and he took over command of the army. He was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that, and he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the south from right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join the Mongols get paid. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're fleeing. They even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady, she had no children. Xie was her name, the Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you demote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Mayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Mayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. And he said, no. I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So they've taken the capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way, she was a little bit sick, it took her a longer time, to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Kublai Khan. He gives each of them a palace, he gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who are ruling. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to the Emperor Gong, what was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around on the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. So here's a beautiful how do you drop an emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore, but I still think it was the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, and they had a big coronation ceremony and all. But the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong then anyway. At the delta of the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing you, and you're going to stop and build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals and
the general
army and the navy.
And there was a real competence issue.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to protect it with a great wall of the sea. They chained together the boats across the entrance to the harbor. And they put the palace boats, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough. So they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. So Mongols arrived, and over and over and over they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, They could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And they cut the ships off from the fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Ming was his name, with his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity. But the prime minister, so-called, coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout their history, the coward that he was, he said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. And then he took the emperor and held him, the 7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady. Empress.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably is become the institutions became corrupt and stale. The army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that is true enough. And the Chinese summarize that with losing the mandate of heaven.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But that's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story is some kind of, like, maintain honor to the last moment.
They very often, most scholars depict Empress Xie as the traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed Jiang Ming.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor, and there was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, those descendants of Sakate, the second son, the Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different sort of fracturings of the Mongol
Sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. But they're so far away.
Yeah.
But now he has a navy.
But this is, even the 4 pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was just port to port. Different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send them a queen or princess to become a queen in the Ilkhanate to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he organized this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, they only had about 1 year left to live. They wanted to get their riches out before they didn't know what's going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there'd been a bad sign because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, but he had failed a second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army that now he's the new enlightened Mongol who doesn't slaughter. So what's he going to do? They're not reliable. They're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River of what's now the Russian Far East. Right? We call Siberia in English, but the Russian Far East, the Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. It was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the expedition was massive. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. This didn't work at sea because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They call it GOL, the center, or QOL, actually. He had the center in command. No, he set the two without a clear. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows and the ships set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan, but the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off, was his deliberate plan, but the problem was solved. It's one of those ironies of history that is hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxjin was her name, Princess Huxjin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth. Kublai Khan died. Soon after that, his grandson, who is not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Jetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple of times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And he reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China, bring your goods, we're going to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way to Africa, coast from Hormuz. They had a connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already at that time. I'm not sure, but very wide, very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, but actually, the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and he let them be independent, but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letters?
Over time, those groups started intermarrying with. They were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not, but they were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you talked about. So he's this now famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess he's one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. And so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things, because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that, but I also needed other sources. So if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Restream, dictated prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, a million. Because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is, like the princess in the story, this is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess Hoxton says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There were things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, They are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world. Symbolically, with Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. But I am, it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step in that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
No. But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. But today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division or misunderstanding versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West, and one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you've understood and felt the Mongolian steppe. Like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic. For me, it's always a Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more with China, because it was about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as a villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history," and they're probably right. It's quite possible. But this is an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making the effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly, we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I'm sometimes dismayed. I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're an NGO, and they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Timur Gentuhan had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River, but they weakened to the point that it just became a tributary people minority within a Russian empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore, that they want to hear me criticize the end of the Song dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia. There are many, many other things in Russia. Just even Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, as an animal, and Chin is a person. Person takes an animal. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny, but there's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Gumilyov is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all, but I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had a great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols had become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. Like the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did. Throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So you had two emperors, back. Okay, let them work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for the Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that sometimes works out good. But this great system that united, it's called the Yam of Tol, that united everything. People could move back and forth quickly. That it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from this system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran and Afghanistan. The Hazara people are still descended from the army there. And then in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. So they had been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols, despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent, squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back on the horse, riding in the open steppe.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin, and Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned the samurai, the whole formal setup. Same with Napoleon. There's a whole, several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Oh, I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. The Mongol strategy is, first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I said, in some cases 2 years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have this shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq, or Vietnam, or even Northern Korea, or Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria, or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple of hours, we went in, conquered a little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country, we've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden's gone, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare and the very of American moms. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? It's absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. And we killed people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, well, that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield. We didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal, and we just paper over it sometimes. You know?
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was American strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs for what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrendous. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people were starving. Literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America at war,
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that in some deep sense everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, the brutality and all like that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today, in the world today. And we have the different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image. He's a barbarian on horseback, killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is the Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, had to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. And so he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one for the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, or depending on where you are and how you want to see it, you know.
Yeah.
There are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call Nadim, a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody is being given all kinds of things, you know, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank and the ox yoke. They were rewarded with, everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and you crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better. The hulan, say hulan of the Gobi. He was off hunting hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months. Before August of 1227, he was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died in that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family, no, accept nothing. And then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So that the idea, they were Buddhist people. And the Tanguts were Buddhist. And the idea was usually you can be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn. So he died there.
How was his successor chosen?
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, you know, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan to talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with his Amna, and he was named Visitor Zuch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Gode, and the next one was Tula, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way until now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. You know, the youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Ogode was a heavy drinker. Chagadai was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all. You know, but he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, a reasonable person. But he called him Zuch, my son speak. Chagadai, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly. He jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds. And he said, how can you call on this Mongol, this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire now. On and on, you know, you can imagine, kind of see. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Actually, the way the secret history it makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them. They have a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think of this business of you do not know, you were not there. You know, the stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way and his son in this way is really powerful.
I believe that. I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished their age or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech and Sagade had to submit. And he said, yes, you are our father and we accept what you say. But a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, I mean, these middle-aged men, they're not boys, but he said to the men, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sagade because of his attitude and the situation. And Kalo is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, a good day. They chose him because he was the most generous and bon vivant. He was for every party and drinking every time. And one time, Chigi Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Chigi Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time for whatever reason. I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But Agadi came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Agadi was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very capable wives. And from a good day, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. And the first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very intelligent woman named Dorchin. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time, and to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for what it will keep the empire together.
Dorchin was, actually there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. And the women, such as Dorchin and others, were extremely into economics and trade and running these private corporations called Orfok. She was running her Orfok and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but they had favored another. But anyway, she favored her son, and so she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman named Fatima from the Middle East, and unfortunately, they organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her, and a lot of them were Muslims, and he killed off a lot. and then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months, and he was gone. And then his wife took over, Olga Kamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law, Dorothy. Olga Kamish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorashtani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end on China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Olga Hamish, and she put her son Khan in, who was succeeded by Kublai Khan.
And we should say probably that, this whole succession by kin probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes. In the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved.
For our purposes,
but he organized it though as what we call today almost a corporation. All lands belong to everybody in the family, everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers. There were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then they owned, the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhanate would own silk factories and jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized it all. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long like that because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job. And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Khan to some extent fulfilled it. But good they did. Guik did not.
Family ruling the land, all the different territories.
Yeah. They weakened with every generation.
Yeah.
Every generation.
But that reminds me of a very popular idea about Genghis Khan, articulated in a 2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. So that paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like its findings. I talked to a good friend of mine, Manolis Kellis, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist, and he likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing, but I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's contents, but more the implication that it speaks to, like, the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the genes, if you were a person that wanted to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so actually what this is much better explained than the paper indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, like social status value, to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that for many generations, people loved the great Khan, the Genghis Khan. And so in that sense, given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, the 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works That means, if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, that the number of people descendant, not direct male descendants, but the way trees work is like there's women on each step. So the number of descendants could be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA from Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticism you have is like, well,
they don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people are connected.
Yes.
And then they...
No. To one person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
There's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before?
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. But they caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people, Bodin Chardaful, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe. And in Mongolia today, we have nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing than biology, right? So so the reason I say this is this methodology is pretty solid.
Oh, I believe that they found some connection of people.
Yeah, but
they have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
Yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. But we've already had the Huns come through. We've had all the Turks. Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They all came out of Mongolia.
You're right. You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no DNA. Nobody knows where he went.
They don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, "Let my body go, let my nation live." And he chose to be buried in an unmarked grave. And the Mongols believe very strongly it should always be that way. Most of the Khans who followed him were also buried in a similar way. The Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs, but not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so Kublai Khan was buried back with his grandfather in an anonymous grave. And not everyone, like Goik died when he was on campaign towards Russia. He was buried out there. I think his father Gudai was also buried out there. That was more their homeland. But many of them were buried with him. And it's known and not known at the same time. It's officially you should not know it. You cannot know it. It should never be disturbed. He should never be disturbed. We're not going to have a tour group coming in.
But you're saying like the people of Mongolia, they have a sense.
They believe he's in a certain place, yes. They believe they know where the place is, but it's sacred. You can do nothing. Just leave it as it is. That's no roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing can be done. It's a holy land dedicated to him and his family.
It's pretty amazing. Unmarked for the greatest conqueror in the history of humanity. for good and for bad, one of the most impactful humans in history.
Yes. I believe in his thing about let my nation live, let my body go live. And I say to people, they ask me, well, what did he look like? And I say, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike, except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because Kublai was trying to he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real Mongol. And they looked alike, but his grandfather said he didn't. And then Kublai Khan and Mongol looked different. They looked different. So there was nothing. But I say, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, walk in any Gear of Mongolia, the first child you see, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
Does that make you sad that there's no, from his time capturing this image, that he really made himself sort of disappear into the land? Does that make you sad?
No, not at all. No, because he's everywhere. When you have these clans that are still operating in Afghanistan, and the Russians are still using the YAM system. There are many aspects of him that are out there in the world. And I think I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you can still read. He bought so many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, to his granddaughter. These ideas live on, and we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same, not bed in his case, but sleep in the same situation, simple home. No.
I have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as the people who they lead. It's mostly not done, but when it is, just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can we learn from Genghis Khan that apply to the modern world? You've already said religious freedom, some of these ideas.
Well, I think those are his policy ideas. I think are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, not kidnapping women, and having religious freedom of individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. They didn't pay taxes in his empire. As a former teacher, I praise that idea out of pure greed and self-interest. But it's not to me the idea of saving the money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, as I recall, just for those. And he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people, the spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. And so these are policies, and I'm not advocating so much the policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in the simple way of meritocracy that we've done it with, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that, but really evaluating people and their ability. I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed in the end in his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. Here was a man who had no education in any formal sense. And he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people. You know, and this later was translated, everybody should have their own language, but they all write the same alphabet. Like Kubla Khan, it didn't work. Or his idea, he tried to impose the use of paper currency in Iran, the Persian Ilkhanate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there weren't used to it. So but all this international spirit of their empire, I think that we need today, we talk about, globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible. And we're more provincial than ever. We are just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. That you especially celebrate. I mean, there is something to that. Because in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person, like of a self-made man, a person from nothing, willed an entire empire into existence.
And everything against him that you can think of. Your own family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as Jamukha said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife, Bushta, was the one who caused the first break with Jamukha to go away. Later on, when the shamans had become too powerful and they had humiliated his younger brother, she was the one who said he had to clamp down on the shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot.
It cannot be understated how important critical women are in the story of the Mongol Empire. It's fascinating.
Sometimes you can say they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. In the Mongol court, they always sat up front. They're always out front. And this horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to do. They said the women even drink in public. They drink in public. You know, they do what when it, so sometimes it was like that, but other times it's with Dorjin, she's actually the ruler. Or the case of his daughters, such as Malachi Bek, who ruled over a part of northern China called the Ongu people, and the other daughters who ruled over different, they ruled in their own names. And he's very, this is something about the secret history that upset me. I get to chapter, all the sections are numbered. I get to chapter, or number, or section 215. There's only half a sentence left. 214, he's just awarded a girl, he calls his daughter, so she's probably granddaughter, but she lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son, Talo, is only 4 years old. Tatar comes and Mother Urlu gives him food because she gives food to everybody. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, and that's the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up, and kidnaps him, and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand, and he's pulling out a knife with another hand. Altani raced out, and she grabbed his arm and held it down. And two men, Jeb and Jeb, they were back behind the gear, slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in the shade behind the gear. You don't do it in the light. And so they were back there doing that. So they raced out with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was rewarding everybody for all their great deeds. And gentlemen and Jim, they wanted to be rewarded for saving the life of Talal. He said, no, you killed the Tatar. Altani saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it, and now we reward her. So he's finished that story at 2:14. He gets to 2:15. He says, and now let us reward our daughters. It's actually only a phrase. I said it's a complete sentence, but it's not quite complete. The rest is gone. Cut out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how the different languages, and most often they translate it, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh no. He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his daughters. I give these people to you to rule. You have 3 husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes in the army with me. It makes you soldiers stay here and rule the people. Brilliant. The Chinese, when they arrived at the court of Al-Thani, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area of the Mongol people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's a supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And but they didn't say which languages she could read and write. That is really blows up me a lot.
So you're saying the secret history, as we have gotten access to, has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not at all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because their husband was gone to war. And Al-Thani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes the sons of the last one, but they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. Only one, Tsetchikan, who was ruling in Siberia, she was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire and had a lot of power later. But what happened was the area for Alakai, for example, was then taken over by Kublai Khan, and then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out, not in their own lifetime. They didn't kill the women off, but as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, no, northern China, even though it's ruled by Sultani, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol, and her sons were Mongol. Therefore, they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think any time it threatened the power of a particular man. And there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase and say, that phrase was not in the original.
Yeah. In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything and mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel within his empire. So then I like that and I stress that and I see those things. I think that's one thing. But other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history and all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains and with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert, the Gobi. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just open. There's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Boy, you can have a condo right there. We can have a building. We can sell them off. And they haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And in Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. Because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in a city, settled people, one category. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to and love. If he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would say, oh, Mongol, hold on. Mongol, yeah, I'm Mongol. I have the hat, I have the belt buckle, I have the tail that's all embroidered. You know, yeah, I'm Mongol. And Genghis Khan said, where's your horse? Oh, keep it in the countryside. You know, but he wouldn't recognize the city, but it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God, asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip-hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. You know, it's something we can't understand, because when we pray, we usually say, you know, oh, thank you, God, for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you so. Would you please give me, and would you please do this, and would you please stop this pain in my knee? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
Well, start with my home. Let's start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I'm in a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside of the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. Most people go south to the Gobi and they do a loop to the Gobi and around to Karakoram, Lahore, the old capital from Gudaihan, but it was abandoned by Kublai Khan. And then they circle back to the city, and they may stop off to see what we call Przewalski, the wild horse, but they call Taki, to see the Taki, or they may go up to Hufsko Lake, a big beautiful lake, somewhat like Baikal, but much smaller. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become, the more pointed and peaked and snow-covered. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive flocks of cranes that come in every year. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. If you want particularly the history of Genghis Khan, the Mongolians love him, they worship him, but they don't do too much to capitalize on his home area, the Hinti. You can go to the Hinti. There are areas you cannot go to. Large areas is forbidden. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like this is the place. No, they go there themselves out of respect. But the only one place they built a statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world. But it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is when he was coming back from being at the camp of asking Orgol Khan, or Todakal Khan, or Orgol Khan to support him, and he's coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it that's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing, because obviously it's used for a horse. But for the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your real is your hemor, your wind horse that lives inside of you, your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment, he's on his way back home to go with Jamuka and the other soldiers to the market to rescue Bursta. And so symbolically, he found a whip. there. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning of
Yes. And it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick and it's a baton or something like that. Well, no, it's what they call the whip or teshur.
We've talked a lot about the past. If we look out into the future, what gives you hope for human civilization, for us humans?
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on Earth. It's just that kind of old man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren talking to me. I don't understand a word they say. What are they, what? And who are they talking about? I never heard of this. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God. It's everything like that. But then almost every day I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. And I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for old people every day. And so then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world and the way my grandchildren talk and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. In Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried curd. They bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring the pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Oh yeah, everybody thinks you got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother. All the other yogurt in the world is not good, but my grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so, over and over and over, I find, despite my all intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils him with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, and it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing, keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. People in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. I think my wife had MS. I've talked about this before. She had MS that slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, not able to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate and the altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. But I would go out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every bump, some arm would pick her up, or pick up the wheelchair, and lift her over that, and not let me do it. We could go to the opera. You had to go up this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera. We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other side. They would carry us, and they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle, to play that, to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was feeding my wife and anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her in their place. Children would come up to her. In America, they're often afraid that she's in a wheelchair. They just kind of look. They don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. They were very. You just learned something about the people, and living there in a country where you, out of the countryside, you come to a ger, you never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on the door frame. That's hugely offensive. And you ask, it's like insulting the people. Like, what? You're not good hospitable people. I have to ask you for something. No, you walk in and you sit down, and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing, and these are the things that give me hope. It's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, and not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of modern life. You know?
Yeah,
it's
true.
It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning because there was a flash flood and you got stuck, and now you're cold and wet, and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. And I swear, within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. You think, where did you come from? But the mother sends them over. Oh, there's somebody over there in the forest. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that, well, individuals do give me hope. People one by one or a few at a time, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that your wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her?
Well, I can tell you a favorite picture is a lake we used to go to called Ukinur in the middle, and somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us. Towards the end, we're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times in life. And, she's holding, we're holding hands. She's in the chair paralyzed. And we're just sitting there staring off at the distance, and that's one of my favorites. But with my wife, I was just blessed with a good wife that was exciting. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She would talk to people about anything. She talked about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is very odd. People don't believe sometimes. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, I don't know, but my grandparents was the countryside. They had 3rd grade education. My father had 7th grade. I went to live with him after the grandparents died, and my mother. There was no big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they could send 2 people from one family against their will. That was mainly designed to protect brothers. But he could go as the father, and then I could go to college. So I got to college, and I can't say, I was drinking and having a party and not serious. No, I was trying like hell to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was put on probation to be kicked out of the school. My grades were so low overall, and then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after we met. I met her. I briefly had known her not in high school, but just not well or anything. But anyway, we met later, and I told her, and she just looked at me. She said, "What does a professor know? It's just a professor. You can write anything you want." And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, yeah, that's right, that's just a professor. Yeah, and she inspired me. But she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own, and she was doing graduate work. But she inspired me, but she told me, I said, I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation, a PhD, and it's just dry as the Gobi Desert. And I didn't know what to do. And she said, Just tell the story to me, but I can't see you while you tell it. You're on the radio, and I'm listening in my car driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me. And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her the way that she would like it. And I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, but she just loved hearing the book because it was mine. And in the last years of her life, I gave up the teaching, and we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that, and just be worthless teenagers. And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what goes. I mean, it might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. Until one time she said to me, this disease is going to take my life, but it's taking your life. She said, you gave up teaching and you gave up writing. She said, how do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease? She said, you should write. And so every single day we sat together by the water, by the window. I moved it into the dining room overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk, and she sat in the wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little soft music in the background a little bit. And for the most part, she couldn't talk, but she liked to just sit there beside me working. And she knew that she was an inspiration. She knew. She was the battery that kept me going, how on earth I ever had a wife like that, I don't know.
That's beautiful, Jack. That's really beautiful.
I just hit the jackpot with her. And I see so many people that get by and they even like each other or they're friends or something. But in my life, there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren. I don't understand them. But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. For 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. Just the way life works out, But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the two of you lived and met a few centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about it. You conquered.
No.
And if she said, you should do this. Maybe you
if she said it, I probably would have believed her.
Exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world. And, in her final, I could not ask her questions, and I would not say, "Oh, you remember that?" No, I never would say that because I knew she could remember. But when she would be restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from our life and just give the scene without saying, "Do you remember?" But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night, we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, it's so ironic, it was a blue wolf, but it's gray blue. What the Mongol had gray blue collar, this huge collar. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plisetskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But her last night, I told her that story again, of all the details. I'd gone through it many times, but her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late, and then the next night going to the Bolshoi, and all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights or many days of great memories.
You make me cry, Jackie.
Oh no,
That was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you. This was such a fascinating journey through human history about one of the most impactful humans in human history.
well, I thank you very much. And the amount of research, when I realized how much research you had done, I felt like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to trick me and pull something out, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left. Is me going to Mongolia and riding there on the steppe. That would be incredible. So
Come.
I will. Thank you so much for talking to me, Jack.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some questions and try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to letsfriedman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to letsfriedman.com/contact. And now, allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving moral landscape of human civilization throughout our 10,000-year history. I was listening to Dan Carlin's excellent, eye-opening 5.5-hour episode of Hardcore History titled Human Resources. It covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, to be exact. One of the lessons I took from this episode is that the long arc of history is full of atrocities, as we modern-day humans understand them, with the wisdom of time and moral progress. But during each period of history, as Dan documents, it was difficult for the majority of people to see just where the line between good and evil is. We humans, after all, forever like to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss, and later myself reading first-hand accounts of slaves, of torture, of rape, of separation of families, is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, in this topic, first-hand accounts of slavery can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend a book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 Authentic Slave Narratives. It all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote "All men are created equal," which I think is one of the most powerful lines in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of contradictions. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom, pulling as he did foundational ideas of human freedom from the jaws of deep history. And Dan, in his episode, documents these contradictions and complexities quite well. Full range of human psychology involved, including how violations of basic human rights breed generational hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to understand. The consequences of our moral failings can reverberate through decades, even centuries. And that is perhaps one of the values of studying history. It is laden with atrocities, but it also contains people who, while flawed, dare to rise in some way above the moral decrepitude of the day to try to build a foundation of a slightly better future world. As MLK Jr. put it, the arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza, Israel, and Palestine. I'm not sure I'm eloquent enough or know quite the right words to express what I'm feeling, but let me try. I think what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity. And I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it currently is, it needs to stop immediately. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know that my government has any role in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, there's geopolitical and military complexity, nuance, and historical context that I'm told by some so-called experts that one must understand. And perhaps they are smarter than me. But, like mentioned before, unlike the more complexity of deep history that I've often spoken about, from the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade, this is the 21st century. This is today. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what plot of land they call home. In my view, they are all equal. And the death of each child is a tragedy. Hamas did a definitively evil act on October 7th, brutally murdering over 1,000 civilians. But now, the acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 people in Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are children. 17,000. I'm not smart enough to know the path to peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region. But I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate that leads to more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in the West Bank, on camera and off. There's a video of it up if you want to hear their voices for yourselves. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists, from all perspectives. But the most powerful and moving conversations for me on mic and off have always been with everyday people. It's always felt like where the truth is, the deeper truth of life, of pain, fear, of hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you all.
This represents the diaspora, Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. You can see that there are 3 big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time.
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. And he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything: his father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came from.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin in birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. When women owned the houses, which were called gers and tents, they owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. And the fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on a hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols are very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulun after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Ernu. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. And he was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story and his kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate. Every detail of it will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born. But all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasubi, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One of them was maybe Temujin Uke, which is sort of a person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic. But today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It was not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, like around 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Taichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife, Bekir. He was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once, found by the Taichu and reunited with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlun's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family. It's sort of like the first family he came across. And in the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Pershta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. They figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family, and somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person. One comes to get him, take him back, and they make it through the winter. Mother Erlun, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp, and they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony when they did not tell Erlun. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, and they took her animals. They took the animals, but at that moment, she still had one horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse, and she took the banner of her husband, and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off. And this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the steppe, 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochigel, the other woman with 2 children, they're all left there to die on the steppe. When the winter comes, they will surely all die.
How do they make it to the winter?
Mother Erlo, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the bank of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped by Tai Chi people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a kank, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it, and he's trapped in this thing. And every night he would be taken to a different gear to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the kank, the wooden yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. That was one of the first lessons for the Mongols, that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a kank on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark, and it protects him a little bit. They give up, and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day, he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family of the Tai Chi. But at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the kank and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped?
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes, yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition, that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's his story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children, or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe sort of the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family of outcasts, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China, that one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child. It's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you can point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point, his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, Bertha, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9, she's now 17, and she and her mother call. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him. It's not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they called her grandmother Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there. Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. And Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl, Temujin, in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take Bertha. Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea, but they're coming in the dark, they're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. So she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves Bertha. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlun is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain in Tupakan Haldun, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. And all. So Mother Erlun saved her family. But at a cost, suddenly Temujin realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. But now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define, what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? And is he going to go out for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without Gerda. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius born. Because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyat people in central Mongolia, and on the Tol River, about where the capital Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is the name, or Oracle Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. And so he went there, and actually he took a gift. That's because Washta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlun at the time of marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal. And as you've described, he's both the best thing to has happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years to Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaka?
Jamaka was a boy about the same age as Temujin. And his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlun was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. She was a Lihanghai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaka was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Motanchan, his ancestor. So they're both through there's a Mongols to say from the same, they come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet, so they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaka is not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like in the language. There are several different types of friendship, but Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other and help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a robot, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all that. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter at that point whether it's in Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing out of the ice. So once they've sworn this relationship of Amanda, then a couple years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamalka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. For among Mongols, it's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another, but also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. So it had a lot of uses. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged, and so they had been close friends. And Wang Han said, okay, Jamalka should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out, some troops from Wang Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops, and then Jamalka and his troops, and then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers, that's all. They set off to find the merchant people of the Seleng River, which